see us and hear us. And welcome to this week's Brick Talk officially. I'm Randy,
And I'm the nine.
and this is another week, another Brick Talk, right? This week we're talking about the earning curve of the market. I said the market have an earning curve and a learning curve. I was feeling my philosophical side when I was writing the description for this week's episode, and pretty much I was thinking about the fact that no matter what part of the market you're in, you're always learning, and if you're actually
Mm-hmm.
earning on the market, you if you're actually earning on the market, you are probably learning along while learning more and using what you've learned in the past. And nobody in the market is absolved of that learning curve, right? There's a learning curve for everything. If you're listing, as in the blurb actually said, as the market gets bigger and generally the space learn has to start learning more, everybody learns and it rises as companies list. So as we've had a lot of IPOs this year, and as
Mm-hmm.
companies list, I think those companies are starting to learn the reality of what listing on the market really means, what it means to be a listed company. And of course, other companies have listed in the past. We're at the point now where JC has 100 companies listed, one on one being the latest. Congrats to
Mm-hmm.
JC and one on one team, Ricardo and company. And everybody learning. JC's learning what it is to exist in this new market. They've never had this many people in the market, this much attention around the market.
Mm-hmm.
There's never been this much money in the market. Experienced investors are learning, the smart ones are learning to readjust, because what used to work in '07, what worked in '97, what worked in 2017 don't necessarily work in the same way now. Even people
Mm-hmm.
who started last year, a lot of people came in under Wigton.
Mm-hmm.
What you could do with IPOs even after Wigton, the lab listed after Wigton in July 2019. And big up Kimala to the MD of the lab in the listing here, listening to us. So even the people who came on after Wigton listed, and a lot of people came on with Wigton, how they would have learned about the market, the things they'd have done in the market, they how you'd approach an IPO in 2019 is you can't approach it the same way I make money now, right? While yes, there
Mm-hmm.
were always companies that IPO'd and you had 2, 3, 4, 5% allocations. Now that is the norm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, that is literally the norm, and how you approach that market matters, and how those companies on the market care about the market is also something that is ultra important. So the learning curve is the earning curve. So we're talking about the earning curve this week, and of course, I'm sure a lot of people have their own questions, thoughts, comments on stuff they're learning, stuff they're wondering about. There's always some news right before the market on Friday. I say today it was, as you heard people saying a little earlier, the rights issue, the start of the rights issue notice for iCreate came out, and so that's a hot thing. So join us if you want to ask a question. If it's something you definitely want to ask about, talk about, send a speaking request on Twitter. If you're watching us on YouTube, click the link down in the bio if you want to come on Twitter and ask us. We'll also try and look through some of your comments on YouTube. Yeah, this is Brick Talk. Welcome. And we were just talking in the early one. We were just talking to Sir Pickles, who was telling us how dead Fesco is.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry about
Then
that.
I
So,
don't get why people don't. Yeah, that's the next thing. You don't get why everybody not liking the thing you like to the level you like. Figures.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I never said, I
No,
never
no, no,
said
no,
them not
hold
like
on,
it that
hold
way,
on,
though.
hold on. No, no,
I said,
what you said was you're not sure what's going on. People, you're not sure if it's the things they like, we're not sure if everybody else like it. Something like that. Something to that effect, don't it?
something to that effect, not quite precise to that, but
So
we agree
I'm
together.
the usual. How much you like it?
Yeah, I like the plan going
No, no, no,
forward.
no. How much? Give me a price. How much you like it?
ooh,
Ooh. Mm.
So if you like it, I mean the prices now are good for you, right? To buy.
Yes.
What's the highest
Yes.
you'd buy? What's the highest you'd buy now? So the
No.
markets are shoot up and you say, oh, Randy are coming, I'm gonna go buy every single trade go all the way up. And you say, I have to buy before him because of time now. And what's the price you're willing to take before? Say, all right, the most you're willing to buy, because you don't know when Randy going to stop by, but the most you're willing to buy for that.
I was predicting to be a $10 stock by the end of the year, so I was thinking
That's
6.
So you would
so
buy
it's going to
Fesco
say,
up to 6
you
right
buy
now.
Fesco at
That's what you're
6.
saying?
Yeah.
Word.
But so you buy it up to
buying a
6.
whole heap of Fesco then. 'Cause it's 478
Exactly.
today.
Probably by Monday.
But then look at it's a $10 stock by end of year according to you. 6 is the most you're willing to buy. So you're saying if it wasn't so why is a $10 stock at the end of the year? And meaning why would somebody get up and then buy it? Why other people not decide that 6 is the place where it's in there? Where
That was
them
my
would buy
prediction
it?
from the start of the year. Then I remember, I think we had a discussion
No,
about.
hey, don't do that. Don't do that.
I said I did
you,
say that.
I
But
know,
I'm
but what you're doing is you're walking back the thing there. That's not
No, I'm
what
walking
I'm
back.
saying is if it should if it's worth it for $10 stock by end of the year, then there should be somebody getting up and there at the end of the year there should be somebody who will be willing to say I'm gonna pay $10 for this stock because it's the only way going $10. Right? So you're not gonna buy it because it go there, but in a different life you buy it there. So that means that somebody else will have good enough reason to buy it at 10 at the end of the year, right?
Right.
So why? Because that's the next thing. Everybody wants this gain, you know. The gain isn't found because a man will go buy it for 10 for no reason. I'll go buy it and sit down and go in business. He buy it at 10 because he thinks they make money at 10. So if everybody decides that $10 stock, it's not going there. It's going to the point where 10 is no longer anywhere gain.
That's actually a major
I want
point.
gain at 10.
That's a major point, especially for people just coming to understand that. And you know what? Not just for people coming in, also people in the market for a while. That's a major point to understand that.
Yeah, I hear a lot from people in the market for a while. But everybody else should run it on, but me.
Yeah. You hear it a lot at IPOs. One on one. Oh, why people are selling it so cheap? The thing is worth
Where are you buying?
It's worth $4. If you really think it's worth $4, you can get at a discount right now, right? Yeah, I mean today it ended today.
Everybody fool for not doing the thing for doing the thing that you're not doing.
Yeah.
Everybody fool for doing the thing you're doing.
Yeah.
If I say like that, because you're not buying that for, but why would you decide that everybody else is an idiot? Not saying you're doing speakers, but everybody else is an idiot for not buying that for that you're not willing to buy that.
And that's something that we have to think about. Meaning, if you want to get really good at the market, you need to remember that the person on the other side of the trade is just like you. The same way you want a discount and everything, everybody wants a discount. So you wanting a discount means that you have to think about what would look like a discount to the other person. Yeah. So that's why you hear Danai ask you, because why would people buy it from you at $10 at the end of the year? Because what you're saying is that people are going to think about $10, paying $10 for Fesco shares at the end of the year. They're going to look on it and think, wow, this is a discount. I can get it for $10. Right? But I don't want you to feel too pressured, but it turned out to be a great point. And I find that in almost every point that we touch when we talk about stuff on the market, in almost every point we touch, there's something that everybody can learn in terms of learning curve, which is the earning curve, and just becoming a lot better at the market. Just becoming a lot better at the market, there's a whole lot of things that are often said and said loosely, and it leads you down the completely wrong road. And if you think about it in real terms and say it a different way and start saying it a different way, like that point about a discount, that's a major point for the market, right? I hope not just you, but anybody listening to what I said and what that I said before, the understanding behind that can make you a lot of money on the market versus something that sounds very good. And And look at the reality also of the market. Because I asked you about Fesco because in my mind you are Mr. Fesco. You're the anti-ghost, right? You know I'm believing Fesco. So I was just surprised that you hadn't spoken about it in a while. Surprised to
You
hear
want
you say
Ghostbuster.
you sell it, you sell it
No,
and run away.
no, because no, I haven't. No, listen to man. It's because I haven't heard anything else. Outside of the stuff that was in the annual report, I haven't heard any whispers or any little things from people in and around the company. So I was kind of like wondering.
That's what you're relying on?
No, I'm not
Because
relying on
you
that.
hear we say it almost time, say, boy, sometimes are the worst people listen to.
Yeah,
'Cause
man.
every plan sound the best to them.
Mm-hmm.
Or the great plans sound often terrible to them. Bad plans
Mm-hmm.
sound great. Or it never actually add up to the thing. Probably because that's what they're doing. That's the piece of the company where them work and them see
Yeah.
is the greatest thing.
Or the worst.
And then or the worst thing. And then that colors everything they have around that.
That is actually a good point.
Yeah, it's something that I have had to learn is to. That's another learning curve thing. So the first part of you say like the little whispers around the company from people that work there. If you're investing against that, that's the weakest basis to invest. Like that not going to help you. That I'll be very open and honest because I can be in this case. That is what a lot of people used to use, especially years ago in the market. Oh, I know XYZ work at a place and them say something good. There's a whole heap of little things. If you listen to our earnings season podcast some years ago, you hear me joke all the time about the insider move. Meaning there's always like a little rise before the results or a drop before the results. You see the share price going up a little bit before the results and a couple of sudden trades that you don't usually see. And then the results come out and they're good. You suspect, I don't ever know, but I suspect that somebody knew, right? Or the converse. You see a whole heap of like selling happening right before the results, a week or two before the results, or sometimes even a couple of days before the results. And then the results come out and they're not necessarily the greatest, they're bad. You figure, okay, somebody probably knew. If you have to rely on that sort of thing to invest, I'm not just talking you here, Pickles. I'm talking generally here. For people, because a lot of people think that that's what's needed, right? I can't tell you how often people learn, and some of them, especially at Grow, are disappointed when they find out that no, I don't have no like inside link at none of these companies, and the people who I know inside companies are probably surprised in that I don't ask them certain things. Like I can probably ask and I don't. I remember then I asked you one time a lot of something that he was asking me like, why wouldn't I find out something if I could? And my answer as I can tell people is that if ever I have or before, not everybody else, because I'm not the only person in the market. There's always people doing stuff. I can do that better and before the curve, before the mass of the people. Then I will always be able to do that, and I will never need a link, right? And for me, make that money without needing a link is one of the most powerful things about the market. That I don't want to have a link to help me out with something, rely on something. And the truth is, most times the link them poor. Good link is a hard thing for find, man. Remember this, you listen to somebody talk about their job. So if they had a bad day at work, if they have a bad week, if them vex, if them think them boss do something stupid, them I lose a whole heap of money, because my boss I say a three we used to manage this thing and two of them get fired and me alone over in this process, and they have now brought it down to one employee. That means that the expense line is going lower. You're doing the same work. Yeah, me have to work 2 hours more every day. And then they not give me overtime. Or they might give me overtime, but it's not like I say, you're not giving you 2 hours overtime every day. 2 hours overtime for one employee don't come up to the same cost as 2 full salaries for 2 other employees. But if you're just listening to your brethren complain about that thing said this bag juice factory going out of business, mash up. But what I'm hearing is your bag juice factory is cutting their expenses while keeping things. And then a whole heap of new order come in. So it now work. Or the next month when you see Bridging attack and the same Bridging say, but you say them under pressure, so they have to hire somebody else because we get a whole heap of new contract now. And I'm thinking, word, you get a whole heap of new contract. Yeah. So that's more revenue coming in. And they never hire back 3 people. Them only hire 2 people. Them only hire 1 person. So now 2 people are doing the work that 3 used to do. But there's even more work than what the 3 people used to do. So that sounds like bigger revenue, lower expenses, which should, all things being equal, work out to greater profit. But if you're just listening to the person complain, it might sound like there's no greater profit there, right? So we'll have to move past the service, relying on somebody inside the company to give you a little prips, because the prips them extremely unreliable. Extremely unreliable. And what people think is a prips is not usually a prips. So I really was asking you about Fesco because I thought you're going to say, like, you know, you're putting on the money, or you pack up your units now for later on or something else. But Jaja, the man, run left it. Not that I'm sad that you've done that. I'm sure you did it on some sensible basis.
No, run left, but I just transition some over to someone else. I still have people. Yeah. And then I just pressure me. We saw another pressure from this week. It was alright, that's it go. So you learn pressure build diamond, isn't it?
That's true. That's true. All right, let me not pressure you as much. Let me ask the other person that was on Gabos Dark. Have that right?
Good night.
What's up?
And then not too bad enough. I wanted to ask you and then a question about MFS.
About MFS?
So, yeah. I've been doing some research on the company and looking back from where SSLVC came from.
Mm-hmm.
And how them did the reverse takeover of the CW2 company. I was looking back on
music.
Yes. It comes to that. And I was trying to look back on My Mum in JA when after the reverse takeover happened, but I never get the data.
Why not?
But
it's there.
It said, well, when I go back, it stopped. For me, it stopped at like September 2018. And yeah, so
I know why, because JC changed the it looks like it's the same thing, especially on My Money JA, but SSLVC, it used to be a stock called Music, and I suspect they had another stock called Music, and then they switch it. There's a thing they do on the back end, so it's not necessarily the same exact thing. But it's a good point, actually. If there's something, I look into it as a project to add that data back. But I can tell you from memory that what you see, I mean, the share price stayed pretty stable for a long time. Stable meaning not much happening.
Okay.
Yep.
Second thing is, what
was your question though? What was your question?
I'm getting to it.
Oh, okay.
All right. Yeah, so the special purpose acquisition, the SPAC.
What's that?
I was looking in. It is basically a shell company. The same thing that SSLVC did to see the music company. They're doing to MFS is doing to SSLVC.
You're telling me or you're asking me?
Yeah, no, I'm saying. No, I'm saying. So I was looking. I was doing all the research.
But
sorry,
that's not
I know I keep interrupting you, but it's because I want you to be sure of what you're saying.
Oh, so you want
I'm asking if you're sure about what you're saying, because I don't know that it's correct. You're saying that what SSLVC did to C2W Music, and then you say SPAC. So remember, say it's not just me, you, and Dana. It's a bunch of people. So just for me, tell the people what SPAC is.
So all right, so a SPAC is it's like a shell company that when a private company does, instead of coming to the market to an IPO, they buy out the shares of a public traded company and change the internal operations and acquire a company underneath it.
That can be okay. So just to tighten that up, and I'm using Investopedia. Anybody watching on YouTube? Investopedia has it defined as a shell company formed to raise capital to acquire an existing company. The SPAC is Special Purpose Acquisition Company. That's what a SPAC is, right?
Yeah, man.
So again, a shell company formed to buy, to form to raise money. And when it raises that money, it's going to take the money and buy an existing, usually a listed company. That's a
Usual.
SPAC. So you're saying that what SSLVC did to music is a SPAC?
Honest, I'm not sure if that's but I think I'm sure about the what MFS did to them.
Okay, what did MFS do?
So they acquired a majority of the shares in the company
In SSLVC?
in SSLVC. So I
Mhm.
think it was 79 something percent, almost 80%. And I understand that they can't acquire all the shares or go over a certain threshold unless they have to unlist the company from the stock exchange.
I think
So
if they there is a threshold, correct. But I don't know that they can't. They can do it if they want. Your
well
background
they
low
can,
bad.
but
Yeah.
my background,
Yeah, it's a peanut all in, but no worry. It's good.
we can go in such a man the balcony.
Now if you're comfortable, go ahead, man. Finish finish what you're saying.
Oh, all right.
So
So
MFS acquired SSLVC, 79% of it. And they acquired it the 25th of May.
yeah.
Mhm.
So in the interview with Kalila, the CEO, Mr. Hines, was saying that by the end of September they have 2 acquisitions of companies of revenue of 100 million
Is that what he
that
said?
they something along that line. Yes, he said
Boy.
you have 2 companies that they plan to acquire at the end of September.
Okay.
Yeah, but I was looking into the research of SPACs and they were it's not, usually not. But
Um
is does that relate to the JC or because they're trying to use their market?
well, I don't know what you read, so I can't I
Yeah.
can't tell you one way or another about that, whether or not it's accurate.
You
Two,
know, it's
I don't know that this is a SPAC situation.
it also sounds like you're bringing broader points and then
Yeah.
and then the broader point, like usually SPACs XYZ. Why? Is there a reason for that? And then how does that play into the current situation? See our mature market thing. Actually know the thing you're looking at, why the thing happens, and then decide if thing there. Just like you do any other stock. You have a SPAC thing. That's like say manufacturing companies usually in our work. So if
Yeah.
usually, what's the line? Why that thing usually happen? Is it different?
Yeah.
If no, that isn't the case. If the thing that happens there that usually causes that isn't the case now, then that's what you're looking at. You're not
Yeah.
looking at
What
you're not looking at usual situation. You're looking at this situation,
yeah. Why
and then
why does it happen? Why did the thing that you read say that it happened? Why did they make less returns than usual?
Um, I never really dig deep into it, but I came up on some information, and it said that usually they sell after they receive the money, something like they sell down the shares equity, and there was a warrant. It sounded like a rights issue because they said the shareholders have a warranty or a warrant, which is basically a right to buy the shares which the company said to get the capital,
Mm-hmm.
or they can use equity. So sounds like an APO kindish, either
Well,
to get the money.
you're gone kind of far. Let me tell you something that I've been, especially funny enough this week, been pressuring some of the people more on. You see, if you want to make gains in the market, the more precise you are, the more it work out for you. You see how you're not very sure about, and there's nothing wrong with not being sure. Everybody starts somewhere. But you see how you're not necessarily sure about what it is that's happening, and then you're not really sure about what the thing is, and then you read that it don't usually make money, but you're not really sure if it matters to the market because this is a Jamaican market. Then you're not really sure if that's what's happening on the Jamaican market, and you're not really sure if it's a rights issue. You're not even sure why the thing that you're afraid of happens, and you're not really sure if it's a rights issue or an APO, which is a major thing to be sure of. That sort
Yeah.
of looseness in what you're doing is you can lose a lot of
Dangerous.
money there. Yeah, it's dangerous. What I would say is, step one, you want to know the thing that you're talking about. You want to be sure about the thing that you're talking about, right? And the best way I know to be sure of the thing you're talking about is the research. You have to actually know what it is. What does the SPAC have to do with this? I don't know that the MFS SSLVC situation is a SPAC in the way that you're thinking of a SPAC. What would the SPAC be in that situation? Which company would be the SPAC?
MFS.
So which company is MFS looking to acquire?
They haven't stated the name of the companies.
I thought you said you watch that Kalila thing.
Yes, it didn't say the names because someone in the chat said
He
they
said
said
the name.
capital. Someone in the chat said a name, and then Kalila said something like this. Sound like this person knows something, and then he laughed, and
Well-
then he kind of gave an answer and never really gave an answer at the same time.
He gave an answer, man. I watched the same thing, and we spoke about it previously on this. We spoke about it once or twice on Brick Talk. He gave an answer, and he said the name of a company, and he also gave a number, that 100 million that you're quoting. He didn't say 100 million. He said another number, a larger number than 100 million. That's why I was surprised when you said 100 million, because that's the number he gave. I'm surprised that you'd have brought it down to 100 million. So he said the company name. He said what
Capital
they're looking
Solutions
to do.
Limited.
You tell me what you have
Is
to
it-
tell me.
Capital Solutions Limited
What's that?
is it's a company. Mission. Bring it up. When I look about the company, it offers, like mostly investment and Cambia too. Investment services, fixed deposit. It has a portfolio in the US market. It has some in the Jamaican equities market. I can't remember anymore, but I know those
Cap
two
Solutions
stand
was
out to me.
Cambia?
Capital Solutions Limited. I'm not sure about the camera, but I know about the equity part. That I remember for sure.
You know about it. Okay, but how the Capital Solutions drop in?
That's why I was saying that somebody in the chat.
Well,
And
let
it's
me tell you,
like-
if you heard earlier when I was saying that, then I was saying that sometimes listening to the people that work at the company might be the worst thing, because those people can lead you astray.
Yeah, man, but it's not.
The company. Can you imagine how much loot people in a chat on YouTube are?
Yeah, but they not the reaction of the CEO is so, you can see that. Like even Khalida said, this person knows something. Guy laughed.
Post
when she
Khalid, I don't
mentioned
know.
it.
Post Khalid, I never know. Because the interesting part for me, what Dino said, I don't think Dino said Cap Solutions. But
No,
you
he
said Dino
didn't say
said
that.
company, but you go to the YouTube comment.
Yeah.
No, man, I never said that. I said
Or me
someone
said,
in the.
me said, I know. But you said someone in YouTube said Capsule, and me said Dino said something. It was pretty clear to me what the company Dino was talking about. What
He
Dino
said he said it. Yeah, he said
Yeah, no.
Yeah, he was very
Yeah, he
clear.
actually properly said it.
Yeah.
I'm
So
gonna go watch that over.
yeah, man, you want to pay
You
more
jump to the
attention.
YouTube.
Yeah, you want to
It
pay more
even mentioned the
attention.
revenue of the thing, and it was the YouTube comment one get the revenue now. The revenue. And the funny thing, the revenue that was mentioned, you cut it down, and then the YouTube comment name it attributed to that lower revenue. There's a lot of things you're really not sure of.
Yeah, you want
You're
to
probably complicating a lot of this for yourself.
yeah, man, you want to be a lot more precise. You want to be a lot more precise. You want to be a lot more sure, a lot surer of points that you're using to judge, and you want those points to be as I'd want those, for me at least, I'd want those points to be as precise and as accurate as they can be. You get me? So, like you mentioned, why did you mention Capital Solutions? Because of the chat comment?
Just the way when he reacted to the comment. And
Yeah, but where did you get
reacted
it
to
from? Where did you get Capital Solutions from?
Where did I get it from?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was if somebody said it in the chat.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you've been doing research on MFS.
Yeah.
I find that interesting then.
So tell me, what other
MFS.
research have you checked on? Because you say you went all the way back, you couldn't go past 2018. What about the stuff now? What about the stuff now? Do you read everything around the stuff now?
Well, I know I can't tell you everything, but yes, I read about some other stuff. So the plans that he has for the company and everything. So to me, from my understanding, he wants to transform it into this financial institution.
Let me ask you this: if you wanted to be sure if you've seen everything from the company, what's a way that you could do that? How could you be sure that I have seen everything from this company?
Seen everything?
Yeah. Because I ask you if you've read everything, and you say you can't say if you've read everything, but you can't say if you've read everything, but from what you've read. So how could you be sure if you've read everything?
It's a good question. I'm not sure.
All right. This is usually where I plug Grow. Right? I can tell you haven't done Grow. I would encourage you and anybody else to do Grow. Grow stands for Grow Rich with Research. It's a course that I do once a month or twice a month on the local market. It allows you to learn not just like answers to questions that I'm asking, but how to analyze companies. It makes you understand a lot about the stock market. It also helps you to understand a lot about what to look for when investing. It helps you to understand just the basics of investing. It's great if you're a brand new beginner, or it's great if you have some experience already and you want to build on top of it. You really want to check out Grow. I'd encourage everybody, including you, to do Grow.
Yeah, but probably if you do a refresher course, I did do it before.
Word, you've done Grow, no more vex. Because what do I say at Grow? What do I say at Grow? Where do you go if you want to know about
what the company
everything
do
from a
for
company?
money?
No, not just what the company does for money. If you want to know everything that the company has put out, the company is a public company, so it legally has to put everything out, right?
Oh, in terms of that, like this, they have to put it to the stock exchange.
There we go. You could check the stock exchange, but you also tell me you go one step further. Is you tell me say you look on My Money JA, and you went all the way back to 2018. So you know on My Money JA we have all the documents for the company on the website.
Yeah.
So if you are looking and you can see that, let's not even go for the old stuff, because that might be a lot to read. the recent things. Have you read the recent things?
Yeah, but the thing is, I didn't, because of work and stuff, I never really get to. I usually write them down, like what you give with the template, and that stuff. The whole with it, step
No,
by
man, I'm
step.
not talking about the analysis of the company, man. Just have you read the
Just
okay?
research.
Just the research. Cause you go as far as reading about SPACs on the Nasdaq, and you care about MFS. So I figure, okay, have you read the takeover document?
Yes.
You did,
Yeah.
cover to cover.
Yeah, maybe read it one time. I was like, I never going deep into it. I just, run through the outline they gave me. Like,
You bought into MFS?
no.
The outline I
You
give you is
consider doing
to,
it, right?
yeah, the outline I give is to actually read the document, man. There's no
Yeah, so I was going, alright. So
No halfway
the thing
crooks.
is, I can't tell you like everything about the document, but I can,
But I'm not asking you to tell me everything about the document. I'm just asking if you actually read the document. 'Cause if you actually read the document, there's a lot more that you'd know.
about the takeover, the document about the takeover.
Yeah.
A good amount of information in there. And when Randy asked where you hear Capital Solutions, I thought that's where you'd say side.
Yeah.
No,
I-
that means
Because a
I
lot
never
more
read it
information there than a YouTube comment.
yeah. No, that does mean
No,
that you
no.
never read it. That does mean that you never read it. But
yet. Yeah,
yo,
we never read
let
it.
me tell you another thing. I don't know if I said this at the girl that you're at, but I'll say it for you now, and I'll say it for everybody listening. And it's great for the learning curve. If you want to get ahead of a huge part of the market, you want like a little unfair advantage. It is actually surprising to me how unfair this is. It allows you to get so far ahead. It is truly unfair. Here's a trick. Just read the documents. That's all. Literally just actually read the document. If you just do that,
See, all that you've done, you're doing a lot more than everybody already.
trust me,
I can tell you how much people just don't read the thing.
at all. Like just read the document. Don't read an article about the document. Don't read a group chat about an article about the document. Don't read tweets about the headline about the document. Just go read the document for yourself.
Okay, yeah, man.
Think about it like somebody broke in your house and thief something. And you can either read the report from the person who them catch saying what they did, or you can read a tweet from somebody who read a headline for article written by somebody who read the details that the person put out about what them thief. Which one would you read?
The latter.
You'd read
one-
you'd read the document from the actual person, right?
No, you said the laptop, so you
the
read
source. No, the one
Yeah,
for the source.
You go to the source, exactly. So if you want to get ahead on the market, it is a crazy unfair advantage, and it is so cheap. You can literally just go and read the document. If you wanted to understand that MFS takeover, just go and read the takeover document. Tuesday,
You know what
May
I hear?
10th.
You know where I start hearing a lot of SPAC around
Where?
this situation? Based on when the last article where the VM guy was talking about SPAC and this whole
Yeah,
situation.
and that's the article I saw, and I'm saying, me look back.
I know.
Really
I know. When
look
I
into
look at it, I was like, "What the hell is going on here?"
Yeah, its own finance, its own good. You'd have to,
Yes.
yeah. Its own finance, it don't sound accurate, but its own
Because,
finance.
all right,
The word SPAC never even come into this situation at all.
Yeah, because there is a SPAC in this situation, but it's not.
Uh-huh.
It's not what you think it is.
In fact, I think the guy was even right about that part. What he was calling a SPAC wasn't the listed thing.
Exactly. Yeah.
So I find it very interesting that everybody then turns around and make this the SPAC, and it becomes a big talking point of SPAC. I remember me and these in Popular Big Talk laugh about everybody wants to talk about SPACs. That was 2020.
Yeah. It could become a SPAC.
Oh,
Yeah, it could become a SPAC. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They've spoken about it as if it's gonna become a SPAC.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not a SPAC yet. But it's so nice to say SPAC And then immediately, if you Google it, just like you said, you'd find a lot of the things on the NASDAQ saying that SPACs haven't done as well as people hoped. But that's also that's the news. That's somebody else who read a document about something that wrote a headline about it. You see how many layers are between that and the source document?
I don't think
Yeah.
news people are experts on murder, but they write about that.
Right? They're certainly not experts
Forensic
on
and
the
not
stock
on
market.
money.
Yeah, on business. So you have the advantage that we don't have in a lot of other things. You can go and actually read the source documents. So like I'd encourage you or anybody, if they want to know about the MFS SSLVC takeover, read the takeover bid. It came out on May 10th, I think. So long ago
Yeah.
it came
Audio
out.
sounds odd.
My audio?
Is it you or is it me? Yeah.
So I don't know. You sound clear to me. The takeover bid document came out May 10th. The takeover bid circular. I'd encourage everybody who wants to understand it to read that document. Is if you read that document, Gabos Dark.
It's
You
Colin,
will-
man.
Colin, okay. Colin, if you read that document, you will understand so much more about MFS, what they intended to do, why they're doing what they're doing. You will get so much more information, and I assure you that you can read this document. It's not beyond your understanding. It is written so that anybody can understand it. So,
All right.
yeah, man.
Yeah,
Look
man.
into that.
Thanks
And
for that.
ignore the NASDAQ stuff when it comes to SPAC and all that. You can ignore that. It has no real bearing here.
All right. Yeah. All right. One more question.
Yeah, no problem.
Is there hints or some things that we can look for because like how the company don't have any, cash or anything, and they would most likely want to raise, money if they acquire.
Says who? You're saying a whole heap of things on a basis that I don't know if you have. Says who?
Well, that's true. I'm just
No.
looking. I was looking at the balance sheet.
He's not saying. Careful. Ask you a question. It never
Yeah.
tell you so.
Oh, okay. Oh, all right. Nobody never said. I look at the financials, and they don't really have any assets or anything like that to generate any cash or income.
That is correct. Their financials are very, very poor. In fact, their full year results came out and they have made zero revenue, zero official operational revenue all year. So between April, May, and June of this year, literally zero revenue. They had some other income,
I
but even that,
was even surprised about that.
yeah, and for the entire year. So you listen to me now, so the people on YouTube would see this, or the people on Twitter would see. We're looking at the financials, and up to the end of their financial year, which ended June 2022, their official revenue line was zero, empty. They did have other income of 63 million, and that is actually from, I think, a write-off that happened. So it's not like they actually got 63. It's not like they got 63 million worth of cash. I don't know if my audio is bad.
I muted Gabo. You can free up soon. But that's why you talk and see if there's any interference there.
Sorry, yes, because he has a background that had some noise in it. Yeah. So up for the entire year, they got 63 million in terms of other income, but it's not real other income. It's not like it's not business them don't make that 63 million. It's not that 63 million in them bank account. You see, they had some payables that were written off, 14 million, and they have other 49 million, and that's not cash hitting the books. So the company's making no money. I'm saying that to say that I agree with you around the no revenue at all for the entire financial year, Gabo. So now with that said, what are you saying on top of it?
How they raise money, how they get money. So the company, how they get the acquisition by the company then.
But they told you that they're acquiring a company. That's what you say, right?
Yeah,
Your question to me is what?
but they wouldn't they need to fund the
No,
acquisition?
I mean, if
Would
you're
they?
buying something, you have to pay for it, right?
I
Yeah,
mean, how
so
much cash am I on books, Randy? Can just $1.
4.4 million. That's how much cash
I
you
have
have on the
100,
books.
by according to Gab, $100 million revenue company. I don't think that would apply too easy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Would you
so
sell
I
your
was-
100 mil revenue company for 4.4 mil, Gabo?
no.
All right. But you say you also did grow, so we're leaking out some more grower points. You've done grow, so you definitely heard this. How do companies raise money?
Yeah, man.
That's a question to you. How do companies raise money?
Oh, it's a all right. So they can do. They can go to the bank, or they can come to the market, or do a
Alright.
bond.
Yeah.
You know,
So it's
equity.
either them can borrow money or them can sell something and get money, right?
Yeah.
All right. So your question to me was what? How can the company get money?
Repeat that.
Your question to me was how can the company raise money?
No, man. What
It
I was
was.
saying is,
It
what I
was.
was saying is,
It was, you said it.
That's actually what you asked me. You
man.
asked me how can the company get money?
well, even that me mean to ask you.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. I was saying, is there anything, because it was the last big talk. It was saying like we can raise the same amount of money through the APO on the rights issue.
Yeah, there's no
But-
limit on how much money you can raise in an APO
Is there anything?
Or rights issue.
or a rights
Right.
issue.
Yeah, man. So is there anything that would sway them, to a specific decision between any of the options for raising money?
Common sense.
Then is right. Common sense. And I'll go one step further. Companies will not do an APO if they care about retail investors and if they care about their share price and if they, those two things. If they care about their share price and they care about retail investors, then they will not do an APO. Because an APO is literally destructive to your share price, which affects.
Death by 1,000 cuts.
Yeah, man.
Death by 1,000 sales.
Yeah, it affects your share price drastically, negatively, and that of course affects people who care about your share price, which would be retail investors like you and me, right?
Yeah, and he said, Mr. Hines was saying that.
You would hope unit trust security, though.
I hope they do. Sorry, go ahead. What were you saying?
He was
Colin?
saying that at the end of the the acquisition and everything, he was saying that the shareholders would be grateful or would be happy, and based on what they're bringing. But
I hear that from APO people already, too.
They are every
just
company
take it
head
with a grain of
always
Everybody will say
salt.
that.
Yeah, man.
There's nobody going to ever
say
say
that.
exactly.
Yeah, man.
Nobody's going to
Yeah.
ever say, hey, we're going to raise some money. We're doing this APO. It's going to suck for you. It's going to work for me. But so it go. If they're not, it's going to be like, you're going to tell you that the APO is good. Watch your share price fall, but more value.
Yeah, the company is more valuable, and they're not wrong. They pay value.
They're not
You've
wrong
done
at all.
growth, so you know what I say about value.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's more. The company is more value. The shares, that's a different story.
Here's a real example. You know what share price KP REIT started the year with?
No, I never actually pay attention to that stuff.
$9 per share.
Or is that no?
Well, when they were doing the roadshow for their APO, they spoke a lot about caring about the shareholders, right? They did their APO, and today it is at $7 per share. And
That's it.
the APO was at $7.50. So even the people who bought at the APO are at a loss now. Everybody who owned the shares, bought the shares before the APO, are also at a loss now. It's at $7 per share now. And you know what? Barring anything magical happening, I suspect it's going to be at this level for maybe the next 2-3 years. Easily. But when it was happening, the
Talk of the town was different.
was that they cared about the shareholders. So I'm saying that to say you can look at what a company head says. You You have to look at what their actions do. And if them say, it's like somebody say, yo, imagine if your neighbor say, no, I'm a rate you, I'm a rate you. But you see them throwing gasoline around your house.
I was going to use a different example.
No, but it's true. If you say your neighbor say you say you live in a board house, or your neighbor live in a board house, and your neighbor say them rate you, know, them really care about you. But you see them throwing gasoline around your board house. Are you going to go, oh, it's cool, I'm not going to leave this house because them rate me. Him say him rate me. Or are you going to get out before them go over them kitchen and get the matches?
I get out before.
All right. So, in the same way, you don't look at what company heads say, you look at what they do. So your question was, is there any sign that can show what the MFS leadership might do in terms of raising money? Am I paraphrasing you think your sentence correctly? Your question?
Yes.
I would listen keenly to what they say. I would look to see if they act like they care about the share price. I would take every chance. I would take every chance I would take every chance I have to ask. Yeah, any chance I get to ask them, I would ask. You know, at the AGM, that's a
plain
chance.
And clear. It's been more and more you hear it. Everybody that's selling them raising, you've been seeing it now. Because people realize, hey, I put my money in this, I go in for this raise thing, I keep hearing you guys sound very vague on. And when the time reached, when my money was supposed to look good, based on what you were saying about this whole thing, you hear APO. And then you see other people going, no, they go to the agent and say, is it a rights issue or an APO? I want to hear very clear there. If you get a vague answer, next month go and ask again. People picking up.
So that's what I tell you. I don't truly know what they'll do. Obviously, companies that are looking to raise now it's obvious that they're being offered APOs heavily because we're seeing them happen, even in cases where it absolutely don't have to happen. I mean, Fostrich is a clear example where Fostrich is a clear example where the fact that they went ahead and removed the preemptive rights, voted on, put forward a resolution to remove the preemptive rights, which is what allows an APO to be done. And in the resolutions, they were asking about rights issue / APO. That to me says that, yo, you literally never have to do that. There's absolutely no amount of money that you can raise in a rights issue, that you can raise in an APO that you can't raise in a rights issue. There's absolutely no party that you can't bring in an APO that you can't also bring in a rights issue. The only reason to do one over the other is that you care more about that other party than you do about your other shareholders. So I would ask, that's the simple truth. And we won't know until they come out and say whichever one they're doing.
All right.
Here's the thing though, bringing it back to the earlier point. You have to actually do the reading, right? Because all right, tell me something. If they say they have a APO, if they say they have an APO, are you buying?
No, sir.
Why not?
Because that they don't care about that can't make me money.
Me personally, if I own some shares, and if they said they're doing an APO, I would get out immediately. When I hear APO in any company that I'm in, I immediately look to get out. I immediately look to sell.
Damn.
Yeah. When I hear APO, I sell. When I hear rights issue, I buy. That's how it goes. So if I'm with you there, but here's the point I'm trying to seal it up with. Earlier when I was saying to you that, listen, you want to get a big advantage in the market, you want to get a quick advantage in the market, you want to get a major advantage in the market, the way to do it is to just read the documents. If you read the documents, it is very likely that you will know what they're doing a little bit ahead of other people, or sometimes a lot ahead of other people.
Trust.
Alright.
So, for example, I'd say I'd wrap it with this. You care about MFS. You look at their latest results. It came out about a little less than a month ago. So maybe 3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Hey, man, I'm saying we put it, man.
But you never really read them, right?
I mean, I scroll through the numbers and look and just read a little MDA. They said the outlook and all of that. And
What did they say they're doing in the outlook?
You know, they're introducing a new management team and board of directors, the combination of over 100 years and something like that. Basically changing the internals of the company.
You sure you read it?
Changing
All
the
right, watch
management.
me. Since you say you read well, I'm not going to go through the whole financials, but you say you read the MD&A, the management discussion and analysis, right? Which covered a couple of things. Tell about the profits. They had no operating thing, the revenue, no real revenues. The outlook is what you say you read, right? And this is what you said, 100 years, management team, blah, 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 correct?
Yeah. And also the revenue with them said them is a write off of the peer bills or something like
You read the next page?
that. Yes.
What did they say there?
I can't remember everything, but I remember something about MOUs, and I was looking up that for the two strategic acquisition.
And when did they say they're doing that?
And I didn't get this on the document. I saw this in the news article.
So I'll tell you, it is in the document. They actually said in the first quarter of the next financial year. Now, if their financial year ends June 30th, when does their first quarter start?
The first quarter, June 30th?
Their financial year ends June 30th. So when does the first quarter start?
It starts July, the Q3.
July 1. July 1, right?
The Q3. Yeah.
No, man. Q1 starts July 1, the very next day.
And the end, did you say the end? At the end, they will.
Don't jump ahead, man. That's where all people get lost. You want to understand the whole thing. Not that I'm saying that you're wrong, but I asked that question very deliberately. If the financial year ends June 30th, then the first quarter starts the next day, right? July 1.
Yeah.
When does the first quarter end?
The end of September.
Ooh. Big up Cartel. Anyway, when does the first quarter end?
September 30th, 31st.
September 30th, right?
Yeah.
And you said that on the interview with Dino. When did he say they're thinking about these acquisitions?
The end of September.
So those two things match, right?
Yeah, they match.
So you see how reading the document would have helped you even more with that interview? Because the document said in the first quarter of the next financial year, our team will be focused on the following. And the line that you mentioned was executing MOUs to complete our first two strategic acquisitions. And the first quarter ends September 30th. And today is what?
Today is the 9th.
All right. And you also said that for them to acquire something, them have to raise money, right?
Yeah, I forget the funds first.
I forget the funds. Yeah. Either raise or borrow. And a raise is likely. And them say that them tell you say them want to do the MOUs to acquire to them first two acquisitions September 30th. And today is September 9th. So we have 21 days.
Yeah.
You see how just reading the document would have put you way ahead of a bunch of people?
Yeah, but that I know now, I didn't know that.
Did you?
Yes, man, I know that.
From when?
From the start of the conversation, I know that because I actually want to ask you a question on MOUs because I look into that too.
You know I don't work at MFS, right?
Yeah, man, I know. But just the connection.
Well, I thought that would have been a huge connection for you just now. But go through if you have a
first. And you mentioned the Kalila. You mentioned you caring about this Kalila.
Let me hear it. Go through.
I already saw all of that and I said it could be, the rights issue with me would have want, so the price go up. But then I saw some article came out about the SPAC and I was researching more about the SPAC and then it said something about the returns and that kind of threw me off. So that's
But-
why I came on and asked one of the guys like, and then that's when I start go back and start look back what happened with SSLVC and the reverse takeover of the music company and all of that.
And so that made you decide against buying?
I had to, yeah. I never really buy because I'm like, because the MOUs, from my understanding, is an agreement more than formal agreement between two companies, and it sounded like they must say agreement like a merger, and then that tying back with what it was saying on the Nasdaq that post merger the returns and all of that gone down.
You make foreign lead you astray, brother.
Yeah.
Don't do that. Don't make them lead you astray. Stand firm. Oh, thing now, you know. Pay attention to the local market. Yeah, me too. I really want to make some jokes. Anyway, what's your question? Can you never actually ask the question what you said it have then? Since you said all of this stuff that you knew already. I thought I was helping to bring the curve up. And I'm hoping that people listening and watching can have the curve up. I remember, guys, if you have any further questions on this or anything else, send a speaking request. Just hit the speaking request button. If you want to talk about anything else, hit the speaking request button and we'll get to you next in order. So hit the speaking request and we'll do that. But yeah, go through.
MOUs, right? Memorandum of Understanding. I think that's what it means. It is an agreement between two companies.
Two parties.
An agreement. Does that still mean that they plan to? Well, it said acquisition, that's what I was saying because I was matching it with the information as they say over foreign, and it was saying merger. I keep saying merger.
Wait,
make we work with.
Read the thing.
Yeah, that's for the foreign thing. Work with what's in front of us and tell me what your question is.
The question is, I was saying, does that mean that there's a possibility that there could be a merger? But it said acquisition. So it kind of got confused with the two information. But
what's the question you're asking?
Does the MOUs mean that they can do merger instead of acquisition?
I don't think the MOU have anything to that. They said that they're executing MOUs to complete their first two strategic acquisitions.
So the MOU
is what?
So when they buy,
what is the MOU?
MOU is a memorandum of understanding. It's an agreement between two parties to do something. So they're saying that they're executing in the first quarter, which ends in a few weeks, in 2-3 weeks. At the end of this month, they're executing their MOUs to complete their first two strategic acquisitions.
So basically, they're saying them drop up some contract for say it legit or them gonna buy the companies.
They say that they're going to execute their MOUs to complete their first two acquisitions. You and me rate you the same thing. To me, I don't know. I'd want to break it down, but to me it's broken down. They're gonna execute their MOUs to complete their first two acquisitions.
Okay, I was mixing up the MOUs then.
With what?
And that is also I know that it was two companies because it said two strategic acquisitions. So I know it wasn't just Capital Solutions.
Okay, what else was it then?
I don't know the other one.
Why is it Capital Solutions?
Yeah, so why you say it's Capital Solutions?
I still find that funny. Because the one you're choosing as what's going to happen is the one that nobody has confirmed or said anything that is going to happen. Except that YouTube comment.
Yeah.
So that's a real question. Answer. Where did you get the Capital Solutions from?
From the interview on Kalila, the YouTube comment.
All right, that's sure that. Listen, pay more attention to what is actually said in the interview than what the comments say. Not saying you shouldn't read the comments, but if you pay, because I know the interview you're talking about, and he says a lot in that interview. He also names a company, And yeah, he names a lot. He names 2 companies, if memory serves me correctly. And read the actual official source documents from the company. Again, for anybody listening or watching, you want to get ahead. You want a cheat code to increase your earning, get further up the learning curve. Just read the document. Just actually read the documents. Because imagine that. All like this, getting a tip, let us say, about what is likely to come with this company and a timeline. All you'd have to do is read the first 2 pages. Literally just that. And them tell you straight up, before the end of September or by the end of September, they're going to do these things. And one of them was very, very clear. Execute MOUs to complete their first 2 strategic acquisitions. And you tell me the name of one. You say Capital Solutions, right? And what you said they do?
They do like cambios on loan and something.
Okay.
Yeah, man. So thanks for the talk. And
No
everything.
problem.
Thanks
No
for the
problem.
night.
I really want you to go through the document because I suspect when you go through the documents, you're going to be
A lot might change.
yeah, you're going to be
A lot of things they're saying, you can realize
Okay.
not really go how you say go, or the way you think about it might change.
yeah.
So,
And
yeah,
that's not
read
to say that they're
documents,
bad. That's not to say that their things are bad. They're literally good. You see, like this thing that we're just talking about, they're literally good, exciting things that are just sitting there that nobody has seen. Nobody has really spoken about or anything. If you want to get ahead of the curve. So I talk about not just the learning curve, but the curve itself, meaning when the crowd starts to pay attention to something, you want to be able to buy something before everybody excited about it, right?
Yeah, you always say that.
Yeah, man. So you want to be ahead of the curve. The one of the easiest ways to get ahead of the curve, just read the document.
Okay, yeah, man. We'll properly read it this time.
Please, because think about this, right? That's not the first time they mentioned that thing. And if you go off how do I put this now? If you go off the first time that they mentioned that thing, you would probably, that thing being the acquisition, you would probably be up right now because MFS is currently at $3.09 per share. You would probably be roughly, I'm going to say, if you bought it anywhere at the 150 level where it spent months, 150, 160, 190, you would, over the last 6 months, you'd probably have made close to 100% profit. If you bought it at the very, very first sign in writing, like when I saw it and I was excited, you would be up 343% right now. And that's all of that is within this year. So, trust me, if you take nothing else from this conversation, take that one tip. You want to get ahead of everybody else? Just read the documents. Just actually read the documents. It's almost unfair how good it makes you.
All right. Yeah, again, respect Don and respect Randy, you know.
Yeah, man. Big
Once
up,
a
big up,
day.
big up.
Yeah, man.
Cool. Yeah, then I was going to do a giveaway for this session. I don't know. It's a real nerdy giveaway though. Really, really nerdy giveaway. The poster is another poster based giveaway where so in the poster this week, the earning curve, there's a specific kind of curve here. There's always a hidden message in them. The 3 bricks moving along the curve. Of course, one is ahead of the others. Anybody tell me why this brick is ahead of all the others on it? I will give you a free seat at the next grow. I'm only going to give away one though. So if anybody can tell me why it's ahead, and you have to give me the actual proper reason, including, I won't give too many hints. Well, you won't have to pay at all for the next grow. If you try, you look at it, I'll give you a discount because it might be a harder question. So if you try your luck, you get a discount. If you get it right, you get 100% discount. And to try, all you have to do is send a speaking request, and we'll talk about it. So either way is a win-win. Either you win a little bit or you win a lot. Next up we had, all right, so there's 411 on Ramo, and then there's Tom Singh. So 411 on Ramo, what's up? Do you not? Am I? Okay.
Yeah, man, I'm here. Night.
Night.
Alright,
What's
boss,
up?
what's up?
All going Randy, what's up, Danai?
Yeah, boss, what you say?
Big up.
Boy, I'm there, I'm good. Can't complain. I have to say a big thank you and big up. I did the grower. I really learned a lot. Yeah, man, after I won the little discount, I was in the class. Boy, it was rough to do that for a whole day, though.
Yeah,
Imagine
me
Randy.
too. Imagine me, right?
That
The
me
guy-
I say, though, I don't know how him do that. It's rough,
yeah.
man.
You're passionate about it, you do it, man.
That's true. Because I was almost there to the end until about up to 1 o'clock. Then I had to,
Cut out.
work.
Yeah.
Yeah, work.
Yeah. Also, you
early
got
in
a
the
lot then,
morning.
cause after that, it's just like I was talking to people, answering them questions,
Yeah,
Q&A, that
it.
sort
So
of thing.
at
Yeah.
that point, I think it was good for me to jump out at that point.
All right.
Bueno.
I'm glad you got good value
Yeah,
out of
man,
it.
value for the money. I can't say it enough. I spoke to a couple of friends and I was telling them about it, and I say it's the best money I've spent so far, other than
Yes,
that
sir.
I've spent on the stock market.
Yeah, sir. Thank you very much.
Good.
People, I never tell him to say that, but I agree with him 100%. I never tell him to
man,
say
I
any of this
really-
at all, but I'm
because
glad, thankful that
I
you're
can-
saying it.
Yeah, man, because I can say, honestly, after doing it, I identified a lot of things that I was doing wrong and my approach and how I looked at things, because I saw myself chasing certain things, and at the end of the day, I ended up in a loss. So it's really about trying to stay ahead of the curve, doing your reading and not read so much into what other people are saying, but actually do your own reading. You know?
And it's not that you shouldn't talk to people, because there's a lot.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something. You see, like the grow grads, the grow community, the grow specifically the monthly grow subscribers, like that group, like we talk about things, right? And I'm always pushing them in one way or another to try and bring the growth up, because the earning curve, I want the earning curve, just as a personal point of pride, I want the earning curve for that group to be higher than everybody else. So I want them to be fired, and they're really good already as it is. But I'm saying that to say that to have people that you can talk to about the stock market is a wonderful thing. It's a no, go ahead.
Yeah, I can see that, and I do share that point, because it makes it a lot easier when you have persons that you can talk to and really discuss certain things, strategies, probably stuff that you're seeing in the market and stuff like that. So I've been in a couple groups, and sometimes it's almost as if people talk about certain things but not really saying much to probably validate what their decision is or what they've been doing some of the time. Sometimes it seems that way to me when I'm in the group and you see the conversations and people not really speaking clearly, but they're saying enough for you to try and interpret what they're saying, just to validate what they're doing in the market, or probably to lead you to do something that they're doing in the market. So sometimes it's hard to pick up, all right, is this person being genuine in the conversation, or is this market manipulation, or what have you?
Brother, this man come on the show, come throw him stone. Alright, I'm not sure what you're talking about. I'm not sure which group you're talking about. I know it's not my group you're talking about. But
No, man, no.
I know it's not my, and you don't need to say any group. I'm not trying to shame
Yeah,
nobody.
I don't
but
need to. But
I
it's
like
not
your
only in
point.
groups, even social media, when you take a look at, people tweet, people talk, buzz around certain things, everybody want to get them 2 cents in, or everybody want to drop them hint or them shade here and there,
Yeah, there's a lot of that, but I was even touching that. I have a thing I always say, right? Everybody has an opinion when it comes to investing, but it's not every
Very
opinion is worth listening to.
Valid.
Yeah, not every opinion is
Yeah.
valid. And as the market gets larger, as more people come into it, as more people look at it as a place or a lane for themselves, you're only going to get more and more and more of that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the truth is, investing is for everybody. Investing in the stock
Very
market is
true.
for everybody, even the people them who want it just be a lane for themselves. I'm not stopping a soul. I encourage everybody to come in, but I tell everybody that if you are actually investing your money, I'll even touch if you invest in somebody else's money. If you actually invest in your money, it is your responsibility to ensure that the people you are listening to know what they're talking about and are telling you sensible things, and not just sensible things, are also telling you applicable things. You
Especially
don't,
for you and your money.
yeah, man.
The car isn't to
Yeah.
a next man and do the. It's like I always say, you walk a lot of investment professionals will force their goals onto your money. So they
Their
say,
their
you're
monthly
investing,
sales goals.
that's even
Yeah.
worse.
Yeah, that's
That-
true because that's
yeah.
why whenever I have conversations with persons and they may say certain things, the first thing I do is I pull articles or I try to read. Because I remember early in the year, January, I did some reading and that was when no one was really talking about Fastwitch at the time and I was speaking to a financial advisor and I said, so what do you think about this? And it was almost as if she was like, "No, you sure you don't want to look at this?" And they were
They were
telling
like,
me about JP at the time. You
Oh,
sure
no.
I don't want to invest into this or look into that as a? But I'm saying, no, man. Based on what I'm seeing, what you think about this? And I'm saying, this is the professional. This is the person who was assigned to me to, guide you along this whole investment journey. But it's like they're almost
sorry
trying
about
to
that.
tell you, no, man, do this instead. But I'm saying, look at the numbers. Look at this. This is what I want to do.
I'll tell you
And
something I've also found.
yeah,
A lot of those people don't invest. A lot of those people, they as Randy says, a sales goals thing. So on the sales floor, I do sales. The typical job for an advisor is sales. It name advisor, that's not the job. The advisor gets the advice that they're giving you from the research team, and the research team often has a narrow view of these are the companies we're looking at. And
Yeah.
often it's funny because whatever the research is done or whatever, it's not necessary for it's not doing research for you. Or they're not even looking at every stock or whatever. It's
exactly.
this is
And
what we
that is
do
the
and
impression I
thing there.
got.
So if you're picking everything off of the list of things on the market isn't the list that the salesperson get when them reading the research report that reached to them. So I say fast reach what's going on there. Then boy, I'm not reading about me about JP, so what we talk about that.
Exactly.
And then here's the fast reach probably bad at $8 because no reason other than me not reading no steals and I can't get upon that, but I can't not sound like that. I have to sound like I know.
At what
That's my
point were
job.
you looking at Fastwitch this earlier in the year?
I can tell you because I usually take notes on all the stocks that I want to look into. So this was
Oh,
January
that's a good habit.
19,
That's a good habit.
Jesus.
January 19, 2022. At that point, Fastwitch was at $12.40.
No, $12 and
Man, no,
1
man.
cent. $12 and 1 cent. January 19,
You know what? You
2022.
can probably get the 1240.
12.01.
Can look on the queue and say where me can buy it.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's what I looked at.
It ended January 19th at $12 and 1 cent. Somebody
1 cent.
talked you out of putting money into it then?
In my notes, I had it at $12.40 because even at that time, Fontana was $7.70 at that point.
We'll work with the 1240 that you have. My God.
Yeah.
You understand how much money.
Yeah.
So just for context, so people can understand what he's saying. If he had put his money into Fastwitch on that date at that price, if he had put $1 million in January 19th, he would now have 3,247,580.
I said, don't remind me.
Don't remind me because at this point, I would what you call very new investor. So
And
I
65
didn't know
cents.
much.
Jeez,
Right.
yo, what, brother? That's $2 million worth of profit them talk you out,
Man, tell her. I always look on it and I laugh about it now.
And you say,
But it
you know,
taught me.
the
You
part
see,
of it.
somebody said something. You know, the best thing you can learn is when you lose money or potential earnings. It teaches you a lot.
It does teach. I don't know if it's the best, but it does teach you. It should teach you. But I don't know if it's the best, but it does teach you.
Yeah.
Because I would be livid. What does a person tell me? It's $2.2 million. If you on January 19th, if you
not
put the
even
money in
on,
JP instead, 21.99.
And I've been
bro,
watching
if the
JP
person
since
had
she
an
said that.
opinion, I'd have said Janu. You get me? If the person say, yo, if the person that, yo, this is why I don't think Fast Rich thing there. Versus, nah man, JP my boss.
Yeah, I don't
That's the
remember
crazy
them
part to me.
saying that. They just gave me the
No reason
options
though,
as
so you
to,
go.
yeah. And but at this time, learning, and I'm like, all right, this is the person, So at that point, when I saw that, I realized,
No,
no
finish
man, I
that. You
need to.
thought this is the person that what? I don't want you to say the person's name or where they work, but I want the thought that you had. Because that's a beginner thought. I want you to finish it.
Yeah, because what I was saying is, all right, this supposed expert is their advice that they're giving me. So, as somebody relatively new
It's
to
not
the
what I thought you were
investing,
going to
this is the
say.
person.
Okay. No, sorry. Continue.
Mm-hmm.
No, yeah. Continue.
Yeah, so I was like, this is the person that should know about the market and should give me solid and sound advice. So naturally, you're going to think, all right, I need to listen to this person. So that
Yeah.
was my mindset and thinking at that point.
Boy. So again, for the context of everybody listening, if he had put $1 million in Fosrich at that point, he would have made 2.2 million in profit, meaning on top of his 1 million. If he had put the 1 million into Jamaica producers at that point, you would currently have less than $1 million today.
Yeah. Yeah, look it. I still track JP based on their recommendation. I still look at it because at the time when they were telling me about it, JP was at 22.50 based on what I have here. It was at
But they know the number, they didn't say, era. Janu style.
Sorry. So at 22.50, if you put $1 million in JP, you'd currently have $898,221.22. So you'd have less money now. And your little amateur thing that you're telling them, if you had put your money in that, if you had put your million in that instead, Fosrich, you would have $3.2 million now.
Yep. Crazy.
Yeah. So I mean, earlier I use a chance once it done. I use a chance to plug my course, and I recommend to everybody. I mean, thank you for the good, natural, honest feedback and
Man,
push for the course.
honesty, man. Trust me.
And anybody who wants to learn to do it, again, everymickle.com/grow. You can learn these things yourself. From you can read, from you can go shop and come back with the right change. From you have sense, you can invest on the stock market successfully. But if you don't even want to go through the trouble of it, I can vouch for one advisor, Danai Hall, dhalladvisor.com. He will not be making that sort of mistake with you at all.
When you go in the thing, wait, okay, I'm talking about. Like, what was the conversation? You walk into the brokerage house, or you say to the advisor, like, you say you want to buy stocks. What's the conversation that happens?
Initially, my first point of entry when I spoke to them was about Wistinko. And I did buy Wistinko at that point.
No, man.
But then
I mean,
let him finish.
Yeah, I'll clarify it.
What I looked at and said, all right. Not hearing.
No, we're hearing you. We're hearing you clearly, man. Go through.
You're saying.
Yeah. So looking at everything, it was a company poised for growth, and they're looking to move into certain markets that can possibly increase revenue. So, and at that point, that's what I really spoke to them about. Say, what do you think about it? Based on the numbers that I'm seeing, the earning potential is there. This is a company with cash and they're earning as the months go by. And I think this is a good entry point because at that point I was starting to look at certain things. So I was like, this is a good entry point to go into the company. What do you think? So as I said, they didn't really give me a case. No man, don't look at that. It was like, well, you want to more look at long term, and these are the companies that
That's it.
they outlined to me. That are this is if you want to we generally look at long term investments. So these are the companies you really want to put your money in.
That's what I was saying. Advisors usually give you them goal for your money. You don't. Well, I ask, the conversation isn't what do you actually want from your money, right?
Yeah,
It's just
never
you
that.
come here. Here are these stocks, and what we expect from these stocks. Cool. And anything after that is cool. The money should go to those stocks. But anything the stock do, that's what you're supposed to get out of it, right? So it's not, boy, you know some more. I want to make 50% by end of the year. Fast Rich makes sense. It's not. I walk in. It's the basis of Fast Rich making sense is if Fast Rich makes sense, and then no, Fast Rich don't make sense because we usually look long term, man. The thing you're talking about, we think, oh, it sounds sensible, maybe, but guess what? We usually look long term, and JP is a good long term stock. I love JP as a long term stock. I don't love JP for what would have done to your money because you never had a conversation what your money should have done. It's just JP Fast Rich, we think of JP. That's crazy. So what I said earlier is I would understand if the conversation was I don't think Fast Rich can do what you need for the money you want. Like, yeah, that's wrong. But at least at that basis, boy, you know, so I don't really think so. It's just Fast Rich are foolishness by JP. And here we are.
And that is the thing. It speaks to what the amount of knowledge I had as well. Because if I had the knowledge I had now, I could have stirred the conversation and lead it more to what you're saying now than
No, if you had the knowledge you had, you wouldn't have the conversation. That's the truth.
Yeah, you don't need nobody for buy.
You
You
just
just
say,
buy
open
your
your
Fast
account,
Rich.
cool about business.
Yeah,
just buy your
that's
Fast Rich.
also true. But you know, as we say, you said you want to have conversations with people, bounce ideas and
Trust
talk.
me, know.
Yeah,
One of the
so
first places we'll go to is the advisor in the houses and we talk to them. And we all learn that lesson very quickly.
Yeah. So what I meant was
Because
that
I don't know
I meant that
What's
you want to have a. It's great, like how I can have a conversation with Danai about the market. That's what I mean, right? It's great that Danai can have a conversation with me, right? Some people are on this every week. Right? Like I joke with Pickles all the time about Fesco because I'm Richard and him talk about stocks, not just Fesco, about a whole heap of other stocks, other plays, right? In the group I mentioned, we are very serious about the marketing there. So we have conversations about profit, about how to get the profit in a real way. You have your brethren them, nothing nice like you have a brethren that you can talk to your brethren about the market. And it's not just whether or not this sound good or that sound good. You know, it's repeating points. It's targeted, sensible conversations directed towards helping you to get whatever your profit is, right?
yeah.
Nothing beats that. For me, that's an amazing thing. I would not expect that sort of conversation from a I wouldn't go to a broker expecting that. I expect that from a brethren who also in the market and looking for conversations around it, somebody to bounce the idea off. Maybe you know something I don't know. Maybe something make more sense to you. Maybe you learn something, right? Maybe you read.
Yeah.
You tell you another good thing. You have the person or persons that you can talk about the market, and they're actually doing the active work too. You see how, like I was saying to the guy before you, that one of the ways to get ahead in the market is to just read the document.
Read. Yeah, man.
No, everybody not gonna read the documents, and everybody can read. Well, some of us can't, but you should learn if you can. But everybody not gonna read every document. Maybe you have the life fight, the eye fight, the time fight, whatever. But you might can read one, right? So imagine if Pickles read the Fesco, then I read the Fast Rich, me read the MFS, you read the You read the Dolphin Cove. Now, when all four we sit down, we talk to each other. We're talking at the chat group. I am listening to Danai talk about the Fosrich, and him saying things that make sense to me based on something I read somewhere else, because all of these companies follow the same financial rules. And there's some things from all of them that you can take. And he's also saying things and putting forward points that I didn't know because I'm not the one who read that company. But when we're talking about the company that I read, I am putting forward points that them don't know. And in that mix, we suddenly have four people that can talk about four companies very, very well and pick out it. And suppose out of that conversation, they turn out and say, okay, two of them really, really good. Suppose that MFS point, suppose out of that conversation, that MFS point came out and it came out the months ago when we could have read it. Suddenly, all four of us are benefiting from the work that one of us did, but all four of us contributed. Versus if you just had say the point to everybody else, I say, you make the same gains as everybody else. You're jumping at the stock when everybody else jumping. You're jumping when it's hot. And then suddenly your edge is not based on the research and the work you've done. Your edge is based
the right
on
person at the right time.
that's why everybody's looking to get a big reserve in an IPO. Because that's the edge that they can get. That's the edge that they can get. I get the right link and the link put me onto a whole heap of shares versus the document that just everybody just saw if you're looking on YouTube or Twitter. The document that said clearly end of September, MOU for 2 acquisitions executing then. And you talk to your brethren who read the document in August.
Well, I'll give you one better. Let's talk about now. Because we know we can look at a point in time where we know we were talking about certain things with SSLVC.
Oh.
And the talk wasn't there.
So many companies.
$1 something we buy MFX for, or SSLVC for.
Yeah.
At a point when the talk was, imagine that. Imagine if I was to you guys, if you're buying MFS at the price and that they've been bought, then losing them last asset soon, and
yada.
The guys that buying very likely not buying for a nice price. I'm like, imagine that.
Yeah. Yo, sorry, not to cut you, but to add to that nice point, that's another thing too. Remember this. When I say it, and everybody say, yeah, but when you think about it, not really. I said it to the last guy that was on. I said, everybody wants to buy the stock before it's hot, right? So that when it's hot, you can be the one selling it, right? I don't want to buy Fesco when it's at $4. I want to buy it when it's at $1. So a couple months later, when it's at $4, I benefit, right?
Right.
You know what? Everybody say yes, that, but the truth is everybody don't want that. Because you know what that means? That means buying Fesco when nobody's talking about
Nobody talking about it.
That means buying.
Everybody saying Fesco going down. What's going on?
Yeah. That means buying. That means buying MFS when it's still named SSLVC in January.
And everybody say how foolish is this?
And everybody's saying Godspeed to those people who are buying it. You will need. We're social creatures, so it is good to have that social construct around you, or people that can say, yo, ignore Twitter or ignore the noise out there. Remember say we did look at XYZ point. I remember say this thing. I remember say, oh yes, yeah. For a second I got caught up in the noise, but as Swebe always say, ignore the noise, focus, right? Execute it. For you to do that, it requires you to have the people around you that can help you, remind you sometimes you need to do that. So then I given a very real example. The point at which, I wasn't going to say, but since in point out, the point at which go time on SSLVC, obviously the flag has flown. Now we knew about it. We're paying attention to it from before. We knew that there must be something happening there, but we don't know when. Right? You don't know for sure. You don't know when, but you know there must be something happening. But January 20th is when they say, go time based on the public notice. January 20th. Imagine having nobody around you and you deciding to take your $1 million. So it's so funny you said January 19th you're looking at Fosrich. And but then again also nobody's talking about that. January 19th, I think the thing that was hot was Fesco. Fesco's getting hot, or was that February? Whenever Putin invaded, Fesco got hot. But I think then CPJ would also have been hot. January, early January.
Hot at the time.
Not the CPJ. IPO. Spurtree had just IPO'd in January. So Spur Tree is the hot thing on the market. Imagine instead of putting your money into Spur Tree, you're buying SSL VC for 90 cents. And then a couple of days later, it come out say the people that are taking it over in the notice that you read on January 19, those people are buying it for 9 cents. And you just paid 90 cents sound cheap until you hear that somebody's buying 70% of the company for 9 cents. Literally 1/10 of what you just paid. For you to not do like everybody between January 25th and February 2nd and sell requires you want to either have balls of steel, nerves of steel, or the right set of people around you that can go, yo, forget the noise. Remember XYZ. Here's this point. Here's this thing. This is the thing why this is XY, like these points. If I have that around you, that helps you get up the curve hugely. So you really need that. Don't look for that. I do not know any advisory outside of Danai that you can do. And even I wouldn't put Danai under that kind of pressure because I don't think in January you'd have put people in this. Because just from a fiduciary duty sort of perspective, this would be much higher on the risk, the official risk scale. But
Yeah, definitely.
on my personal investment scale, my common sense scale, it's a no-brainer. But if it was just me and I never have like a Danai to talk to, Danai never have me to talk to, I might have ignored it. No, right? But again, like I said, if you
Right.
bought it for 90 cents then, it is currently worth over 300% more right now. And them just reach September that them tell us that them looking to
You know what I imagined? When
them
I
looking
saw
to
it?
do them this. Go ahead, Danai.
When we were talking, we bought. And I thought immediately, if I tell a client to buy this, and I know because the noise was there from jump. The noise was there hard. And imagine I tell someone to buy this. And then buy it at $2 after the first bounce. Soon, when everybody decides they are stupidness, and people will be very likely selling heavily when everybody else in stupidness is. I couldn't explaining that to somebody. That's a thing that you buy it at 2, it drop to 1, and we go buy more. That's the type of thing people don't listen to me on.
Yeah, always them say buy the dip.
Yeah, that's talk from
Sometimes.
people that don't understand. Buy the dip is a real thing, but that's talk from people that don't really understand.
And not every people buy.
That's an
That's
example
what
of something
always-
that
If you know, but there are other factors that cause the dip. Though.
Yeah.
So,
that's
yeah,
that's an example
first
of
situation or something.
yeah, that's an example of one of those things that sound good, but it might not be applicable in your situation.
Right.
Yeah, in your situation might not really be the best thing. Buy the dip. How you know it says a dip? How you know it coming back up? How you know you're not buying just the first part of a really long fall?
Really big up CRC, man.
Oh God.
Because that was a talk. That was a buy the dip stuff. That was a buy the dip stuff.
Ooh, I bought the dip.
Everybody was saying,
I bought the
See,
dip. Yeah, I bought the dip, and the next day I was like, wait, no, this is not the dip for me. Look like the real elephant thing. It a dip again. This look like the dip that everybody should buy. I bought the dip, and then it start dip. I'm out. But that's me, right? No, imagine if your people around you that helping you up the curve, they're saying, yeah, man, buy the dip. So you buy the dip.
it was at 120. You saw somebody
Yeah,
buy for
man.
120 just the other day, you know.
So
And
you
yeah,
buy-
you said, that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, so you buy it at 70 and it dip again. Now it's 60. Buy the dip. It dip goes 60. It dip from 67 to 60. Here we are in August. It's still at 60. And I don't think it's coming. This dip look like it have a long lasting effect. So
That's all.
No, people won't carry cement.
yeah, there's a lot of
But
volumes.
even you know, I started out the conversation where I started because I realized I was wondering. I thought somebody would have mentioned. I don't see anybody talk about the glitch. And what is your opinion on the fact that most persons were saying they expected 4 consecutive days of one halting going up $3, but they're saying that glitch caused no people to panic and started to sell. I know you see that the price
That is
actually
cheap.
going down.
Which
What
what we're
do
talking
you guys
about?
think about that?
What price is going down?
they were saying one in terms of
Oh, the
share
stock
price,
one.
something like that. And today it closed
Uh,
off at what, 190 or 185, something like that.
I think the glitch was a very easy thing to blame, but
That's why I'm saying most people were saying that.
the people often look at the side of they ever view them standing on one side of the window. They never go walk outside and say, what you look at from outside? Because two sides on every trade. Everybody decides that it would have halt up because thing that the truth is the glitch is just people making orders. So guess what? If
to be fair, hold
if
on,
the
hold
glitch
on.
call it to fall, why the glitch never call it to rise?
Well, let's
That's what I was
The
saying.
glitch,
again. No,
But
we're
the
not.
glitch never
Well,
put no order lower.
let's
what
let's
they were saying is that they weren't seeing much orders in the queue. There was mostly orders for $1.60 or
so
$1.65
people
or
so there
something of
were
the
orders in
sort.
the queue then.
Yeah.
Apparently, but there wasn't a lot, and it
No,
was
there
at
were
a
orders.
small.
I know people. There are people like I said in that subscribers group. Well, those people take the market seriously. There are people in there. I'm so proud of them. There are people in there who that was a learning moment, teachable moment for some people, and they did learn. Some people got units for 160, one little bit on that date, and you wouldn't necessarily expect to be able to get units at that level this early in
Right,
an
because at
You
the
IPO.
see, you
point
see,
it
you see,
was
you
it
see
was
anything
at
trading at 160? No.
No,
As much
you
as
know,
it a fall, it's not there.
well, let's bring everybody up to speed. And big up David Rose for writing this article in the Observer about the technical glitch, so people know what we're talking about. On September 7th,
David really know the glitch them, man.
yep, David wrote an article on September 7th. Sorry. So September 6th, the article came out on the 7th, so the Wednesday, but he's talking about what happened the day before. So on the 6th, there was a glitch. A glitch with the JC, with JTrader.
J
JSC.
Trader itself.
Not JTrader, JSC, because it's not just JTrader it
Yeah,
affected. It affected
JSC.
a lot of things. In
Said
fact, David even
NASDAQ.
mentioned that
That's supposed
My
to.
Money JA, well, in China, My Money JA had a up, which we did have a banner up stating that we had issues from our data provider, which we did have issues provider. So the market was down, and JTrader, which is the biggest platform and the best platform on the market, was down, and there were orders that were not necessarily going in, and the queue itself was not accurate things, but trading was still happening. As David reported when he spoke to Dr. Street Forest, who is the JSC's MD, she said that trading on a normal market was not down. And so he asked if, I don't know if he asked or if it was reported that the question was asked if they thinking about extending trading hours, because if let's say between the market's only open for 3.5 hours every day. So if you lose the first hour and a half to a glitch, are you
Enough.
going to extend the market by another hour and a half? And she pointed out that trading on the market was not down. So they weren't in a position to extend trading because the online facility, being JTrader, was down. She's pointing out
And,
that
and, and she said that you must call your broker to put in your orders. But I'm saying on a normal day, God go there if you call your broker and get them. Much less
Trust me.
if
God go if
10
you
or
car your broke and get what you need to get.
and just imagine 10, 15 people calling the line to
10,
place orders.
15, 20 people,
10, 15, 20, hundreds, thousands.
Right.
hundreds of people. I think
I've seen a
maybe,
brokerage show on a glitch day, all right? Madness.
yeah.
And that's still not everybody trying to do them thing.
And this is day what? This is day
It was at day 3.
3 or day 4? 2, 3. Day 4 of an
Thursday,
IPO.
day 4.
Of an IPO that had how many people applying to it? I think 10,000 or something like that, or 14,000. Oh, double digit, tens of thousands. Thousands of people applied to it. And on day 4, it it, she's not wrong. Trades did go through. Like I said, even in my, there are people in there who traded, who got units traded. And the JC has a rule that I agree with. They have a strong rule that I agree with. If a trade crosses the market, as long as it's within the rules, as long as it's within the circuit breaker rules and the trading rules,
Trade is a trade.
they will not reverse it. I actually agree with that rule. That's a hard line that I think the JC has to have, and I respect that they have that. So that means the people who were able to get units for cheap on that
I
day,
gotta want to talk.
they got their units for cheap, and as well they should. I'm not necessarily disagreeing with her. The trading was not down. Yes, maybe the biggest platform was feeling the issues the most, but she's right. If you could call in to a brokerage desk and they put in your order on their backend system, you could have traded. And as I said, people did get trades through with JTrader. So it's a sad situation, but people understand what the glitch is that's being referenced and what happened and what the JC's point, is and what the JC's stance was. No, your question was whether or not that negatively affected one-on-one.
Right.
Because go ahead, let me hear it. Because what?
Most people were saying, oh, they were looking to blame the new investors that come in on the market, because they say most people would have seen 100% profit and are quick to sell now. So people are
Imagine.
trying. So that's why the price fell and stuff like that. So it was just a lot of noise around the whole situation.
I
That's
feel
why
so sorry for new investors. And everybody decides that they are so stupid for doubling
Right.
their money.
That's what everybody, that was the opinion pretty much. Why not hold and watch the price go even higher before jumping out so early? That was the point.
The point being, why not? I mean, you
Why
think
selling off so much, and because they're relatively new, they're panicking because of the glitch and seeing the numbers, the trade price going down.
you think
so
it's the
want
new
to-
people who sold? You think it's the new people who sold?
Well, I don't have an opinion on it, because I don't know who is trading.
Exactly.
All
So
I
why are we
see
assuming that
just
it's the new
orders
people
in the
that
queue. I
sold?
don't know who it is, whether new or old or.
I agree with you, you know. So my question is, what makes you think that that those were selling were new?
Right.
I don't know
But-
that.
And that was my thought as well, but most persons were of the opinion analyzing the situation and saying they feel like it's the teachers and the reserve share people catching in because of what they saw happening that day.
The teachers can't catch a break, right?
We're not gonna blame the teachers. It was like for them it was maybe the first day of back to school, or the second or the second week of back to school. I don't know if it was the teachers. You say it might have been a lot.
Bathroom go trade.
I think a lot of the people from the reserve queues, and the reserve queues there are quite a few reserve queues for one-on-one. There was the key strategic partners who got all their shares. There were Sagicor. I don't know if it says Sagicor applicants. I don't know if Sagicor employees.
It's the employees in the infrastructure.
Employees. So persons in the
who work there.
investment.
So I'm not gonna call those
investment
people.
employees.
Yeah, not that some of them can be new, but people new. Sagicor is the lead broker also, so I don't know that I'd call the employees new. Teachers, some of them could be new, some of them could not. We heard last week from Teacher Striker. She knew, but she deadly. And then their employees. Sagicor people got 450K as a base, plus 1.1% above it. Teachers got 80,000 as a base, and 3.4, call it 3.5% above it. Employees got 500,000 units as a base, and 9.8% above 2.23% above that. I don't think it's the new people and I don't think it's the new people and the teachers that should take the blame. I don't think that's who it is. And I don't think there's any blame to be had.
453,000. Yeah, trade.
Yeah,
I
I
don't
don't-
sound like somebody that got 5,000 shares.
Yeah, see, September 6th. If you go from that, let me look
Let's
at the by the way, big up our sponsor, mymoneyja.com. Yeah, which has wonderful data for us to look through. So you can actually see what happened on the day, right? First of all, let me make it clear. I'm not blaming any teachers. I'm not blaming anybody who sell. Let's not pretend.
Yes.
$2. Congrats. There's no blame to be had.
Profit. Don't
Yeah,
blame money.
If somebody thinks that the company is great, the shares are great to hold for the long term, whatever that is,
Right.
then it's an opportunity for you to buy it for cheap. And it's even an opportunity for you to buy even more. Right? If you truly
You
believe
hardly
in
ever hearing that, though. He was always cussing the guys that sell it because the money can't move yet. Because they really need this double profit, the triple profit.
Yeah,
No.
I would not
And that-
exactly.
Buy
I would
dip,
not.
man.
Yeah, I would not be. I think about this, right? The teachers get 80,000 plus the little bit above. Now look on the trades from that day. My Money J allow you to see the actual trades from that day. On that day, there were 1,617 trades. Not many, and I'm going anecdotally here. If I thought of this before, I'd have actually tabulated the numbers together. But there are not many 80,000 or 80,000 region shares. Right? Maybe the 93 is at 80,000 region, maybe the 100. I mean, you can never tell for sure, but 376,900 single trade. I don't think that's a teacher. I don't know. It could be a teacher that applied for with a lot of money. Would have been a very rich as minus 80K from that for you to get 300 and odd grand or 200 and enough grand is
Above the thing there.
3.5%. You'd have had to put millions. 267,000. Yeah, you have some small 1,000, 5,000, but I expect that because members of the public got 5,000 and a little bit. Them put them 5 grand in to try. They never put 5 grand in. Them probably put a lot more and end up 5 grand and a little change. Them going this thing to make money, so there's no surprise they make money. I actually tweeted out that what's happening is that a lesson in market knowledge, and it really is in market knowledge understanding. I wouldn't have put out before that I predicted that would have happened because finance carry feelings. Everybody up in them feelings with it, right? People think that I'm pushing the stock or I hate one-on-one, nothing of the sort. I neither love nor hate. Actually, I'm happy that one-on-one is serious, another company on the market. It's another opportunity for gains. But people that take it the wrong way. But I privately, this was predictable. What's happening now is predictable with one-on-one, and I'm not blaming the glitch. Now, does the glitch have some effect? Maybe. Do I think that this stopped it from going to 3? I don't think so. No, I don't think it stopped it from going to 3. I think you have to
I remember it's
understand.
funny. Privately, when we were talking, I was saying 3 is a possibility, and you were like, I don't think so at all.
Yeah, you have to understand the factors required for a stock, especially right after IPO, to triple.
Uh-huh.
There are certain factors that you have to understand. This is market understanding. And I didn't see those factors there. Now, I'm not saying that it couldn't happen later on. I'm not saying that somebody can listen to this and go, yo, make us show him and buy it up to 3. Please do. Please
do it, my
Please
boss.
do.
Do it.
But I mean, I'd love for people to make money. I'd love for more people to make more money. But for me, this was a very obvious thing. And I'm not surprised at all. And I'm not going to blame the teachers. I think it's members of the public. And you see these big numbers. It's people who got those big allocations. I think a lot of people are in the reserve class.
I'm not going to put the word blame in it because
Yeah, and I'm not blaming people.
Anybody here is doing. Yo,
There's
listen
no
up,
blame.
One drop to 90 cents and you sell it, that's up to you and your money, bossy.
Exactly.
Yeah, true.
Bear in mind, one-on-one does not.
It's always bad. If you sell and make money, you're stupid. If you sell and lose money, you're stupid.
Yeah.
Why do you say below IPO price? Why do you say that? Bossy, do you have to? Or your money?
Exactly. Exactly. If you have profit in your bank account, congrats. You did the right thing.
But you see a loss and I run from further loss, congrats. You did the
You did
right thing.
Exactly. There's no shame in making money. It is not. We need to move away from that eye. That's to get as we go further along the curve.
The market is for we.
Exactly.
A lot of people think the market is it's there for them to make money in that way. Yes, you can make money on the market. Yes, it's there for people to generally make. Generally, yes, it's for making money. But there's no why. Well, then I argue upon this one. I feel him think this. Come on, make it. If he comes and buys, he must make money here because I feel him think this. Everybody decide how the IPO thing go. Why the IPO thing mash up?
No.
Because I can't make money how I want to make anymore.
It must up.
It no work so. People making the money they want to make on the IPO thing.
Yeah.
So,
and
no
let's
shame in the
remember, remember also that the IPO is for companies. Listen, when you
It's
buy
not
and
for us.
sell,
It's
when
for
you buy and
companies.
sell, yeah,
It's for us.
It's for us
it's for
and
us, but not from the
companies.
angle.
Yeah,
Not
it's
for the
us.
pop.
Yeah,
We also
one-on-one.
own the company. What we want outside, we get outside.
Exactly, one-on-one IPO'd to raise how much money are they raising that you remember?
380.
We all go to them. That's how I want to.
Yeah,
Not all into them.
358 million as consideration. So over 300 million is what the IPO to raise.
Yeah. After fees.
There's no, I mean, I don't need the exact number. The point is over 300 million. They got that money. Congrats. Ricardo and team now have funding to do their plans. Yeah. When we buy and sell one-on-one, I say we as if I'm doing it. I'm not. But when people buy and sell these shares on the market, it doesn't hurt or help one-on-one no. When you sell your one-on-one shares, the money don't go to one-on-one, you know. And when you buy one-on-one shares,
Well, people want to get up and blame the management and people who own a company. Bossy, or say they never get enough of a reserve. You know, go so.
Exactly. I think we need to step past that idea. And the market is not charity. JC has a charity section called the Jamaica Social, JSS something. Big up JC. You guys should come on and talk about that. We'd love to talk about that. But this is not it. This is the make money part of the market. Yeah. And here's a proof. Whoever your broker is that you bought these shares through, they charge you a fee, didn't they? The JC also charged a fee, didn't they? And for the people who sold, when you sold, your broker charged a fee, didn't they?
Mm-hmm.
And JC also charged a fee on that. And the government charged GCT on top of that for both parties. This is not a charity thing. We're here to make money. Anybody who look at you in a money-making place and come at you with charity thing, be careful.
Very careful.
This is not charity. You're here to make money. And they are here to make money off you also. The money from this, the major money from this thing, came from the public giving it to one-on-one. One-on-one got their money. Congrats. In fact, they were offered even more money than they got, than they put out for. So they got everything that they wanted. Congrats. Now the people who own the shares, if they choose to sell their shares, what, you can blame a man or a woman for trying to make money? No. And I certainly couldn't blame the teachers. And to top that all off, I'm not blaming the JC either. Do I want the JC systems to be up and 100% active and working and reliable? Yes.
100%.
But glitches do happen. I'm not easing up off them for that. But to their credit, trading still happened. Look how many trades on the day of the glitch. If the glitch stopped anything, how come 1,617 trades went through?
Oh boy, man.
And if people thought it was going to go to 3, why didn't they buy it up the next day to 3? Or the day after that? Or today? Why are they selling it for lower and lower? Why are people that owning it selling it for lower and lower? Because that's where they think it is. I can't knock somebody. And also, let's get to some real things. At the end of July 2022, the average interest rate from a savings account across central banks in Jamaica was 0.41%, less than half of 1%. I cannot look at somebody and tell them in that regime, with everything going up, light bill, price of gas very that, oh, you shouldn't have made 82% on your money. Make it 82%. And if the person doesn't want you to make the 82%, tell them to buy the dip.
Yep.
It's that simple. Or, I mean, I think do I think the situation had to happen? No. But I think certain things happened within the situation. I think this was inevitable from the approach, which is why then I can tell you that I would have said from way out that nah, I don't see the tree. I don't see the three. And I think there might be a lot of bawling and bleeding and wailing and gnashing of teeth. And so said, so done. And again, we're gnashing our teeth about 82% profit in less than 2 weeks. Really?
Well, I think most people look at it. They're saying, all right, 1&1 is a tech company, and I think a lot of people like to look at USA with the whole Silicon Valley and how the tech companies, the stock prices normally do well. So I guess they have big expectations. Tech companies, so
Watch that.
they're looking at exponential growth.
I noticed a lot of those people are not on the US market because one, that's not true at all. A lot of tech companies list daily. Check how them actually doing. Tech company is not a reason to make money. Tech company is not a reason for the stock to fly up. The ones that fly up that them know about often fly up and them know about it for a reason. But then them take the little bubble of things that them hear say, or them hear about the valuation of a tech company, blah blah blah. Check the other bag of tech companies are not doing good. The most of them are not doing that. That they don't have a nice stock price. In fact, we always talk about the tech bubble. Everybody talk about it, but here we are. Come on, man.
I even look
Those
at
guys, it's all right. Talk your talk. Talk is cheap.
even at Learn acquired in American online based company. I'm saying if those companies are doing so well, why sell it?
You hear the guy saying that talking about them buying any other tech company, or what is a tech company? That's a whole conversation Randy and I had one time.
What's a tech company?
One said them teach. Eddie Focus said them teach, but everybody else we hear people say it's a tech company. They do tech or they teach learning platform.
I mean, I
think
think
they use technology.
Go off of what Ricardo was saying. I remember you were saying it's not only a teaching company, but he wants people to understand that it's a technology based company.
yes, an
So
educational technology
Education
company. No?
technology company. Yeah.
Right.
So it's a tech company.
Well-
I don't disagree with it being a tech company, but that don't mean anything to me.
It doesn't
Or
mean
that,
price
that
will
it,
fly.
it just means that that's what kind of company it is.
My point was tech company saying, oh, it's a tech company. He's not saying anything about the company as a whole. You're not talking about the company. Then just give me a tech company, I run go buy it and fly out the price, don't it? That's what you said? Not you. But anybody that's saying that kind of thing.
Right. But as I say, I take everything with a grain of salt. I listen to people and hear what their opinion is, and I leave them to their opinions, and I try to, do my reading, look at things, and make my own assumptions.
It's the hardest part for me, listening to the rest of the opinions sometimes.
Everybody
More,
has.
more, I think I bother Randy with it.
Yeah,
So this channel upon this brother, it's a foolishness.
overwhelming. That's why sometimes you just have to close off the night sometimes. Because especially for me, inexperience, I don't think I can take in every single knowledge or every single opinion and not look at it a particular way. So for me, it's all about just trying to grow the experience and increase the learning so that at least I can be a decent investor and actually look to make money.
That's exactly it. And that's not to say that you shouldn't
Yes.
listen to every opinion, right? Even I listen to some of the opinions that I think are rubbish. One, I can't prejudge. I mean, even a broke clock is
Them have
right
an
every now
angle.
and then. Yeah, they have an angle. Two, really can't prejudge. Sometimes I might think it's rubbish and I listen to it more, I realize, so I'm actually right. Because I'm not always right either. So that's how you learn.
Yeah.
And three,
You know,
the market is everybody, including the people that you might think dunce. And including the people who are dunce. The market is them too. So I need to know how everybody is thinking. But that don't mean I take it on completely. And you're right. Sometimes you have to know when to close the door on somebody. Because it can lead you astray. So just
the
because
time I send
somebody's...
Randy a done tweet and him tell me say, well, look on it different. And I say, which I know start how
Yeah, there's a lot of that. There's a lot of times over the last year, you've heard us talk about APOs and how terrible they are all the time. But if you talk to me one away, I can tell, not even one away. If you even talk about it,
You said it here.
there are many, I know why APOs are done. There are angles from which APOs make perfect sense. They just don't make sense to people like you and me. Them hurt us. But there are other angles from which it's perfectly sensible to do an APO. It's not accidental that APOs started in 2019. Let me say that clearly before I hear. It's not accidental that dilutive secondary offers, which we call APOs in Jamaica because they sound like IPOs, it's not accidental that they started in 2019 and have been pushed the way they're pushed. Just like
Randy,
everything
they
we do
call
in
it
Jamaica.
too.
Yeah, not every opinion. There is an accidental. Somebody's benefiting. You know how things go in Jamaica. Sometimes you see something like, yo, that don't make sense, and it has been done that way for a while. It makes sense to somebody, right? There are angles from which it makes sense. It just doesn't make sense to people, retail investors. It doesn't make sense for us. It hurts us terribly. So I said that to say, listen to opinions, but know when to draw the line. And also, that's why I stress making sure that the basis on which you make your buy and your sell decisions need to be stronger than somebody on Twitter, including me, including Danai when I'm talking on this show. If you're in a session with Danai officially, then certainly listen to him. But if you're not officially in a session, just because somebody said it on Twitter don't mean you believe them. Just because somebody said it in the newspaper don't mean you believe them. Just because somebody said it on the radio or TV or the internet don't mean you believe them. At the end of the day, you are responsible for your own money. You have to make your own decisions or your own money because guess what? You say when you buy the stock and 3 months later it's down 30%, you know, and you got link the person, is your money. And them can tell you, say, oh, sorry. Or what they like to tell you is that, yeah, but it's for the long term. Buy the dip.
You know, that has been a big deal for me. Just, I can't say that. That's not real. I know if I ever come to a box myself, always down, so it's for the long term.
Yeah, you
It's
can't do
down,
that
so
now.
we need to make okay. If we find a next way to make back your money, no.
Yeah. But you want to ensure that you don't get overwhelmed. You don't go too deep into the noise because it can especially if you're new, all the different view them can overwhelm you. And if you're buying stocks based on who sound good or who sound sensible,
Mm-hmm.
even
I can tell you that was happening last week, and I just had to close off everything, and then I saw that there was still issues day 2 with the whole glitch situation. We just close it off and say, all right, start back fresh next week.
so you own someone, you bought someone,
Yeah, man, I bought it at IPO.
and you sold, or you didn't buy it to
No,
sell.
man. I look into further my position in the company. Because the company I look at and it has great potential. I can see great potential from it. And I like the passion of the CEO, Ricardo. For me, I'm a very passionate person. So when I see someone exude the same sort of passion as a business owner myself, I like that. So already I'm a bit sold. It's just to see what the numbers produce on the next quarterly report to see how is it the company is doing and how they're transitioning, what they're doing with this money that they would have garnered. But yeah, man, I'm looking to strengthen my position, and that will change based on what happens as the months go by.
That is the way. That is how you should look at it. And yo, I don't want it to even sound too negative. Let me help you out. Let me remind people of something. Time Fesco was, what is that? Some people may have forgotten. I have not forgotten. When Fesco IPO'd, notice them don't have no big rise. They had a rise. And
Mr. One just one gas station, remember that?
yeah, they stayed down there for a long time. And then they had a rise again in August.
I'm from the country, you know, so Fesco was this country people gas station.
And it still is. I mean, them
Well,
get them start in Mandeville, right?
Exactly. So no
Yeah.
people don't know that Kingston and corporate market, the real
Yeah.
way.
The future is actually outside of Kingston. It's still in Kingston too, but or potential is outside of Kingston.
And look at Fesco, where they are and what the plans don't sound very Kingston based. More than so.
Exactly. So look at Fesco. Fesco to really truly enjoy Fesco hitting 792 in March of 2022 means that you would have bought it at 105 in June of 2021 and enjoyed absolute nothing while everybody else was looking at other things while the market
Good
was
allocation
down.
in IPO.
Yeah, man. You got
And how, yeah, man, John
40 odd percent, I think.
Yeah. I remember we were shocked publicly.
Yeah.
Not shocked, but imagine, really, no do this to myself.
Yeah. 43.9% is what the general public got. They got 1,000 shares and 43.9% of the excess. The general public.
Half of your one, basically.
Yeah, almost half. And for a long time it would have been nothing, and then a year later it kind of blew up. No, I said that to say.
Apply and feel like you're in a reserve.
Exactly. You say that you aren't worrying about you're not looking to sell your one-on-one shares right now. You're thinking truly for longer. This might be your Fesco next year. Who knows?
Who to tell, eh?
Yeah, man. I am betting heavily on the education sector, the ed tech sector. Obviously. To the market, I can jump into this if I want.
I think it will be pushed. I was reading an article. I don't remember where I saw it. But I was reading an article today. They did a survey on the whole education sector, and pretty much they're saying, I think they have a 2030 goal, and they're pretty much saying we're failing at that goal as it stands now.
Speaking generally about education in Jamaica.
Right.
All right. Well, like I said,
the 2030 outlook and goals for education, we're failing. So this is a good aspect where we can really inject something into the sector and really capitalize and see where it can take us.
Listen, I won't get too deep into it, but I'll tell you this. I believe that education reform is one of the major things that will help grow Jamaica in the future. Is helping to grow Jamaica even now. And I am excited both as a Jamaican and as an investor, obviously, in an education, ed tech company. And the factors that I'm excited about it for, and anybody who's excited about the factors for one-on-one, it's the same factors impacting Edifocal. So I'd be a hypocrite if I told you that I don't think that Edifocal has massive potential ahead of it. Not even over the long term. I mean, yes, over the long term, but over the next year, over the next 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. And I would also be a hypocrite if I pretended that those factors don't also impact one-on-one. This is not another thing that we should all, as a market, especially retail investors, move away from, is the idea of only one can win. There's literally hundreds, not thousands of schools in Jamaica. There's no reason why you can't have one-on-one and Edifocal. And if something is gonna make Edifocal massive over the next year, then that potential also exists for one-on-one. And both of them can be massive, and both of them cannot tap out the potential in Jamaica. I'm just talking about Jamaica alone. And both of them have spoken about footprints outside of Jamaica. Edifocal is no longer just a Jamaican company. It's has a much larger footprint and growing. I hear the same thing for one-on-one. They're looking regionally and they're looking to grow that way too.
They came to us regionally.
Exactly. And both of those companies together, in my opinion, cannot tap out the potential of just Jamaica. So everybody can win. 2 more edtech company can list and them still couldn't tap out the potential of Jamaica. So for somebody who is thinking for years on the line, you should probably link JC and ask if they can line up a next glitch next week so you can get some cheap shares though.
Buy the dip.
Buy the dip. Yeah, but again, this comes down to somebody believing in it, making the decision on strong basis, and then I mean at this point you'd be buying it. The people who are buying it now, if this thing ever hits 5 in the next 2 years, they'll be happy that they bought it at 180, right?
Definitely.
There you
Smiling.
go. That's how. Yeah, and the people who sold at 230 and 235 and 223, 190 and 180, you should be smiling too. The savings account rate in Jamaica is less than 0.5%, and you have made 82% legally. You never have to chop nobody. You never have to do nothing bad. Proud of yourself. Everybody win. This is an everybody win situation.
Definitely.
Yeah, man. So big up, big up, big up.
Yeah, man.
You want big up, boss.
Big up,
Man, respect, man.
big up, Ramo, and thank you for the points and the questions. And allowing Dan and I for rant and preach for so long. But I mean, you brought us down. I think a really good line, a questioning. So thank you for that. And please make your decision them now. Trust your decision more because remember, if you put the money into the fast switch like you were telling yourself to do,
Man.
2.2 million, Jesus. You could have borrowed 1 million and put it in,
Yeah, man.
Ja. And fast switch just them don't even drop them rights issue paperwork yet. You say that I remember that I thought them drop it, but it's not them, it's iCreate drop them rights issue paperwork today.
Yeah, they did.
So Fast Switch don't even drop theirs yet. And Fast Switch, anyway, I think we're on a good page with that. Big up and thank you for the. All right, I want to jump to Tom Sings. Tom Sings. Patiently, and then we'll go Gizmo and then Goddess Sorry, Gizmo and then Jason Brown and then Goddess Tina. So Tom Sings, can you hear me?
Hi.
Hello, how are you?
I am very well, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to.
Thank you for the patience.
Great.
Indeed.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay. You guys are having a real vibrant discussion tonight. Maybe Edufocal might buy one. Things happen in the market these days. But
I'm not even going to touch that.
I guess anything is possible. Well, you know what? I don't expect you to. That's just for fun.
I see the Edifocal CEO in the chat, so he definitely heard you, and that's the sort of thing he loves to hear. But
It's not good.
Let's see. Yeah, what's up? What else did you have to say to us?
Okay, it was not that for sure. But I just wanted to ask you a question. I don't even know if this is a question or however it comes across. I would very much like for a response from you. Okay, let us say that, or what if would increase the number of shares that they have, and then they swap them for some shares in Access. Would you still consider that to be like would you still consider that to be like diluting the current value of the shareholders of dollar today? Or well, as it would appear to be, and
If dollar issued some
Dollar.
shares,
right, should increase the number of shares and then swap them for Access shares. Would you still consider that to be like diluting the
Diluting.
value of current dollar shareholders?
Depends what they give, what they get.
it depends on the terms. You know, it's not just that.
Yes, definitely.
Like in an APO?
No.
Would it come across still?
On
If
a
it's a
core
swap.
level, yes, there's dilution there. If
Dilution.
everybody, if the new shares are not issued along the lines of preemptive rights, there is some dilution there. No, that's dilution. But your question was, do I think
There's
that there
no
would
value.
be less value? I don't know, because that situation that you mentioned happened with Seprod and Facey. Seprod issued shares
Yes.
to buy Facey, so they issued Seprod shares to Facey shareholders, and in return they got the complete Facey company. Separate
Okay,
shareholders
so-
were diluted in that case. Would that be an APO? Technically,
It would come. No, I am thinking that it may come off as an APO, but
Right.
then to look at it now where Access would still be off.
So the thing for me is that it can go either which way. If I give enough shares that my two, so on a value basis, what I'll be looking at first is when the shares for Access go out, so some shares Access gives to the company, or the Access shareholders some shares, and then they get to own Access. But I'll
well,
look at
sorry
the
to
next.
cut you, Danai. Sorry to cut you, but let's establish, which I think is gonna be part of the real problem. Establish what are you calling value? When you say you calling value, because value, I don't know if you've done
Subjective.
grow, but you know my view on value. Value is a very subjective thing.
True.
So, what are you calling value? When you say value, what do you mean?
Well, I guess like the dollar share right now would
$3.35
but it's not the
per share.
price, right? Is it? It
So you're
is
calling
$3.35.
So you're calling share price value in this
No.
case.
No, I wouldn't call the share price value because Access is being sold for $25
Yeah, but that's
per share.
That's the share. No, I wasn't. So I wasn't like. It's not a trick question. Like, okay, so for me and for many people, the share price is one of the measures of value. It is a value. It is a value mark. It is what the market is valuing dollar at currently. So the market is currently valuing dollar at $3.35. From that perspective, I can answer, and then I can answer, and then from any other perspective, we can also answer. But you can say which perspective you want. I like this question, by the way. It's a really good question. Thank you for asking it.
I'm looking more at the fair value of the company because I guess they would divide the value, the total value of the company. Let us say that Access is valued at $5 million, $6 million. They for sure would divide the number of shares into that 6 million. But because Access is actually, well, it actually has, I don't want to use the word value again, but it has some value though. So
it always has value. The market cap, Access is $22 per share, and the market cap, meaning the overall market
billion.
value of Access,
oh, it's $22 today?
$22 flat, yeah, is how
I
it
thought it
closed
was
today.
$25.
Well, that was
Okay.
yesterday, but yesterday's price is not today's
Not today's
price.
price.
So it is the market cap of Access Financial today is $6,039,216,000. and the market cap of
Market
dollar today is 8,375,000,000. So on that, by that measure, dollar is
dollar is
worth more than
of a higher
access.
value. Okay,
Yeah.
for sure. So, I guess for dollar to be able to offer shares, they would need to basically increase the number of shares twice the amount in order to offer the Access shareholders almost equal number of shares, because if Access is 6 billion and dollar is 8 billion, they're close in value, I'm thinking.
They're not
No?
close in value. No, man, 2 billion is a
Well,
whole heap of money. No, well, I don't know how your pocket
yes.
set up, but 2 billion is a whole heap of money. That's like 33% more value than putting in a lot of
Because for dollar to buy if dollar was supposed to buy Access, they would probably need to come back to the market. For sure they could issue a right, but they just came to the market, so I'm not even.
Just to clear that up, they wouldn't be able to do that. They couldn't raise that. They could, but they would have to leave the junior market.
Yeah, market.
To go to the main market.
Yeah, because the amount that they'd have to raise is way above the junior market limit.
Yes. Right. Right.
No, you're saying, could they issue? Okay, I assume that so some of the things that you said, you have to not go into too much detail, because, like, for example, is Access is dollar don't need to issue complete shares to get all the Access. They don't need to. They only need to.
Right, because they would know 51% of it.
So you don't even. That's a controversial point. You don't even need to have 51% to control a company. But let us state that. So some hypotheticals. Let me just add some constructs around your point there. Let's say dollar is.
It is all hypothetical.
Yeah, man. That's fine. So you are put in a situation for where dollar buys Access. I don't think that they could issue shares to do it and remain on the junior market. I don't think they can do that. They'd have to issue too many shares. The value would have to be too much. So that's out the door. Up front, that's out the door. But I thought you were just talking a hypothetical situation. Could it be done? And would that be an APO? Yes, hypothetically, it could be done. Would it be like an APO? Yes, because it would be dilutive to the shareholders who don't get those shares, right? The reality is that most of it, the retail part of the market, we consider value along the lines of share price a lot. So just like in the session, yes, it is dilutive technically, but if the share price don't fall, I probably wouldn't care. Another situation like this is actually iCreate. iCreate did this sort of thing. I call it a secret APO, because people didn't want to call it an APO before. And I jokingly, I said to Tyrone that I did you a favor by not even talking about it too much and calling it what I thought it was, because I do think it's an APO. It was an APO. So when he got debt and then paid for that debt by issuing shares to convert, that is a dilutive event. But as you'll notice with iCreate's share price, the share price has not fallen. So even though it was heavily dilutive, iCreate has issued a lot of shares. Percentage-wise, a lot of shares for cheap though. Even though that happened, the share price itself on the market has held up. So that's why I said there are many ways in which we can view value. And one of them is the share price. And for people who are viewing it along the lines of the share price, they're not necessarily mad that Tyrone has done this. Because to me, in my pocket,
I don't think they want to talk.
Yeah, I don't.
If I bought before that.
Yeah, most of them don't notice. And for the ones who have noticed, if I bought it December 31st last year for 78 cents, I put $1 million in at 78 cents per share. as much as it has been diluted heavily throughout this year, the share price
Can't
right
make
now
money.
at 393 is still one of the top growing stocks for the year. Right?
Yeah.
So for me, in my pocket, I would not have felt that dilution. I would not have felt that dilution in my brokerage account, in my pocket, right? But in the books, in Excel, in finance terms, yes, you have been diluted. And yes, you're about to be diluted even more. But again, if I don't feel that dilution in my pocket, I don't necessarily have a problem with it. And I'll be honest with you. I personally don't have a problem with it if it don't impact my pocket.
Which is
My problem with
APOs.
my problem with APOs is that it's done in a way that impacts my pocket.
Pocket. It
Yeah.
forces.
Because,
it pushes people because the
right.
top happening.
Right,
Yeah.
because access would be whatever value they have in access will be coming over, like all the loan books and everything,
Yeah, but
and
that don't
dollar would
matter
have
to me
gotten
because
control of that.
yeah, here's the truth. That don't matter to me because access loan books, I can't go to the supermarket and spend that money. I can't cash it out of my brokerage account. That's something on paper that we say, oh, you know, the value of the loan book. That matters to the people running access now. At the top. They
Yeah.
can get a loan on that or they actually make money from it. But
But what about the profits that they would make?
can you spend some access's profit right now?
Not right now. Sure not.
Until them pay out a
Maybe.
piece of it as a dividend, I can't spend any of it. So that sound good on Kalila show or on Twitter when we're talking or in the accounts class when we're showing.
Yeah.
But that don't matter to me. But you see the second something affect the share price, I care about that because I can spend that. I can sell my iCreate shares on Monday morning for $3.93 and take that $3.93 and buy whatever I want, right? That matters to me. As long as the people running the company do things to keep my share price stable or up, I am happy. So my true problem with APOs is that it encourages actions that deplete the share price. Like the history is there. When Sepra did their APO, it wasn't being called an APO at the time. But my tweets are there. I actually had an issue with it. This was back then. Nobody.
That's not it. I don't think that's it at all because one time they did the same thing. But the fact that it wasn't going out to everybody at a discount on all those things is very nice for our share price because the thing we get, I'm not vexed JMB by Sagicor. I'm vexed that them do something that cause it to sell the stock down and cause a very big stagnancy despite them profits going up.
Yeah, man. So in March, we're coming right back to Danai's point. That's a strong point. So in March 2018, Seprad made a move to acquire Facey Commodity, and they did. And how they paid for it was, I think, a mix of cash and shares. And
It went from $7.
say that again.
Yeah. No, I was saying that I think that it went down to $7 or something.
What?
$7? Yeah.
I don't remember. Well, we can check. But what I remember was that I had a issue with it. My tweets were there. My tweets are still up there. I'm sure we can search for them. It is dilutive. It was dilutive. And I had an issue with the dilution. No, nobody was talking about APOs back then in that way. But it was an APO. However, they did not. I wouldn't call it an APO because the P there means public. It wasn't to the public. It was just the Facey shareholders. Now, the dangerous part of an APO is the P because you're pushing it to the public. And not really the P. You're pushing P. Is that you are putting it out to people who are going to sell it later on.
Yeah.
And you are also, in an APO, how we do it now, when you bring the public in and the current shareholders, you encourage current shareholders also to sell. They're encouraged to sell just by the nature of the thing. If you're doing the APO at $1 and the shares currently cost $4, why wouldn't I sell my $4 shares and apply for $4?
And then buy back at $1.
Exactly.
And then buy back at $1.
And so you have incentivized every current retail shareholder to sell at as close as they can, but above the $1 in this example. And incentivized a lot of the public to come in and buy at $1. And when the APO happens, you're going to get shares at $1. You might not get all you want, but you're going to get some. Everybody's going to get their shares at $1. Which $1.01. So that means that a lot of people are going to be incentivized to start selling once the share price passes $1, once it hits $1.01, right?
Yeah, for sure.
And that is why
Understandable.
APO is destructive, because if the share price is at $2, the people who bought at $1, yo, this is 100% profit. They're selling it at 100% profit. At $3, this is 200% profit. They're selling it at $3. So it is unlikely that the thing is going to make so much profit and people are going to hold it so tightly that it's going to go all the way up to 4, which is where I bought it. So it actually needs to pass 4 for me to get my profit. It's unlikely. That's why APO is destructive to people who buy and
Yeah,
sell
unless
shares.
unless you sell it for exactly the market price, and if people can get it at that price already, why would they bother to apply for the APO?
Exactly. No,
But
no, bringing it back to your example,
Mhm.
if they issue the shares to a single party, it may not be as destructive as long as that party doesn't sell,
as a long term, yeah,
right? And the
it's a
funny
long
thing
term.
is,
Hopefully, it's a long term holder.
yeah, so if any of those parties come in and start selling, then you are facing a dangerous situation, right? That's the thing, so it works for me. I would be okay with that situation. I would be lobbying if I were going to an agent and lobbying these people. If I was on the board, if I had the percentages on the board, I'd tell them. I would say, listen, from my perspective, I am okay with you paying for acquiring something with shares as long as the value is greater than the shares. That's great. That's good business. But in addition to that, I need to see some sort of lockup arrangement, some sort of lockup agreement with the party that is getting these shares. Because
Right,
if
right.
that party chooses to sell and sell heavily, sell above market
Dead in the
demand,
show.
you're going to bring the share price down, and that's going to damage everybody.
Right, right. So we would assume that whatever value dollar gets from Access would be more than what dollar is valued.
No,
Even if it's not, I
Well,
don't mind.
I figure,
I'm not assuming that. I'm not assuming that at all.
Yeah, I wouldn't assume that at all. What I would assume, what I would not assume, what I would ask for and I would want to see for reassurance is the people buying those shares, it's accompanied with a schedule along which they can sell or can't sell. So you're locked up, you can't sell these shares for even when you can sell, you can't sell, you're restricted. I would need that sort of a schedule in order to feel comfortable.
This quote unquote advanced market thing people don't talk about at all.
That's true.
Because that's typically the case. I give you and you can't sell for a while because you're not getting this company from you, but you're now a long-term shareholder.
That is often the case, actually. I just happen to lucky to be talking about it, but that is often the case in advanced markets where that lockup arrangement, and it happens because of the devastation if a large shareholder exits heavily. You kill market demand, which damages the share price. But if you come from the perspective of the people making that decision, oftentimes don't even know or care about the share price. That's why you have things like that happen. So in this hypothetical situation, could dollar issue shares to buy any company, including Access? Yes. Would it be an APO? Technically. It would be a dilutive offer. Would I have an issue with it? I would have an issue with it if I could not get reassurances that the large party that's getting those shares is not going to is prevented from or disincentivized from selling and selling heavily. Yeah. Because once I flood the market, it can't move. Example of this is Access didn't have a lot of shares out there for a long time. And then when Proven sold a chunk of their shares, what price was that at? You remember?
Was it $35? $35?
So much? Jesus.
34. Was it $34? $35? It was in the 30s. It was in the 30s.
It was 32 per share. Yeah. Yeah. Access Financial shares were being offered for sale by Proven at a price of 32 per ordinary share, September
My gosh, we
2019.
need shorting.
All right. And just to show you the real effect of it, when I see these things, it's so strange to me that I could ever have been argued with about the reality of this, because it's such an obvious and known thing. 20th of September 2019 is when the offer went out. Again, 20th of September 2019. You notice what happened to Access's share price going into that? It
Went
starts
down.
to fall, yeah. Guess what share price it has not passed since
$30.
yeah, okay. Why? Because a lot of people got it at 32 and it fell even more. I'm sorry, it fell even more. And so every time it falls, there are people who are incentivized
To sell some more.
to sell more, and their profit point is a lot lower. November 2020, you could have bought Access for $19 per share. If I bought it at $19.96, let's say $20 per share. If I bought at $20 per share, $30 per share is 50% profit for me. Now, can you imagine that you are a QWI who bought it at 32 per share? You would never see profit until I get all of my shares sold for 50%.
Yeah, that is true.
Right?
And see, the dollar CEO is proposing $12 per share. I don't know.
I don't know if I did not hear that. I didn't hear that. I didn't. Where did you?
Where was he again? He was on he was having a discussion with the Mayberry guys a couple of days ago.
On the Mayberry forum.
Yeah, I think he did mention something about that prices along the lines of $12, $13 or something like that. That is.
I don't know if that was said in.
Personally,
I don't know if that was said, but
I'm
not going to say you're wrong. I did hear that, but then I didn't watch the whole thing. But it was a lot of people have been talking about it, so you guys can check it out. It's on YouTube. It's a Mayberry investor forum that was done.
Yeah, well, I stand corrected too, but I'm almost sure I heard something like that. But,
but I don't know that he's proposed that at
price.
all.
No, I'm not saying that he proposed it. I'm not saying that he proposed it, but he made mention of the fact that the only way that he could acquire this company is if he was getting it at a hugely reduced price, and I don't know. But at that point, I thought to myself that dollar is not going to buy Access at all. I don't think the dollar is actually going to buy. Garrett asked a question. Well, he supposedly posed a question, but to me was just making a point. I think that he was just making a point. He was not really asking a question for an answer.
He put forward a hypothetical, yeah.
Right.
Thompson,
right. He put
you
forward.
remember Burgess' bio?
Go again.
Thompson, do you remember Burgess' bio?
No, I don't remember Burgess' bio, but I remember when I wanted to buy Burgess for $3, and my advisor advised me against it, and I was so mad. Burgess went up to whatever it is now, but I don't remember when it was sold.
Damn.
I remember it at $3.
We really need to get some good advisor stories.
Depending on time when I go and all that, so I will. Yeah. I may not be that guy bashing advisors.
But no. Yeah, go ahead, Dana. Go ahead.
Well, yeah.
Burgess was above 1088 when the offer for 1088 was put out, and Burgess was still bought at 1088. So discounted, and the trade went through. They still got the shares.
And I think
if I'm selling shares and I am the big wig, I have a lot of shares, and there's no okay, I'm gonna sell my company on the market. Very often, discount might just look nice.
That's a good point you're making there, because you won't have enough people to maybe consume all of
market.
what we have.
Almost certainly
Exactly.
won't. Almost certainly won't.
So if somebody come with a sweet deal, it often
Yeah.
works out that if I'm gonna sell this big thing there, I have to take a little cut.
Yeah, or sometimes a huge cut.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And that huge cut is fine because I had the best I could get was think of this. I could get a loan for half the value of my shares. It's still a loan. I still think that. So my net worth now, just assuming all I own is the loan money and the thing there. So my net worth overall it still remains the same. I get the cash half of the value of the shares, but I'm paying a loan against that.
Yeah.
And all I could access was half of the value of the shares. If I want to think that if I'm selling, then maybe selling for half the value of the shares, no loan to lock me up. I can go live my life with my billions of dollars. Half might sound good.
It very well sound good.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it might be
Yeah,
that.
but
No, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, I was saying that in concluding, I do not think that dollar will buy access based on those questions that Gary appeared. Well, based on those hypothetical questions. If you borrow $1 million and you can make 40% on that $1 million, you know,
Why go through the trouble of buying another entity?
why go through the trouble of buying another entity
Yeah.
that
I
is
found-
going
I can
to
yeah.
give I can
not
give you a
going
lot of
to-
reasons around that.
So yeah,
I
I
can give you reasons as well.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I suspect he can give you reasons. I saw it was a very interesting interaction, and
It was
Yeah,
for
Consider
sure.
Gary to be a
And
very smart man.
Yeah.
I'm sure Gary could give me answers if I asked him that situation.
yeah,
Yeah, but
So I
I'm
saw
saying
it.
that he wasn't really asking a question.
He was
He
putting
was
forward a
just
point.
making a point. He was just making a to us like us to say that okay, even if we do not get access, that's nothing to us. This is what we have on the table, and this is way better than buying access.
Us.
I don't
When
know,
you say
way
us,
better.
what do you
But this is
mean?
what we have on the table.
So this is what we have on the table. but you know, I think we're better than buying access.
No, I don't know
Just
about
my
that one.
thinking.
No, I don't think so at all. I think access in it, getting access.
Mhm.
Boy, I love getting access is
Okay.
just getting the profits of the company and all that. Remember, when you're buying the assets and there's a future value on that because this
Right,
can make
and
us
you're
money in
buying
the
the-
future. And
Yeah,
there's
you're buying the
also
loan books and
it's actually an asset. I don't want to go into that. Different the point. I didn't talk about
Yeah,
publicity.
no. It's a good point. So it don't matter if it's me. I'm used.
When you ask me when you asked me the other day what I would do with access if with the moment I got it, it's a thing I didn't want to say. So that's why I'll leave that.
Yeah, me too. I know, cause that conversation about what we do with it. But yeah, Gary Pearce. So just I don't want people to be lost. I'm gonna paraphrase. I could get it wrong, but
Mhm.
just so everybody is aware. So what Thompson is talking about is Gary Pearce put forward the point that why bother to spend X amount of money trying to buy another company, any other company, when if you use that amount of money in your operations and pump and also grow your operations, the level of profit from that may be greater than the level of profit that you get from acquiring the thing, right?
Mhm.
That was I think the hypothetical point he was putting forward to say that you don't need to do it.
Right. That's true.
And that the point that Dana SMT from me is because it's from other conversations where he's not wrong in what he's saying there, assuming that my interpretation of it is correct. But I suspect he also knows, as I know, that the value of buying another company, especially another listed company, is greater than just the value of its books. It's greater than just the value of its profit. It's greater than just the value of its cash or its cash flow. Access being bought by dollar or any other listed company, because I would talk about Access, but there's ISP, there's LASEF, there's
SVL.
there's SVL. I mean, since we're dreaming, I mean, dollar could buy SVL since we're dreaming.
I'll think another way around, but all right.
Yeah. I mean, we're just talking dreaming because I mean, a couple of weeks ago, you wouldn't think that dollar could buy Access. Not that dollar is buying it, but and I'll tell you, I'll say it openly that my personal position is that I suspect that dollar is going to buy Access. I don't.
Right.
Yeah. So that's my personal position. But that's like me watching the match and thinking that this side is going to win. I also don't know. But based on the things I have seen and the dots that I am putting together, I suspect that dollar will buy
Might
access.
by access.
Well, that's not what I said, but cool.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Yeah, I said I think that dollar will buy access. But yeah, going back to that point that you raised, the value of access is greater than just the I don't say accounting because that's not necessarily correct because it is an accounting value, but there's so much more value to it for dollar. And I think, funny enough, in my head, the best path for access right now is also to but the best from my perspective, my armchair quarterbacking, the best path for access is to actually be bought by dollar. But again, I don't work at either of these companies. I'm just looking at this externally. To me, the value that is within the value that can be generated by dollar acquiring access is greater than the dollar that access could generate on its own.
Yeah, because access is already mature.
Yeah.
And they could benefit from the tax exemption that dollar now enjoys.
How could they? I mean, yes, they could, but how?
They can in a certain specific way.
No, they could not. Because if they acquire them, they can't.
It would have to be.
What about the percentage that you acquire? Like if you
once you pass 20%, they can't. They'd have to graduate.
And I don't think the dollar wants to graduate. That's my point.
Would be stupid. It'd be stupid to graduate. I mean, no.
Right.
In the game of money lending, you want to manage.
Margin is great.
Margin is huge, and the tax margin is 30%.
So
where they play, you can see when we talk about risk of that kind of portfolio. It's a big
right. So then in how would dollar access? Well, how would dollar gain access to access? How would they actually gain control of access if they can't purchase more than 20% of it?
No, that's not what I said. I said access can't buy dollar. So if access were to buy dollar.
No. Yeah, I'm not talking about access buying dollar at all.
Yeah. So I said the value. No, remember the point I brought forward, and I said that to me, the value, the greatest value I personally can see for Access Financial now as an external party looking on is actually to be acquired by dollar. If they're smart, they would spin this like how Twitter spun it on Musk and let themselves get acquired, because the greatest the greatest value from my perspective for access comes from being acquired by dollar. Now, if access were to buy dollar, there would be much less value for both companies than if dollar were to buy access. No, I am not concerned about how dollar can buy access. How could dollar buy access? Borrow the money and buy them. That's honestly what I think. Borrow the money and buy them.
But what about the value of the company now? Wouldn't it pass the amount that exceed the amount that a junior market can value?
No, man, they can buy access. That doesn't affect the share capital.
Or they just can't come to the market. They just can't come to the market to
correct.
That
they can't.
Right.
Yeah, they can't pass 100 million without permission. And when it goes up, if it goes up to 750 or $1 billion, they won't be able to pass it. And even if it went up to $1 billion, they still wouldn't be able to buy access with that. No. But so I think in dead simple terms, how can dollar buy access? Borrow the money and buy it.
Yeah.
And if
or give them dollar shares for it?
No, they can't do that, because that would affect their share capital, and they don't have enough.
They have enough room for unless them read a little bit of share space that them have left and give it out to dollar to access.
It'll be 250 million.
It only does it's only so much.
It's 250 million.
Is a small amount. That's a small amount.
Or even 500.
No more. No this.
I think it's 250.
Them share capital is 300 odd. Jerry told last week, man. Hold on. I check it. No.
It's 150 then.
Their share capital.
Ooh, I'm sorry. 465.
Yeah, man, they don't have much at all. Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
It was very like 80 odd. That's 70 million. That's not, if you're borrowing enough money to buy enough of access for it to
Why did
matter
I
to
think
you.
it was low?
It wouldn't. 70 wouldn't matter. Remember dollar been going around the block before. How much time dollar go change? You know a lot of money being pumped in. Yeah.
Hmm.
That's true. It has
Which
gone
is,
around
and
the
I
block a
think I
couple of
suspect
times.
it also works well for, think of them IPOing the 500. A lot of it, a good amount of it was half of it was shares being sold by existing shareholder.
But
Yeah.
That
existing
existing
shareholder,
shareholder, that existing shareholder.
yeah,
What a
that's
play,
smart.
man.
Yeah,
And I
that
think
is
that I
true.
think I think that's just the start of the play. That's why I say I respect those guys what they've done. But going back to your point, Thomas Sings, I still even with this believe that the greatest value is there. Sorry, I wouldn't get caught up in the whole. As I said, the
Yeah.
whole borrow the money and buy. That's all.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, that's what happened. Maybe the next 2 years.
Well,
I am
you
not.
say you want to buy out then?
No, well, I can't. Well, so I'm not really dollar cost averaging, but every time it goes down, I want to be able to put some in there. One of the good things
Why
too,
don't buy when you go?
I kind of don't want to pass this average cost that I have now.
why not?
Well, well, I can get it cheaper now. I just don't have the money.
I
Because
know what you mean.
today it's yeah, when it gets cheap. But one of the good things is that I tried to get some more one-on-one. I didn't get that, so all I did was to buy $10,000 of one-on-one, and then I used the rest of it to buy a dollar. So
Jaja.
that was a good play. That goes at all. I was sent a message by my advisor that I was applying under the incorrect pool, so I need to apply under the general public pool. So that's when I pulled down. I bought a dollar instead.
Word. Well, you're
Well,
not J-
I should have.
you're not registered with the JTA.
Well, I was, but maybe because they updated the
Okay.
sheet, maybe
Okay.
I have at some point. But that's okay too.
Okay. By the way,
That's okay.
don't make people on Twitter find out that you're one of those migrating teachers. I don't know if they love or they hate you right now, but
Oh,
it's a
that's
rough
okay.
thing.
That's okay. That's okay. I've served long. I've served long, and I don't know if I could send my daughter to university with what I made
Whew.
during that time. So, you gotta try and make it some other place, some other time.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I don't know. But good luck. Good luck to the teachers with their 80,000 shares. That's not bad at
Yeah.
all.
And I gather a lot of them got out recently, so really good luck to them. Yeah, I can't go much further on your place, but I like your thoughts and the fact that you're thinking, what you said, 2 years down the line.
Yeah, I think that I will get some more from dollar for sure. I just wanna, well, yeah, put in as much as I can. But people who have migrated, we have some difficulty sometimes in, transferring funds to make purchases and so on. So that is my greatest challenge right now. But aside from that, I think the dollar is a good buy. There's no question about it. And one of the things to why I think the dollar is so much of a good buy is because in addition to the fact that I think that the share price will appreciate, they have also proposed in their prospectus to give a good dividend, and I think that that is what is going to entice other shareholders to buy dollar from me at $15.
That's what you think.
That's what I think.
I can't say no. I'm sure there's some people who care about it.
Okay, so let us say that dollar goes to 16, 17, $17 in 2 years. What is it that would make you buy dollar for $17 from me?
If I
You
thought
ask that
dollar,
question all the time.
That's a great question.
Right.
But if I right
Right.
now thought dollar was going to go to $17 in 2 years, I would put all of my money in dollar.
But hypothetically speaking, for sure.
No, I
But
didn't
if
have to
dollar goes to
hypothetical.
70,
No, but if I thought it was going to go to $17 in 2 years, right now, I would put all of my money in dollar.
because that would be a huge increase there.
Oh
But
yeah,
at
it would. It
$17,
would.
at $17, what is going to make someone want to buy dollar from me? I
The
think
thought that it's going to give them more than
go to
$17
$20.
worth of more or 40.
Well, that is true. And one of the things too, I believe, would be that because they plan to pay out 50% of their profits in dividends, that too will
Sorry.
for sure encourage people to buy from me for $17.
Well, you know what?
Mm-hmm.
If it goes to $17, come back on and Brick Talk and tell us about it.
All right, I won't come back on until dollar goes to $17.
No, I wouldn't tell you that. Oh, you're welcome any week.
Anytime. But the
Welcome
moment you see touch that, then we just run in and we have that
Yeah.
nice
$17.
conversation of you telling us.
Yeah. And you know what?
Mm-hmm.
And I love that on September 9th, we had a conversation around dollar, and dollar was XYZ, and it's at 17 now, and I called it. I love that.
Yeah. You know what?
Yeah.
Though? To be fair,
Mhm. And
if dollar acquires access, the share price will probably go to $17.
Yes. Brother.
That's the simple truth.
So I think-
If I was in control of the situation, if I went my way,
Mhm.
there are things I know that can be done that can bring out $17 worth of share value from dollar in the acquisition
because
of
you're a
access.
retail shareholder.
Yeah, but there's
Well-
almost nothing that I can see access. That's not true. There are things I could see access doing also to bring out value. But as I said, in the situation, looking at situation A versus situation
It's the
B,
best bet.
if I were a major shareholder in access,
Exactly.
I would be pushing for dollar to acquire us
Mhm.
because I see greater value for access in being acquired by dollar than I see in access continuing what it's doing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, because even if
Access is already mature.
and even if they're just the business side by side,
It's more than that, you know. It's
Dollars
trust
need
me,
to kill
it's more
them.
than just where they
Yeah.
are now in terms of business them do it. Just even from a share why I as a shareholder I don't care because I own these shares.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Do I want to say what I want to say next? Yes, I'll say it.
Mhm.
No.
Yeah.
I've been listening. I've been listening. I've been waiting.
But if I'm a major share, I'll say it without saying it. But if I have if I have any shares in access, I want that to be bought. I want that to buy it out.
You want to see me a leak?
Because just look on that graph.
Every email me leak it. Every letter me leak it. John Jackson, you know what they're saying? David. You didn't
Yeah,
hear it from
David
me.
is certainly get the information.
No, big up David. Big
So
up
David, my letter to send you. Every week, they're tired of me.
every week. But I said so because honestly, as an access shareholder, you should want. Unless that's why you hear me say that I'm so confused by the John Jackson's perspective on dollar not acquiring access, because I'm thinking, you bought these shares from Proven at $32 in QWI, which I'm a QWI shareholder. So I am bothered by my chairman or my CEO.
Yeah.
I am bothered by him saying something to me. I'm like, what is wrong with you? You sound senseless, because I, from my perspective, can see great value for QWI's access is one of, if not QWI's biggest shareholding. It is. It is one of their biggest. If not the biggest, it is one of their biggest. But I suspect it's the biggest. It may have lost so much value now that it don't matter. But if it's your biggest shareholding, why would you not want it to go back above $32 where you bought it 3 years ago?
Well, maybe John Jackson after the split 46% down, it's gonna be 23 anyway. So maybe he would have most power in that company anyway. So
No, he doesn't.
No, he doesn't.
No, he just has a small
how much would he
stake.
have?
I want to go on the best case for me, and I don't get like if I'm John Jackson, the only reason I don't want this sound like a bio is if I'm buying more and my price gone up to 30 odd.
Right,
yeah, I'm
so
20
quite- yeah.
back at 20 again. Buy it up, man, in
Yeah,
give me
man.
3 months time.
That's-
3 months.
QWI
Yeah, man,
owns-
I reconsider that. That's something that that's the only reason I would not think that. And the funny thing, at 30, I'd buy anyway. Because
Yeah.
my average is 32. But
Yeah.
I held it at 20, I'm fine buying it at 30.
I should be buying it like crazy at 20.
Crazy.
You're right. I should be saying this is not gonna happen. This is rubbish, and I'm buying it up every day and leaking letters every day. David get a next DM. Beer
So
burner account.
David, you get a leak.
Yeah.
You get a leak yet, boss?
Yeah. So the QWI stake, at least in the top 10, is like 3%. I think they're a little
Oh,
over
that's a good,
3%.
yeah.
Yeah. So it's not.
Drop the bucket.
Yeah, not a well. You know what? It could be a deciding stake in the event of anything interesting, but you would want it to be bigger.
3%.
Yeah.
I'll make it more decided.
Yeah, I would. I
more
would be pushing.
conversation around.
Yeah,
If
man.
I was QWI, what would I do? Well, if
Yeah.
I was QWI, I'd be buying more shares because I'll be selling more shares then. The more
Yeah.
I'm a deciding stake, then even better for me. More
Yep.
talk.
Because at the end of the day, at least again, from my amateur perspective, I see greater value for Access in being acquired than anything else. If they go back to business as usual, dollar is gonna kill Access. Because at the end of the day,
Yeah.
Access's business is to lend people like Randy and Danai money. Now, if you come to me, if I need 10 grand and company A is offering me lending me 10 grand at 5% and company B is lending me 10 grand at 10%, all I need is 10 grand. I'm going to go with the cheaper one.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, Access has to pay the full tax. Dollar does not. And Dollar have a good 5 years of zero tax. Then them have another 5 years of half tax.
It's there.
You can lose every single one of your customer them. And that's without them having even the heavy backing of debt that they could have, which then brings us to, suppose they start just undercutting you. Suppose they do things at a loss for 2 years. Just hit all
Because
of
the
your...
customers, right? Because the customers, you don't actually own them.
Exactly.
You know, as soon as they pay that loan off, they can move to dollar anytime they want to move to dollar. As a matter of fact,
Exactly.
with managers migrating, you may find that loan start migrating.
Not even that alone.
Alright.
Yes, that's a true thing.
Tell me something.
business.
Hold on. No, hold
Also-
on. You think that the managers, Dana, you think that the managers that may or may not be migrating, well, that's public. You think that
It's
that
public.
manager doesn't know Access's top 20 repeating customers?
That's what I say. You know business, and
Yeah.
you know how often business like that, especially big business, at the top, like we make a lot of money on the time. It goes on the management line very very well. I know the managers there. We cool like that. But then think about this too. Just think about Dollar saying, "Hey, if you have loans, we're doing refinancing. If you have an existing loan, we can do it with us."
The maintainer of that business relationship is the manager, you know.
Mm-hmm.
If I pick up my phone and it's Cheryl call me, I talk to Cheryl. I like how Cheryl handles relationship. So I deal with this. If Cheryl call me next week and it's the same Cheryl, but she say, "Oh, you know, I have a different logo on my shirt now." Cheryl, how that matter to
You've
me?
gone to that place.
No. How does that matter to me? Well, I can offer you the
Cheryl
same
about you
deal.
too.
I can offer you the
Cheryl,
same
yes,
deal,
talk.
but 10% cheaper. You remember when you always want 10% cheaper? I've got it for you.
See it, yeah.
Let me tell you something. If I own
All the
Access shares,
customers gone.
all right, and I do own Access shares via QWI. So I believe that it is in Access's best interest for their best value to come from to be bought by dollar. So it was bewildering to me to see any speech against that. And as I said, we can go back. It's public. We can go back and look at it in the future. If you're watching this in the future, hi. If it's me watching this in the future, I hope you got this right. I'm under the impression that dollar will acquire Access. And if Access manages, if they don't, it will, I suspect it will be to the detriment of Access.
Yes,
But
that
I
is true.
suspect that they will.
And dollar will also get to $17.
Even without
Sham.
them, I think dollar will get to
Even without
70.
them.
That's a funny
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah.
Even without them.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you
Great
so much, Thomas
conversation.
Sings.
Thank you
No,
so
yeah.
much.
Great, great,
Love that.
Let
great,
us
Love
great.
this
wait
talk. Love
until
it.
let us wait until we get $70 per share for our dollar. Then we sell.
I don't have any dollar shares, I sold the last of them I think a week or so ago.
Are you kidding me now?
It's all right. I buy and sell
Wow,
shares all the time.
that's interesting.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well,
I should
yeah,
have bought them from you. Maybe I bought them from you. I
you
didn't
may
know I
have
bought
bought
them
them
from you.
from me, actually. You may have bought them from me.
I may have bought them from you.
Yeah,
All
and I
right.
will
Thank
be
you so
back.
much for that.
No
Great.
problem.
Have
You're
a good night,
welcome.
guys.
Night, night.
Great.
All
All right,
right.
boss.
All right, we in the nice last half, the nice last
Last
hour.
half.
I was the last half hour. What did I say was next? Next was I think the thing shifted for me. Some people got impatient and cut, so that worked out great for Gizmo 350k. Gizmo 350k, what's up?
Good night, good night. Can you hear me?
Yeah, man, we can hear you very, very clearly.
Yeah, night.
What's up, boss?
There, no. And the big up everybody.
Big up, big up, big up.
Yeah, so the main thing I just want to comment on was the question you asked regarding the graphic. Game, yeah. But not sure still I think it over, but I stick with it. I feel like the brick that is ahead, right, is the one that is using a trading strategy.
Sorry, I'm gonna cut you. One, I have to remind people what you're talking about because they might be a little lost. Two, then
Yeah.
did I say what did I say? I said that I think that dollar will acquire access, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Not kill. Did I say kill?
Yeah,
I didn't
man.
say kill.
No, you're the one, say a man say you say it.
Some people really
Boy,
like to give
Randy,
trouble. You know.
the things they attribute to you
But you
are
know,
often things you never say.
right?
And then when you say something, somebody else say it.
Oh my lord! All right, Sir Gizmo. I know you say you wanted to talk about this thing, so just remind everybody what we're talking about. We're talking about the poster for this week's Brick Talk, and I said that if anybody who tries at it gets a discount to grow, and if you get it right, you get 100% discount, so you don't have to pay. But if you get it wrong, you get a discount. What kind of discount you want if you get it wrong?
No, is you making decision.
Boy,
I always find this funny.
yeah, man. People always block them own blessings. So it goes.
It's not. Should
It's
I,
alright, cool.
should I put blessings forth? No,
No,
understand.
no. He said it's my decision. I gave him the decision and he put it back on me. So that's cool. All right. So I said that the poster carries meaning. I'm giving you a great chance here, Gizmo, and anybody else who want to try at it. Don't overthink it. So don't think that there is some ultra deep, but I can't. I'm biased because I know exactly what it is. So I don't know if it's, you may not be wrong by going math.
Really?
Yeah, you may not be wrong by going math. So yeah, it's just what's the meaning behind it? The person who gets it right, you get 100% off the next grow or any grow of your choice. I'll just give you a code that will always work. And the person who tries and gets it wrong will get, well, in this case, Gizmo, if he tries and gets it wrong, I get to decide what level of a discount you get. And you will get I'm not going to do something stupid like a 1%. I'm not going to do that. But I will pick a discount level for you. All right, Gizmo, go ahead and let me hear what you're thinking.
Yeah. So, for the brick that's on the chart with it's at the top, but I think it's not doing that well in terms of the progress. I think that one stands for long term, right? The long term one is the lower brick. Sorry, the IPO trade would be the upper brick, but the bread and butter, like what we had discussed. Well, we'll discuss all type of things tonight. Would that be So the medium term, whatever horizon, that would have been like the one that's furthest ahead because you don't really stay with one idea for too long and so on. Basically, your compound trades. That was what I got from it. Still, I don't know. Yeah, that's silence means I need to go back to the giant wood.
No, Giants been around here anyway. I'm not seeing it yet. I can't talk to you yet, so yeah. Give him 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second.
Alright, cool.
So you say the top one is a long term, the one is medium term, and the short term is a lower one.
Yeah. So alright, I
You
just
say the short term one is the one that's furthest back. Is a loser. The winner is the medium term, and then the top one is the long term, which is the one that's in second place.
yeah. May I look
All
back?
right.
I look back on it.
Nah, man. I don't know if Randy will give you a chance to change your answer, but
Yeah.
guess what I think. I
Uh-huh.
think you're wrong because I
Yeah.
don't think Randy would ever say that. 'Cause
Cool.
I would never say that.
Cool.
Because first of all, you listen to the show, though.
Yes.
So, say about long term, short term, medium term. Those words.
It's relative.
Very relative. Suppose
Yeah.
my long term is your short term.
Real.
Yeah. So why would the long term lose just because it's quote unquote long term? Or be ahead. And also you talk about everybody that said I'm a long term investor, those sound like long term loser.
Yeah. Right.
That's 100% true. That's 100% right. Danai, you're 100% right. I would never say that. I like that you tried though, so you definitely get a discount. But just for my benefit, so you said the top one is long term, which is in the is
Second place.
second place.
When
The one here, I don't know if you see
Medium
the one
term.
that is closest to the right part of the magnifying glass. So the one that's in first place. You said that's
Yeah.
medium term because I compound.
yes. So
And-
I think
Well, long term with a compound more, no?
Not necessarily.
Yeah,
I
so-
think you mean that I sell and then I make money and put it in something else, bigger money in something else and then compound. That's what you mean?
yeah, that's correct. The one at the top is the one that is if you're going for a home run. That was how I interpreted it.
What do you call a home run? I consider a
Run.
home run to be good.
Yeah.
Yes, home run is good, but you're not going to get that all the time. I'm going off mostly what teacher was saying last time.
Teacher.
Like her strategy. Yeah, her strategy was basically the compounding of different trades.
Have you done grow?
Long story short, not really.
Even though maybe that one will
Are you pregnant?
But we never go.
Are you pregnant?
No. No.
Have you done grow?
No.
No.
What was it not really? I won't understand it. I won't understand it not really.
It was so long ago, I don't really remember.
No, the core, right? Oh, okay. You do it.
So
but
you
figure
go whenever you ever use it up. You never put the principles in place.
No, me never really.
Practice makes
Okay.
perfect. If you don't use it,
Yeah, then I'd be nice
Lose
though.
it.
You mean like you go and you just never bought? I mean, I don't really need to know them big or something. Yeah.
the first part and no matter, and then the
Alright.
second part, so we know that part too.
Yeah.
It's a common mistake. It's sound like,
It is among the people who make mistakes. It's a common mistake, and it's a common mistake amongst people who tend to go thinking them know it all already, so them not really need this. But may I go for see if him say nothing good.
Yeah.
And a lot of people come there with that outlook. I don't not that outlook, but I tell them just pay
Spending
attention.
money.
Yeah, because a lot of people go there with that outlook. I see them actually start paying attention and realize, say, oh damn. And what I teach at Grow is truly my method. So it's like you say, you're not gonna always get a home run. I don't know about that. I'm always gonna get a home run. Meaning it's not accidental. I don't invest off accident. The market is not a
Put it there
surprise
so
to
you
me.
go.
Yeah. I don't lose money. I say that again, I do not lose money. Don't mean I don't buy a stock and it don't go down. Or if you've done grow, you've heard me say this. You understand what I mean if you're paying attention, because I explain that. But when it comes to my money and my goals, I don't lose money. No, that's because the market is not accidental to me, and it's linked back to that same thing that Danai was saying. Thank you, Danai. You made a great point. Like the bricks, the bricks do represent, like it's a form, different forms of investing if you want, different methods. And I'll give you, since you've tried, and I guess other people getting it easier, hints from the answers to this. That, the bricks represent different types of investing. I don't want you to go too deep in it. Like, it's not this strategy versus that strategy. But, I mean, they're all moving along. So they all started out the same place at the same time. No, you're not correct in that, long term versus for the point that Danai said, which is that the time is not the determinant of the gain that you make on an investment. That's something from the first part of grow. The part, the boring beginner part, that the most important part, that's something from it. The time is not the determinant of the money you make on the market or in any investment. Yes, generally speaking, looked at empirically over a longer period of time, you get the greatest gains. But that's actually due to inflation. And me and the economist, so what is he just saying? That's actually, the point is, yes, that's true, like what they teach you, but that is not true in individual cases. And that's definitely not how I encourage anybody to invest, unless that matches their specific needs and their life. The only thing that bothered me though, that you're saying that if this one is a compounding, right? So like, you said the teacher strategy, the teacher striker strategy. That means that that's even shorter term than this one, than the third one, the lowest one.
So, well, to me, the lowest one would represent someone who they buy one instrument using, some of the times is not the deepest research they do on the instrument. But they just buy it and hold it, and especially if it's a large cap, that the growth on that and the return on that over time gonna be that attractive. So
absolutely not. That's as in no. I absolutely disagree with what you just. When did you grow? Which year?
It was many moons ago. I don't remember. Probably before.
You wanted the next. You wanted to grow. The next grow is coming up in, I think, 12 or 11 days. Is that something that you want to do?
Yeah, that sounds good.
All right. I like that you tried. I like what you're thinking. I don't know, 10%. You've done grow before. I'll give you a 15% discount. Although you said some things that I'm a wonder, but hey, we'll learn. 15% discount. How that sound?
That sounds good.
All right. Send me a DM just reminding me of this so I can remember tomorrow to send you the code and you can get it. But no, so you see, I was confused by that short. This thing that you're saying is medium term. You're saying compounding would be made of compounded short term moves, so it would be shorter term than this.
Yes. Well, I mean, it could be that I'm using a type of thinking that don't really pertain to the local market, but
no, that have nothing to do with no, sir.
I'm tell you something. I don't. Randy has been thinking that. Randy has not said it very publicly. When we go load him up, Randy this year, he went on the U.S. market.
No. It's okay. I assure you, sir, that it doesn't. No, sir.
It's a traitor.
Yeah, try. Next time we're gonna read all today. We haven't received that email. I leaked it. No, it's all right. The principles of grow work on every market, at least every market I've been exposed to, and I've touched all of the popular markets, and it works because it's investing principles. It's not Jamaican market or whatever market.
It's not even stocks.
Yeah, it's investing principles. Which grower you want to go? It's not even stocks. Which grower you want? Growers for September is we have the split session, which is the evenings of the 20th and the 21st. And the beginner, the all-in-one session is Saturday the 24th. Gizmo, you're muted. You have to
Oh yeah, sorry about that. I just check the calendar and how November stay are you're not sure yet?
No, we don't know that. We're in September. These are September dates. I don't even have October dates set yet. And November I might want to rest. Who knows?
Understood.
None of these dates work for you in September?
I'm not 100% sure about the 24th as yet, but I have to check.
All right. You kind of split over the 21st and the 22nd, the 20th and the 21st also.
Yeah, we definitely have time this month. We have to just check if that day they open.
All right, no problem. DM me and we'll sort it out. But thank you for the try. And you did get the first part right in that, the bricks represent. I always talk about bricks, Bricks represent bricks, brick upon brick.
Gizmo, let me tell you something. Anybody who come with, literally everybody who come with the, for the local market, they never look on the other market. They just come talk. Or literally every other one of that are here. You start asking about how them doing on the US market or other market them done, they didn't do it just as bad or worse. So carefully use that one, and you can't say the grower principles don't apply elsewhere if you never use it.
And they apply, and yeah, it's not that large cap thing you're saying that makes sense. I mean, is Tesla a large cap company?
Oh yes, the largest.
How did it become the largest? It got to the largest and then it grew hugely again?
Yeah, boy, insane stuff.
So I guess so what you said don't really match then, because Tesla is just a light example I pull out of the air, but
GK was a large cap company at $40.
NCB was a large cap company at $50.
Company at 100, at 50,
yeah,
at 40,
at 70. Yeah, you can't go off that. Yeah, that's also not a determinant of what you get. But I like what you're thinking, Gizmo. Definitely bring this up at Grow. I don't know if anybody else wanted to talk about this. Gizmo, tell me something. What before you go? Have you invested in anything on the local market since here?
Since here, no, just been watching and listening.
Word. Have you invested on any other market?
I have done a lot of things on some other markets, yes, but
What's how that going?
You know how it's going, Dana. Come on.
Yeah.
So tell me something, Gizmo. You still wouldn't at this point have put money on the local market?
Or just this year?
Yeah, just listening to what has been happening. Definitely realize now that it's not really necessary to spend the extra commissions and all of that for the overseas, because the opportunity is here. It's just for just mindset and the due diligence. Those are the two important things.
I'm no bad mind, because I remember earlier the year, I like the tweet that when people talk about that guy talking about the Jamaican market versus the US. His time soon come. My God, man. Jaja, I mean, I won't say I told you so, but your portfolio did.
I did.
It's just I still my message now is the same message I had at the start of the year, the same message I've had for the last however many years. Join the local market, brother. There are gains
nice,
here, and it is still the best market for a Jamaican to invest their money in out of every other stock market that a Jamaican has access to in the world. It is the best place for a Jamaican to put their money on the JSE. Trust me, you are not going to be making. You hear people complaining about the 82% on one-on-one in a week?
Bro, that's great. That's insane.
Complaining because it never give them 300%. You know how much people on the Nasdaq would have loved for recover even a little 20 or 30%? Yeah, man, Gizmo. Link up. Send me the DM and I'll see that girl. All right, next up we had Goddess Tina. You end up in next, because other people got impatient and jump out.
Hello.
Hello, Kudan Kumar, karate coach. Please don't be a troll. We haven't had a troll in a long time. All right, bye-bye, Kudan.
Hello. Yeah. Hello, I'm Indy speaking.
Oh.
Sorry about that. Yeah, Goddess Tina.
Yeah, good for me that they dropped off because I'm sleepy.
Yeah, no problem.
So just wanted to say that I took Denai's class. Well,
doesn't
no,
teach.
RT Roar,
Denai
sorry. The Roar.
Yeah. Randy. You
Sorry.
can call me Randy. Yeah.
Randy, I took Randy's class a couple of months ago. Highly recommend it. I tried to listen to your sessions on a Friday evening. Sometimes I don't get to, as I'm, a bit tired, but when I can, I do.
That's okay.
Or
it's also on
listen to
YouTube
it.
if you want to catch up.
Yes, exactly. Or listen to it after on YouTube or so. But I've been to your girl class and I highly recommend it. After going to your class and I learned a couple of things, kind of reshaped my portfolio a little bit, but I was just jumping ship too quickly. So I reached out to Dana and I was able to get one of his classes. So far, it's been awesome. So, big up to the both of you on that.
Well, you're very, very welcome. I'm glad my eyes get nervous until I see them do my class, but I'm always happy to hear that. And
Goddess Tina, I just realized who you are.
How long ago did you?
Hi, Dana.
Hi, everything good?
Yeah, man. Well,
all right.
Yeah. How long ago?
How long ago did you do the class? Yeah.
If you didn't think me.
I probably did it, I would want to say April or May. But again, honesty is the best policy. I fell asleep. I'm in a different time zone and it was so late.
For you,
so I
okay,
actually
I understand.
Fell asleep.
Well, guess what?
But I got some stuff and I was able to understand the principle of rights issue as opposed to an APO, which I think was very, very beneficial because it helped me to understand something that Dana was explaining to me this week. Not sure if he was annoyed when I asked him a couple of times, but no, he wasn't. I think he was more than happy to go over it. But I just wanted to make sure that I understood where he was coming from and what exactly, he meant by X, Y, and Z. I won't say what X, Y, and Z is. You have to pay your money. Forget that.
I love that. I love that thinking. All right. Well, I'm really sorry that you missed out on Grow. I don't know if you came on for another question or to try your hand at the diagram, not the diagram, the cover photo for this week's Brick Talk.
No, never. No.
You're not trying it, but I was going to say
yeah,
that as I said, anybody who tries gets a discount to Grow. You've also done Grow, so you're definitely getting a bigger discount. And I understand. I want you to get the full benefit of the thing. So,
Randy, no,
I'm sweetening the deal.
No,
but you don't. But you do not have to try it. That's perfectly cool. Okay.
But the reason I came on was just to. I know I see so many persons on here, and I've been tweeting all evening and sometimes earlier this month about the way in which Sagicor has handled their.
Oh my lord.
Their IPO.
This is a strong story, Randy.
Oh my god.
I'm completely disgruntled. I believe they should never, ever, ever get another IPO to handle. Like, these people are the worst. My aunt is a teacher and she applied And we encouraged her, myself and her daughter, who invest in the Jamaica stock market, and we believe in it. So we encouraged her, and the lady took her time from away from her job, preparing for back to school XYZ. Did her application, submitted all the documents, because she's a part of the, what do they call it? The JTA, right?
Yeah.
And so she submitted her pay slips. She wrote a letter, signed it saying, yes, I am. Like, she did everything, and she filled out the application properly as well.
And she didn't like her 80,000 shares?
Even worse.
She applied for a lot more than that, but she got nothing. And we ensured that she submitted her application a week in advance. Not only that, we called to make sure that we understood what it is that was needed, because we both, myself and our daughter, we have GMMB account. Big up to GMMB. We've never had problems with them before. Understanding though that in this case, we were applying for a reserve, or she was applying for a reserve pool that, probably, different things have to be done. But all that being said, we called a couple of times just to make sure that we understood what it is that she needed to do. We got inconsistent information from the customer service people first. So what we did, just thinking of, okay, if we were in the position of Sagicor, what would we need to quantify or to verify someone's,
information,
position exactly, as a teacher or not a teacher. So we submitted everything that we possibly could. On her payslip also shows that monthly, she pays JTA, because once you're in JTA, you have to do a monthly dues of the sort. So there was that. Oh yes,
teachers pay dues to be in JTA, but association.
Yes.
Out of teachers.
Yes.
Okay.
And so all of that being said, submitted a week before, a day after it lists, I believe, an email was sent saying that her application was rejected because it could not be verified that she wasn't actually a teacher. So we were like, okay, disappointment for her, blah, 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 but we'll get our money soon. I believe it's been 3 weeks since then. Still nothing.
As in no?
Service, as in no. Customer service has been poor. Attitude left, right, and center. One particular branch saying, you can't talk to us about it, you have to go to Kingston, and then trying to get in contact with Kingston. Like, no one is returning information. That I will call you, DM us, we will call you, blah, 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 never materializes. Like, these people are despicable. And that's just me being nice.
I mean, all right. We're never gonna get sponsored. Shit. All right. I can't pretend.
Yeah,
it's fine.
We're the broke out bad guys, right?
Yeah, we'll be okay. We'll be okay.
Trust me, they deserve it. I got it, honestly.
Sorry, I'm still shocked. I didn't know that out of teacher salary they also have to pay association dues, but it's an association. That shocked me, but that's separate. I not even can say anything to there's
no defense, right?
There's no defense.
If even okay, we don't get through. Here's your money.
I can't even figure out why you wouldn't get through, because
why you don't get through?
It's JTA registration.
Exactly. You have the list, you know.
I haven't gotten the opportunity to speak with anyone on her behalf. Again, she's busy. We're all busy. But I believe today she was sent an email saying that she has to provide supporting documentation to prove to them that, she actually transferred, like a bag of nonsense. So I'm in my, crayfish brain, I'm trying to figure out, okay, how is it that you rejected my application, not on the premise that the money isn't here, but on the premise that you're not a teacher. And now you're saying you need to get proof from me. to quantify.
How
Like,
much money? That's crazy.
it's not connecting, you know? So these people should be investigated. This is rubbish. And I know she's not the only one. There has to be more people experiencing this. What have they done? Why does it seem as if they had insufficient resources to execute something like this? And why did they take it up in the first place? I don't get it.
There's no way Sagicor has insufficient resources to execute something like this. Sagicor is a very profitable bank.
So it begs another question. There is something on there is absolute inefficiencies on their back end.
I trying to play Sagicor.
You're not finding it, right? Like,
yeah,
here's the thing. Okay, but this must be the reason.
Yeah, but here's the truth.
I'm not seeing it at all.
There is none. Like, I've worked in corporate organizations, and when you see something like this, it tells you a lot about their back end.
It's a digital process.
Yes, exactly. And my master's is in information systems. So it tells me a lot that I need to know. In this digital age, you absolutely cannot operate in that way and expect your business to grow in the way it should. So if I had Sagicor stocks, I would sell it with a quickness.
Yeah. I can understand that stance also. I can't. All right. Let me not beat around the bush because I can't play devil's. I mean, Sagicor is welcome to come on next week and try and explain it and talk. I'll tell you this: when we're building My Money JA, my CTO and I, one of the considerations that we had was like the tools around the market is built for the market. And it's not built for the market from the perspective of a bank or a broker. It's built from the perspective of a retail investor. That's why the people who use it love it, because you think of it from the perspective of how am I investing? What do I need to know? The next thing you need to know is often right there, right? Why am I telling you that? One of the things that we thought about, like, what should we put this in? And one of my very early ideas was a platform for IPOs. No, I can build whatever I want, right? Tech allows you to build anything. The truth is, it wouldn't go anywhere unless we have a broker aligned with us. It wouldn't go anywhere unless we have a broker. Because, I mean, when I had this idea, that I might remember, it was a long time ago. This was back when people were still doing IPOs by paper a lot. And I thought, we can just pull the PDFs, edit them, put them on site and allow you to fill it out. And it comes in with the information and you sign it. But I know that, like, what would happen for you is that you'd fill it out online and then you still have to print it and send it in, right? And if they allow electronic submission, we can also do things where we allow you to electronically submit it. But it don't work unless you have... It works, but it doesn't work as well unless you and a broker have agreed, The problem behind that was being able to find a broker to agree, not the actual process. The process of collecting information and cross-referencing information, that part is the easy part. So I gave that story to say that I can't even find anything to work with to say, okay, maybe. Mm-hmm. I'm on your side completely. I'd be pissed. And to not have the money back, when we're at the point where people are trading.
Exactly. Like, Danai showed me something, I think it was yesterday or whenever we had a chat. And I am... It's impossible to know what she could have done with that money and not be mad.
Here's what I think, personally, from my perspective, and again, I'm armchair quarterbacking because I don't run Sagicor. You see, sometimes just to keep people happy, it's not like the money stolen or lost or whatever. You got it.
Send me the money and work it out.
Send her the money and work it out on the back end. JMB do that, That's why people like them sometimes. I don't want to turn this into a JMB, I don't know. But I know them do that, Because if you think about it, it is more beneficial for you to have, especially if you're worse, you don't get the units. I can't even fathom that. I tell people that, you've heard me say it on the show, if you apply for IPO, you're going to get some shares. You might not get all the shares you want, but you're going to get some shares. Nothing? Not even say they wouldn't put you in the general pool. Nothing. How could that happen? So if you don't qualify as a teacher then put her as a regular nothing.
Nothing. Just okay, never mind. Go boy business. That makes no sense.
And you're still waiting. Just send back the money, and then
The
we'll figure it
money.
out on our side.
Figure it out. Mm-hmm.
I think that I complained for a long time that a lot of the processes around how IPOs are handled is not that the resources don't exist, is that there aren't.
Anybody understand what needed?
I was not saying. You see,
No, that's what I'm saying.
you see, stop myself from saying it. It's the people. Mayberry. I'm not going to turn this into a Mayberry ad, but Mayberry did Wigton, and that was by paper.
Bro, Mayberry did paper IPOs when to a point when everybody else was doing things. Remember, Lumber was paper, and it was still more efficient than everybody else. That don't make no sense, bro.
And them have this thing where they close in 2 days or something like that. Meaning, not when the IPO closed. Meaning, you can get your allocation like that, and that's with paper.
Snap.
You know why?
Right, but
not
again,
the tech,
there
it's not
is
the tech, it's the
nothing wrong
people.
with paper, you know. It's
Yes.
technology that messes us up.
It's the
It's
people
when you
behind the
have
process.
people that do not
Yeah.
understand what they're
Yeah.
doing.
I don't know what you use. That's what I don't right. But
Technology only serves to exacerbate an existing problem. That's what it
Exactly.
does. But
And
the
here's the funny.
people,
You are 100%.
which is why I
correct.
mentioned that the people there, they kept giving incorrect information. So that says something. Shit in, shit out. Sorry for the use of that. But it is the
It's
case.
internet. Who cares? Here's what I'll tell you, because this is about the show is about getting people ahead of the curve, and I'm really sorry that happened to you, Grandma. If I had one-on-one shares,
Already,
I
aunt.
would. Sorry, your aunt. I would sell her my shares at $1.83 today. But here's what I'll tell you. As much as it doesn't really help you now, I'll tell you for everybody listening to. One, every broker, you can apply for every IPO from every broker. Don't make them fool you. All right. So if you have, and I'm not talking just for you specifically here, Goddestina, just being generally some general information. So if people already have a brokerage account, speak to your broker about it. Now, if you don't have a brokerage account and so you're setting it up, you're opening it up for the first time with this application. If you want to know what is required, if you don't want to get caught in a situation where one customer service person tells you one thing and another customer service person tells you another thing, read the prospectus will always have the requirements for each for everything. One, how to apply. So like we can actually just search this document. I think it's usually the last few pages, but how to subscribe for shares here. Section 19. They're usually, oh God. Yeah, so they tell you here. And you can follow these instructions. Because you know the truth is, chances are these are the instructions that the customer service people also got and are saying back to people on the phone. Anything that is outside of the situation, they have to go and find a supervisor for it. I don't know specifically what happened with Sagicor, but I'm saying this to say, for me personally, my ideal investing style involves not having to talk to anybody. I don't want to talk to your customer service person. I don't want to talk to an advisor. That's for me personally. I understand for some people you want to go through the process. I have no excuse. You apply 1 week early, which was unnecessary. So you're well early before the rush. And you also apply with everything. You also apply for a closed group. So if
she got more than what was needed. The amount of time there was. Hey, I qualify for the teachers pool because you get a letter. You show your JTA membership. It's on your pay slips. There's no way, bro.
They got a letter saying that you're a JTA person because they were being encouraged.
They know the JTA list.
Yes, before time. I have nothing I can say to you. I'm sorry. I hear a lot of complaints all the time. I would understand being as pissed as you are. I would be pissed. And that's without thinking about the fact that any
afterwards.
her auntie money, if it's even 80 grand, would have been 82% more today. I would be so pissed.
And
And it
then
was
after not getting
way,
through, you can't get
way,
your money
way
back.
more than that.
Think on it. Look on that too. And you tell me I don't qualify for something that I do qualify for, and that's why I'm not getting in. But then when it's time to give my own money, which was very fine, you know what the money problem before. Now I can't get it because there's a money problem. Where'd that come from?
Yeah,
Come on.
listen.
You should have told me from Job saying about money. If that's the problem.
An IPO process is a legal process, right? It's covered under the Securities Act. You might want to follow the lines of that, which might involve talking to JC or FSC, because that is a real thing. I think also there is a requirement under the law that
I'm
a subscriber
seriously-
should get their
I'm
money back within a
seriously
certain
at
amount
the
of
tipping
time.
point. I'm at the tipping point.
I think you passed the tipping point. The stock is trading. The stock is trading.
I would say speak to the FSC.
Yeah, man.
They
There
can guide you
are
on what
official.
needs to happen.
Yeah. I would tell you that. I would tell you that. Sorry, I don't even know why I feel weird about this. Sagicor made billions last. They're not a small company.
They're not us exactly. They
It's not a
can
man
again.
hustling.
They can send you the money and figure out whatever is going on. Man, that's a foolishness. No way.
Yeah, no, sorry. There's no talk to. You have recourse. The law says you're supposed to get your money back within a certain time. And outside of that, just from talk to the FSC. Talk to Link Back Danai might be able to help you out with that, or just call FSC Monday morning and explain what happened. There is like an official process for this. JC also has an official process for this. That is slackness. So, I don't know what to tell you. I can understand
if
being
I
angry.
know somebody, I'll check that. But
Thank you
I don't
for the
really
advice,
know
guys,
that.
and thank
That's
you
crazy.
for the forum. I
No problem.
definitely will be taking it further. You
No
guys
Did you
have a
send me the
great
tweet?
night.
Did you
I
send me the tweet?
did. I did. I actually did. I think I just
Email?
did.
Oh wow.
No, I think I just did.
I'm
Wait
sure
till
you're
David,
probably
because I
going
know
to.
he will run
But
this stuff.
if
He will own
there,
it.
where's what's her name? Shanice. She actually retweeted something and she asked me a question as well underneath a post that I made. So I because she has quite a bit of followers, I think that is giving it some visibility. Grateful if you could give it some more
I
visibility
think
as
you've
well.
given it. I
But
think you've already
think,
given it
separate and
visibility.
apart from that,
Yeah.
the FSC for me is probably the best bet, as you guys have suggested. So again, taking up way much more of my time, and my time is money. So they should not have gotten anybody this angry, but especially not me.
Boy, that annoying problem is it's just a process thing, If this is what happens when you don't have people who actually understand the market doing these things. I know this can be fixed. I can fix this. And I can say that confidently from outside. It's not a matter of money, it's not a matter of tech, it's a matter of understanding the process. You're very, very right to be as pissed as you are. Yeah, very, 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 very right. You have all the right to be as angry as you are. I would be pissed also. Nothing. That's crazy.
That's crazy.
That is crazy. And that's without thinking that, the money I should have gotten would be worth 80% more today. Whew. And you don't even get back your original money yet. I don't know what I'd say.
No, bro.
Yeah. I wouldn't let it go.
Garbage.
Yeah, I wouldn't let it go. Just for context, so far this year, Sagicor has only reported 2 quarters, but it's 6.odd billion in profit. They can afford to pay back your auntie.
Straight up.
That's madness.
Even to eat the loss and shut them out, huh?
Yeah,
Bro,
there's no loss.
Bro, that don't make no sense.
Yeah. I've heard of other brokers having issues, and I won't load them up, but I've seen brokers come when they screwed up, they went ahead. So let's say them sort it out a month later, them go ahead and
buy the shares.
Buy the shares that you would have gotten.
Allocation, IPO price, and use that.
And give you.
I have done that. Me as a thing there, in the thing there, that was recommendation, and we go through being part of a team that we did that more than once, because if it's our fault, it's our fault. Or this not make no sense, then guess what? We can't tell the client and say that what happened. So therefore buy the shares, is your shares, this is the allocation out of whatever money, give you by the refund, but you have the shares here. Come on, man. Better than that.
Yeah, there's no excuse. I'm sure they're gonna contact you now. If they haven't already, I'm sure they'll contact you.
I know the
listen,
usual. I mean, I'm checking her page now. I'm seeing contact and then it going nowhere. Them
Yeah,
responding, you know, the usual DM me and then
yeah. Well, the Sagicor marketing people are on Twitter, so I'm sure guys. You're also welcome here if you want to come and try and just have people
and try to something sensible.
Yeah, well, I'm not gonna tell him that.
Or
What
maybe
I'll
I
say
don't
is
get it,
that
right?
yeah, maybe what I'll say is that if you want to maybe just kind of tighten up the image and talk about maybe the change, but I don't want to turn this into an ad for houses because I want them to pay if they do it. But there are some houses out there that have done it well. I remember one specific marketing manager said, "Listen, we're hearing you. And we understand that there's some things that we had. I did not expect them to say that. I expected the wrong and strong approach. So I'm saying that to say that Sagicor, I know you can do
You
better.
can do better.
Yeah, come show the people
Yeah,
the better.
straight up.
Yeah. And I'm not against you. I want you to improve. I want everybody to improve because I want the market to be better for us, the retail people in the market. Yeah, that's slackness. Thank you very much for this, Tina. I'm sorry that this has happened to your aunt, and push for your money, please. And your money is currently 82% more. You hear? So work out the teacher reserve, multiply it by
Straight up.
0.82.
That's what I would push for.
Yeah, and that's
All
where
right,
your
cool.
conversation
I'm a
starts.
teacher. Actually, a teacher should not have been rejected. I even hold my money. Yeah, man. Buy them shares at IPO price at whatever allocation I should have get. Give them a refund, but it should be that I applied and I got through. That's how it should look at the end of the day for my money. That's what I'd say. Imagine that, bro. imagine it being 82% and then she have a refund in her hand. So maybe even decides, oh, Jano, it went up to 2 something and you're falling back and I could have buy some more now. Imagine that.
We're not saying
Wow,
anything,
that's crazy.
because I would be thank you very, very, very much for at least saying this. It will make the whole space better. They might be vexed, but I can tell you over the last few years, every time them vex and
They make more money, no? That's funny, right?
Money. Exactly. Yeah.
They never
That's
lose
slackness.
offer when somebody's
Jeez,
it's not even money offer, this is them.
My God,
Wow.
man. All right. Next up, we have Jerry Mack. I think Jerry Mack is next. Yeah. Sir Jerry, walk on. Jerry Mack, then Jason Brown.
Jerry Rich and Wise.
Sir Jerry, what's up?
There, boss. Say the point.
Yeah, one of the things.
Good enough. Jerry, you're guessing for Jerry. I'm gonna cut you. I ask if you're guessing about the image. Cause we have a bunch of people waiting, and I want to ask all the people who want to guess what it is.
Oh no. So if you want, you can pause me and then go through that.
All right, let me jump to the next, Jerry. Don't move. You can stay here. Next up would have been Jason. Jason BRKTOS.
Hello?
Hello, Jason. What's up?
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Morning.
Morning, Jano.
Right?
Let's go to bed.
Jason, you're guessing
Good,
about what
Jason.
the image was?
Sorry?
You're guessing about the cover image?
Well, I'm not so, what should I say now? I don't know much about this thing, so I just called to say, boy, you guys doing a good job.
Okay.
I meet a lot of people on the road every day, and they're saying to me, you know, that how can I make some money? And I'm saying, you need to start investing.
That's
And
100% true.
Yeah, and I said, you need to come on Friday nights, and I send them the link.
What you say?
And ask them to do the grower thing, which I want to do like in the 21st or so, which I'm interested in. And then I think I make a link with Dana and what's it again?
Oh, Jason, you're Jason from Telegram?
No.
Oh.
Yeah, I want to set up the session, the session, because I have a portfolio which is all over the place. Even when I'm
Hey,
hearing
no,
you guys. Yeah, man, I'm gonna.
Yeah,
but I guess you don't have a date until in October.
It's not going to get any earlier.
Yeah.
Let's go with the session.
I guess I just have to just wait.
No, book the session.
No, in October. If it's not October, it's November. The more you wait, then the closer November
No,
comes.
man, my thing gonna set off like this weekend to get in the October thing, because even I heard you guys talking about the APO, and I went ahead and buy
Oh no.
Kingston Properties, and now I'm just like, why did I do that? But I guess not knowing that's the issue.
Hey, listen, I mean, you're not gonna pretend. You want to make all the investment moves on a strong basis. So if you made it just blindly, then yeah. Book with Danai, dhalladvisory.com. The dates do not the dates do not get closer. The most
I'm in the process and I want to do the grow as well. So I'm gonna book your thing as well.
All right. So big up. Danai, I don't know if I have some session sneaks still. Well, Luis, I try sneak some sessions sometime to that night.
You should have.
Yeah. So if you do grow, I give away.
The grow like tomorrow.
And I do what? Well, the grow happens when it happens. But what I do is I give away 2 sessions at grow, 2 close dates for people who don't want to wait the 2 months. But the only way to get those is to be at grow. So that's a little tidbit for the people who do it. And you also get a discount to see in that night if you do grow.
All I have to do is just subscribe.
To grow?
Right.
Grow is a course, you know. You have to actually do the course. So if you come to the next grow dates, then you can.
Yeah, which I will.
Okay, well, there you go. You'll get a discount to Danai then. And if you participate the most in the class, you don't have to get the questions right or anything. Just participate. You will, if you're one of the 2 people that participate the most, you get one of the closer sessions. So you don't have to wait till October.
Okay, great.
All right. Big up there.
Yeah, man. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Keep pushing people to invest and to see Danai and to come and grow.
Yeah, man. Not a problem.
Somebody said Randy put Shea Bills on his case.
That is true. Big up Shay.
That is true.
Big up Shay. She not take no slackness from her broker. That's true. She had a big problem also with how Sagicor was handling it. And I remember there was a deleted tweet.
Both them chess man.
That's right. This is the age of the retail investor. Retail investors will stop take what we get. And that's how it works. Your money. Because when them screw up, them still take the 2% off of it. Yeah. You don't have every time I think about it, I get vexed because if the money in Sagicor system, them get overnight rate, right?
Yeah.
All right. Next up we have who was next? We have going through this line. Is it Green? I am not Shemar. __.
Yeah. Good night.
Night. Not Shemar. What's up?
Okay. Night. I'm here to guess about the image.
All right.
So, sorry, let me bring it back.
Boom, there we go.
All right, so you can hear me, sir?
Yeah, man, we can hear you clearly.
Man. Go ahead, boss.
All right, so I don't know about the individual bricks on the graph, but from the graph, I'm looking at it like the Y. From a math perspective, the Y would be like putting in effort and time into learning. So let's say at the top of the graph you're going to grow, and then the X would be your earnings. So at the start you're putting in more effort, but as time goes along and you kind of become more efficient at it, that's when you start earning more.
Oh, so the X axis is earnings.
Yeah, and the Y would be
time. Why not put it? You put X and
well, I'm okay with this version because the other version means that you go grow and you lose money, and that don't happen. That's not at all what it is. But I like this version. So this part, the further to the right you go, is the more. Yeah.
As in, you start at the top on the Y-axis. Sorry, at the top, the start.
Yeah,
that's
man.
when you go to grow. So you're putting in effort, right?
Correct.
So I learn everything now, and I'm getting more efficient. So I'm going down the Y-axis, and as I'm going down, I'm earning more using that same knowledge.
Yo, that's not at all what it means, but I respect that thinking. I respect that thinking a lot. So you definitely get a discount to go if you want it. What kind of discount do you want?
As much as they can give me.
Boy, everybody do that. He's block him own blessings again. All right, I give you the
Block
same.
them own blessings, boy.
I give you the same 15% that I gave the other guy. I give the same 15% discount to grow. I like the thinking though. I get it would have been hard because the lines are going down and to the right. Even I am bothered in time I see a graph like that. But I respect the thinking. I like how you put it together. Yeah, I really like it. I like it. I rate it. Send me a DM and that way I'll remember. I'll remember that I'm supposed to give you what we said, 15%?
25.
Oh, it's too late now, sir. It sounded like you had your chance to say 25 before. But you said 15, but don't worry, trust me. Even if I didn't give you a discount, by the time you finish with Grow, I suspect you'll think this guy's stupid. He's
Yeah,
undercharging.
man. I was going anyway, so thanks for the
Oh,
discount.
that you see? You could have win off of the 25. All right, well, big up. I know I will
Yeah, man,
forget.
respect.
So send me the DM. If you can't DM me, just at me and say you're the person. I'll see it.
Respect.
All right, big up, big up. All right. I really rate that. The description throw you off, right, Danai? With the down and to the right. Which the fact that I did that and I don't like that sort of thing says something. Next up we had Chemical. Yeah, Chemical and then Disheartening. No, Disheartening is just now. That's I Am Not Shamar.
Yeah, night, Randy. I'm gonna put this. All right. In essence, the amount of research that you put in will eventually lead everybody to profitability. So it no matter which investing style you take on, will all lead ourselves to activity
Sorry.
once you put in the research then.
Let me tell you the part that you got right. Research. There are different investing styles, and yes, there are different levels of research. But it does matter. I would never tell you that it doesn't matter. That it doesn't matter which way you do.
In fact, Grow Research is the name of the course.
Yeah. So you're close, but no. As the Grow subscribers would realize that is definitely not that, because the image that they see is not this. Because for theirs, I'll say it's another clue for everybody. The very first version of this, I got it back. I instructed the graphic designer on what to do. I got it back, and all of the bricks were the same line. I said all the bricks cannot be in the same line. Yeah, so all three of the bricks couldn't be in the same line. So that was the change. So that's a hint to people. And yeah, so what kind of discount you want, sir? But at this point, I'm not. You're gonna get whatever discount you ask for. Let's hear your discount.
9%.
Yeah, man, that I respect that energy. You are not getting 9%.
I was wondering why nobody said that.
Me too. I mean, it's free to
Oh,
say.
cool. It's 100, and him say anything. Give me 95.
Yeah. If the first person had said that, they would have gotten it. But now that I've made it clear that people could ask whatever they want, I'm not doing that, sir. But you can get 15% off also. Is that cool? I don't know if it's Dana, you hearing me? Alright, so I lost sound. I did not lose sound.
Earlier, I'm hearing you.
Okay, I'm hearing you now.
That's all.
More discounts are come.
What am I saying? More
Can you
discount
hear
coming?
any?
No, I can't hear him.
Word.
Alright,
There's
can
like
you
a
hear?
hell of a delay. Sorry, people on YouTube. Well, you guys on YouTube are hearing the same delay I am, so we're all gonna catch up in a moment. Then are you hearing me now?
Randy, we're not hearing you.
Wow.
Who's he talking to? Putting it in the audio signature. Is it his background? Chemical?
Yeah, man, I still here.
I'm gonna mute you. I don't even think that. I'm gonna mute you. Yeah.
Well.
All right, sorry, people on YouTube. I know you're hearing me. Danai still isn't hearing me, but he is actually about to start hearing me. Sorry about that, Danai. I have no idea what happened. It was a hell of a delay. Are you hearing me now?
Yeah.
All right. Perfect. Not yeah. All right. I said the 15% to Chemical. Chemical send me the DM and I will just so I can remember to do a 15% discount.
Yeah, man, respect, boss.
Big up and thanks for trying. All right. Who was next in line? Yes, Chemical. Lorenzo Graham.
Morning, guys.
Morning.
What's good, bro? Everything good?
Yes, sir. All right. So the graph itself, it reminds me of Econ. So what I'm going with is that it's one stock, and for the axes, I would say it's the time that you go in, as well as the amount of the percentage profit that you make. So
sorry. Say that again. It's one stock. That's what you said?
Yeah, one stock, and it's based off the entry time as well as the amount of profit that you make. So going back to what you were saying about, investing in MFS when it was SSLVC, VC based off of the information that you had, with the circle and things like that. Your percentage gain would have been higher, but more information is released, the percentage profit decreases.
For who?
For the investor. So whenever for the person who would have invested when it was SSLVC, their profit percentage gain would have been higher than the person investing now.
That is
so
true.
Maybe a rights issue.
For what?
I find that interesting.
I was saying, yeah, the person investing now for a rights issue wouldn't have the same gain as the person who invested in January for the exact same thing.
I'll be surprised if Randy said that, which is true in this case, because anybody, if you buy it at a higher point than the person, I would be surprised if Randy did that, because then that's suggesting that time in the same stock means that you have more money. It means you make more money. I could have bought at 15, it dropped to 3, Randy buy at 3, and it go up to 30. Randy have more money than me in the thing. And 2, I'm surprised that Econ student said that still. It's 3 different graphs.
Yeah, the funny thing is, in some ways he's very close to being right, but
it's kind of close to what I want to say about it. But that's interesting. You start with Econ. That's surprising.
Well, it is basic Econ because I'm in 6th form.
Oh,
but
well,
still,
it doesn't.
You big up, love that thing there.
Yeah.
I know, what kind of discount you give?
What kind of discount you want?
All right. So even though a girl would be nice, I'd actually want the annual discount that you gave the other day for my money JA.
I respect the ambition.
I respect it, Fred.
I respect that. I rate that. Brother, never lose that, here. Because I'm going to tell you something about life. Nobody's going to give you anything. So ask for it, and the most you can hear is no. And if you're lucky, you hear yes, but you'll never hear yes if you don't ask. I respect that. What was the annual discount I gave for My Money JA?
I do remember. I just remember that it was an annual discount.
Damn. Tell you something else about the market. Research is where it is. If you do your research, you'd realize that if you do grow, you get an annual discount on My Money JA anyway.
Yeah.
All right, I'll give you the same 15% discount to grow. It comes with a free trial of My Money JA, and it also comes with the annual discount on My Money JA. So you get a bunch of things there.
Okay, yeah, man, I'll take that. Thanks very much.
Yeah, man, big up. Send me the DMs, I remember.
Is it because it says sixth form? I was going to say, if anything him ask for, and then you're going to give him, and I give him the difference. And that's when you spend the money and give the difference.
Yeah, well, I respect where I'm coming. So you can still get the discount to grow. And yo, if you're smart,
sixth form, that's crazy.
Sixth form, and I'm coming. Yo, you were not that far off, Lorenzo. It's just, I think how you describe, like, I think you're thinking of a concept, and it's similar kind of to the concept that I'm thinking. Because I don't expect people to get my exact words. Although there is one word that if anybody say it, then definitely getting it. But if anybody that comes closest to the concept is what I do, and you have so far come closest to the concept. So big up you. Who else we have? We have Mr. One, hashtag dollar bill, Ashdane. But before that, we have DJ Drumline. DJ Drumline, what's up?
Yeah, what going? Can you hear me?
Yeah, man, we're hearing you. Another week.
Yeah. First and foremost, I want to say big up to Sir Pickles. Sell me Fesco shares them.
You know, coming on Pickles the music, some things I'm gonna send me in track.
As I thought you really said to me, though.
Jaja Pickles.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Yeah, man. If you have no more about it, just let me know how it goes. Yeah.
You have a couple more, man. You have a couple more. Tell me something,
Winter
sir.
is coming.
The last. Let me tell you, I know I'm devoted to this show. This show, Brick Talk, because I'm doing it instead of watching the new old Game of Thrones.
Same.
Yeah.
Keep asking it.
Yeah. You know what?
It's not what I watch it.
So I probably will still watch it. You know, the funny thing is, well, you know that I didn't watch Game of Thrones, the show, past season 1, because, you know, nerd crap. I've had a problem with them spoiling the books. But I figure, one, Homeboy's never going to finish the series. All right? I am so surprised that he survived COVID.
And then the story is done already.
And this story is done, and this story, them have more room. They're not really ruining stuff.
Yes.
So I have no issue.
That's why I'm really excited for this, because I know the story. I really loved the story, and I know I still want to watch it.
Yeah. And any mistakes or any screw up, anything that they did in making Game of Thrones the series, them learn from all of that to make it. Yeah. So far I've watched it. The first 2 episodes have been great. They've been great. Yeah, man. Yeah. It's like, it's great. You see the personalities really come out. Anyway, back to the issue at hand. So DJ Drumline, tell me something. The last time you're on, there was a stock we were talking about. What was it?
Well, the last 2 times, the first time was Access and Dollar before, like a week before everything would start going. And then the second time I came on, it was Cargo Handlers.
CHL.
Yeah.
I just checking if you owe some money. You definitely owe some money. But
yeah,
true. Of course. So you said that on this show we talk before what was the first one?
Before the whole Access and Dollar thing going.
Okay, and the dollar was around what price at that point?
That's a good question, you know. I mean, I've been buying dollar, so yeah, it was definitely probably 280 something.
And so you could have gotten it as sold it as much as 374. Yeah, you owe some money.
380 something. No,
Yeah, 380 something. Yeah, you owe some money for free. For free. Anyway, what's up?
Well, I was just trying to look at the whole CPJ situation. My boss a tweet and I'm a tag you and nothing. So
I was probably
something
busy.
is up, Randy.
No, I was probably busy. I probably just never see it.
I think people don't get hold to check the Twitter these days.
Yeah, Twitter. Yeah, yeah. It's we've been. Twitter is not quite the same place. It might be in the circle. If I drop in tweets, no, especially hot tweets, it's in the circle. So I probably just never saw it. I'm sorry. You don't want to try after the image? You certainly,
no,
and you shouldn't even get that discount because have you done Grow yet?
I did.
Okay.
But hold on, even on that point, I have a discount to go check the night, right? I did Grow in July, right? I have a discount to go check the night, and I don't take it as it. It's still valid, right?
As long as it's your first time seeing him, it's valid. Yeah.
Okay. Just to make sure.
But you hear that you hear the Virgin said the dates are in October.
Yeah, but I'm supposed to get a special space. So when I'm ready to take the space, I'm just take it.
Did I tell you that you're getting a special space?
Yeah, that you said 2 person get to go. Yeah, 2 person get to go Grow.
At Grow, did I say to you? Did I say to you that you are the person, DJ Drumline, that is getting it?
Me get an email
saying that you are the person.
Yeah.
All right, send the email back to me. Yeah, I think you just get the follow-up email saying you get that link. Everybody get the
I think
email.
so. Everybody get that email there. I think everybody get that.
Everybody gets the link, the discounted link to Danai now. But you are the person who don't have to wait 2 months to see him. That's a different thing. But listen, I'm not saying no. If it is you, if I send you an email saying that, I may have forgotten, then it is you. Anyway, you say you want to
reply to it, man. Reply to the email.
Yeah. You say
about it, or the situation.
I want to make sure. Hold on, I want to make sure that we have everybody done with this image thing. So DJ Drumline.
Image.
Yeah, because I get tired. Then I get tired. So Ash.
Yeah, from before me reach one.
Yeah, Ash Day and J.
Yeah, man. Bless up. You guys can hear me?
Yeah, man. We can hear you. You trying after the image?
Yeah, man. Alright. I'm looking at it, right? I seen like they have 3 bricks basically on the lines. I want to say that these 3 bricks, they could represent maybe 3 different players, and it could be different parts, or whatever to get to those players. And to be fair, I also saw a demonstration of like some movement on these specific lines. I know that each of them, they're going to end up at the same place, but they're going to take different times. You're looking for something else outside of that?
I'm listening to you. You've just given me context. I'm waiting to hear your answer now.
Wait, what was the question? You still to explain, right?
Yeah, go ahead and explain.
Explain in full. Explain in full. No, just the context of it. So, what the brick them do? Who are the bricks?
Oh, the bricks represent? The bricks are just 3 different players, and they go to the to get to your goal. But they take different parts. The one that's at the bottom, it's going to take a heavy drop, but that also means that it's going to rise heavily. The one in the middle is kind of more slender, a little bit slower than the one at the top. But they pretty much just get to the goal at different parts, different times.
It's a right. And this is a graph.
What I say? I mean, at this point, sure, I don't mind saying it. Yeah, I don't mind saying. Yeah, it is a graph.
All right, go back again, Ashley.
So go back again and explain the different.
Just say the same thing you said just now about saying now why? Just say the same thing you just said.
All right, so 3 different plays and 3 different graphs, and they travel at different speeds. They have different times to get to the whatever goal. So I'm thinking, the comical image of Danai per se, he could be the goal in this context, and the starting point could be above the y-axis, and they get over there at different speeds. Because the one at the top, which in a triangle would be the hypotenuse, that would be the slowest. The one at the bottom, that would be the fastest, and the one in the middle, it takes it travels at the middle speed.
Or it makes like them falling instead of an actual.
No,
graph.
it's not it's
sliding.
not falling, So they're
it bricks are sliding to a destination instead of a graph.
Yeah, like that. They're traveling to. That's why that's why I said goal. So they're moving to the goal. So it's not actually falling. They're moving to the goal, but they're just moving at different speeds, at different time horizons. Yeah.
And so you said the one up top is the hypotenuse, which is the slowest.
Well,
The one in the middle, which is closest to the edge part of the right edge of the magnifying glass, is the what?
Is just the one that's like a middle horizon.
Middle, and the one at the bottom is
a faster pace.
Okay, I get you. You tried. So what you want?
I mean, that's not correct.
No, sir.
I can't give me 50%.
50, I rate that.
Oh, man say can give me.
Can give you can get 15. Here's what I'll do.
Context, I tried.
No, man, I hear your context. But hold on now. And the funny thing is, you came extremely close, but in the end, you lose out because of the overall thing. Then you can get the last try, and then I'll tell you what it is. I don't think there's anybody else I was trying.
I don't understand. I don't full thought. I don't know if I'm watching it up too much. Because
go ahead. Let me hear you.
I don't want to.
Let's hear.
I'm looking at all the y-axis and the x-axis, right? It's three different graphs. So, and it's inversely proportional. So, as we go along the x-axis, the y-axis is decreasing, right? So that's the shaky part for me. It's why would it be like that? And it's inverse, and then because of the curves, that means I think I've complicated it. Okay,
no, but go ahead. Let me hear it. You never know.
Right, cool. I don't have a real answer now because the graph. Because the graph.
But it don't matter if it's a graph or a path.
Okay, I started with they're all falling, and I couldn't explain why. But then say three different type of investors, three different paths to it, and I was saying as the let me try see how best I think there. No, I don't think it's responsive. But money is the x-axis, but I don't think that makes sense because then if money is x-axis as we go along the y-axis, they lose money. That Brandy would do that.
True, I would not do that, but I did admit to you that because of what this needed to be, this is not what I would like, but it had to be like this for the point.
I was telling you what you said, all on the same line.
Ashton came very close. All right, hold on. I'm going to take one last person.
Actually, I missed Ashton. I wanted to repeat. I got distracted.
Very close.
Okay. Because you start. No. Hold on. Kamzi Wamzi is the last person because I see her sending a request. And I'm
so what's the discount?
Hold on, brother. You're still on. We're not done yet.
I'll put my bet on Kamzi Wamzi.
Yeah. So let me hear Kamzi Wamzi because Kamzi Wamzi get it right, Ashley.
If she get it right, if she get it right, she get a free session.
That's true.
I'll give her something else. I'll give her something grow-rated on top. I'll probably pay for advance growth for if she get it right.
Oh, that's fine. If you like, give her a month of the subscription.
I'll do that. I'll give her a month of the subscription.
Yeah. All right. Kamzi Wamzi, what's up? Let's hear you get the last try tonight.
All right. I didn't actually realize that I requested to speak. But
you get enough things if you win.
Jaja.
I don't like the pressure.
No pressure.
I believe in you, man. I believe in you.
Is it that research is the fastest way to achieve your financial goals?
Give me more than that.
Put in the context of the graph. That's with me heavily.
Okay. So the 3 bricks would be the different investment strategies The middle one is research. The other two are the others. As we go along the, what is this? I'm not good at math. Whatever the bottom axis is, the horizontal
X.
one.
That's the X.
Thank
That's
you.
the X, yeah.
The x-axis. That is time, and the y-axis is, I'm going to say effort. Yeah. The book
So
is
the
your
more-
goal.
So the more effort you put in and the less time you need, I like that one. But then put in the context of the bricks, why that one ahead?
Because research is the easiest and quickest way.
Which
You
one? The
learn
one in the
more in
middle?
a short.
So this is a
The
research.
one in the middle,
okay.
yeah.
The one is a research curve.
Yeah. So
Actually,
the
I
one in
really
the
like
middle is
that
research. The one in the middle is research. And that's the easiest and quickest way to get to your goal. So that's my interpretation.
That you have actually come closest because you went simple as smart. And what's his name? Ashton. You can hear why I said that you before her you came pretty close to, but then you psych yourself out. Then I kind of said this. So, okay, I wish I didn't have to say because I wanted the girl subscribers to try it, but I'll do it anyway. So the three of them.
Excuse me.
Go ahead.
Yeah, just one last shot of redemption. Is it a matter of risk versus reward? Because I mean, if you
Not really
looking at it, if it is that there might be three different things, but given that it's a graph, it comes under one principle, right?
Yeah, don't overthink it. No, man, don't kill off.
So, that's what I did wrong.
Yeah,
I can explain to you why it wouldn't make sense as a graph, because then the bricks only make. I mean, not going to that. Cool.
Yeah. So the three things. I'll say what it is now. All right. The three bricks are yes. Everybody's thinking three paths. Yes. So there are three paths to get to your gains. Hence the bricks. Dana is right. Since we're talking gains and bricks, I would not want a graph showing to the right and down. But in this case, I had to do that because this brick, the middle brick here, is actually the fastest brick. I'm saying that now. I'm wondering why I didn't make my designer put it a little further back, so it wasn't as clear. So there are three curves. I always want to be ahead of the curve, and so Kamzi Wams is right about the research and the right method, bringing you ahead of the curve, meaning getting to your gains faster. And then mathematically, come back to your point, Danai. The word that I said, if anybody had gotten it, I would have immediately given them it is and I'm gonna screw this up, so apologies. It's a brachistochrone curve. Brachistochrone curve. It's the fastest point, the fastest curve between 2 points. Meaning, if you did this with 3 balls, the one along this line
so it's not a graph. It's something dropping.
It can be a graph because a graph can be anything.
It can't be a graph.
It can be a graph. I didn't want to correct you because if I corrected you, I know you'd have gotten it. You can draw.
I thought it was at first, and people are expecting we have a graph, and then what you were saying sounded like it was a graph. That's why I asked it a graph. If it wasn't a graph, I would say yes. I know flight path. If you fall along the middle one would be the fastest one. So that would be the thing there.
But the title of the session is Earning Curve, Danai.
Hint, hint. Thank you. We
can say it's a graph. Graphs of curves, guys.
Yeah, but okay, it matches. So the brachistochrone curve is the brachistochrone curve is the fastest. Is the fastest.
It's the fastest curve. If you roll anything along it, then it moves. Yes. Between 2 points
at different elevations.
Yes.
So it's faster than a straight line. So classically, so that's why I said that's where you got it wrong, Ashton, because you said that the hypotenuse is the fastest point, and it's not.
Yeah.
No, I said that was the slowest point.
It probably
the hypotenuse is the shortest distance between the 2 points. It's not the thing. It's not the fast. It's not the fastest distance.
No, I said no.
You said hypotenuse in the boss.
No, I said no. You know why? Because I was using
pause.
the physics reference where I
you
saw
said
hypotenuse. You done this so.
You said
I was saying
that.
that was the slowest.
Okay, but guess what? We don't invest to the slowest. We invest to get to our goals, get to the greatest
No,
point of our goals in the fastest time possible.
I said the
Along these,
bottom one was the fastest one. That's
and
what I
that's
said.
also incorrect. The middle one is the
It's also
fastest.
incorrect.
All right,
This,
fine.
which is why I said that's where you got it wrong, because the other two, classically you'd think so. So if the designer had them here in the original image where they were all in a line, I mean it's the same concept, right? It's the same concept. In the what? Sorry, let me see if it shows. No. Okay, yeah, it's the same concept in the one where you get. I really want to show it, but I can't. Where all of them are in the if all three of these bricks were in the same point here where they started, this one will always get there quicker. The point is the curve. There are certain paths along which you go, which will get you to your goals faster than other paths. Does link back to the long-term, short-term foolishness if you want, meaning, yes, you may very well get 200% if you buy X stock and wait 10 years. But is it not better if you got that 200% by buying Y stock and waiting 2 years? And then that might be this path. But is it not better than that if you buy Z stock and wait 6 months? It's still 200%. All of us going to 200%. It's just that there are different paths to get there, and we shouldn't pretend that all of the paths are equal or all the same, because they're not. And we shouldn't pretend that all the paths are the best, because they're not. There are some paths that are empirically better than others. The closest that anybody has come to that is Kamsi Wamsi. So congrats, Kamsi. Kamsi, have you done grow already?
No, remind me what I get in.
You get a free grow. A free grow.
And then I say I'm going to pay for I think the name again a 1 month grow subscriber group if they get it right. So love that.
Right? Yeah.
So
love that for me.
I even bet paid off. Me don't sit up. You smart it up.
Yeah, so that you guys came pretty close, and if you're young and nerdy, so this was the original. This is part of the thing I sent to the designer explaining to him and why. So initially this was supposed to be us. Yeah.
So I knew it because I think that I know that same weight along that path, then this is going to be the fastest.
The middle one.
It's funny if you know I know this from you laugh Apex thing there. I have to look it
up. so yes, and also that's why I didn't correct you when you said is that correct, because I thought if I correct him on it, the way I thought to correct you, I think you'd have figured it out. I didn't want to say that, but if anybody had said the brackets to crown curve, I'd have gotten it immediately, because that is the point of it. So congrats, Kamsi Wamsi, and Ashdane. You can get a 20% discount.
All right, that sounds good. Can live with that.
All right. Both of you, please just remind me. Just email me. Not email me. You can email me, Randy@Evermickle, but you can also just DM me on Twitter, and I will sort out your discount for you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Is this why you came on? Oh, you say you did accidental blessings. Look at that.
Accidental gains.
All right. And Sir Jerry Mack, who has been waiting a little. Oh, Jerry Mack and Drumline. I'm gonna make both of you talk together because both of you tired. I don't want to go forever. So Drumline, because I know Jerry Sharp. Drumline, you can start talking. Jerry, you can chime in whenever you want on the topic. And Sir Drumline, you're talking about CPJ.
Yeah, so I'm actually looking at the CEO exit for CPJ. Right. Earlier this week.
Yes. By the way, this was the original. For the people who can't see, this was the original thing with all three, and I had to explain to him that I have to shift them up because they don't all get there together. Anyway, so you're talking about the CPJ CEO who has exited the business, what, a quarter, 2 quarters, a little after joining?
Yeah. So reason why I actually started to look into it, I've been listening to the earlier earning season, and I encourage everybody who depend on yourself. If you never listen to them, just go and go listen to them because there's a whole heap of gems there.
The first time then I would say, the first or second I would say to him, say, yo, go and listen to those, I don't think him to get it, but I'm so surprised I hear him now telling people to go do it. And you know why I laugh at that? I laugh at it because the reason you hear me sometimes say do it is that occasionally, for whatever reason, I listen to an old one and I'm thinking, Jesus Christ. There is no way I would give this stuff away for free now. And there, as I've said on here, and as Danai said, there are things in those episodes that we have predicted and spoken about that have not yet happened.
Damn. Okay.
And there are things happening now that we predicted then, including what's happening with Access.
Oh, God.
Yeah. That was what, 2019? Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, you were saying about CPJ.
Right. And a quote that you say, you don't let a good CEO walk out. Right? The results have been delayed for this quarter. Not that it's an indication of anything, good or bad, right? But also on those episodes, you mentioned something that companies report good results quickly.
Tend to
report it quickly. So this is the second CEO in the last 2 or 3 years for CPJ. Right? But there might be an upper hand to this because anytime Mark Hart takes over the company, there's always something different about the result. Because in 2020, when what's his name? David Lowe? Yeah, David Lowe. When he exited, and Mark Hart took over the company, that started what people were talking about earlier this year about the stock rising to what $18 something or something like that, or 22, as high as 22.
Okay, ask my favorite question. Why?
No, well, let's hear all of what I'm saying. Let's hear all of what I'm saying. I don't think him doing it. It's like him painting a picture.
Well, that is all what I'm saying because the result soon come out and
the result
still hurt.
But in September 5, I believe the result is for June. So you wouldn't see any market as CEO picture there.
No.
So which report are you looking for?
Continue.
No, so you're saying.
So the result that is about to come out, that it has been delayed, right? I'm kind of curious about how the result look. We're not gonna know how it look until it look, but the tourism has been. Well, I expect good numbers.
You think his departure has to do with tourism?
Pardon?
What do you think about his departure? I mean, so wait, I'm not so sure if I'm supposed to be asking at this point because I heard the Mark Hart point in terms of going forward, but then bringing it back to a point when Homeboy was still here.
What's the thing that you're saying overall?
Yeah.
Overall, I'm saying that the tourism has been rebounding very good. The numbers has been going up for the hotels and boat stopovers, right? And the report has been delayed. So CEOs leave for different reasons, right? But based on what I say, you don't just make a good CEO, just walk.
What that episode you're quoting where that was said? What episode was that? What else were we talking about on that episode? Which episode number is that?
Why was that said?
Hold on. I think it was around the SSL thing. Around that.
That's when.
It was in the middle of when the SSL thing that was happening, but I don't remember specifically, so don't quote me on that one. But I think it's around that time.
Well, you just listen it, you're quoting.
Huh?
You just listen it and quoting.
I think I remember.
Yeah, I think I remember what I was saying.
So the context of the thing that was said then was me saying that you don't allow a good CEO to leave.
Not to leave.
Yeah, and at that time, I think Dre had resigned from SSL.
Mm-hmm. And then two things, Dre had resigned. I don't know, man. I still not sure the picture. What? Okay.
So no, I still don't get the point that
what's the next
Drumline
step?
said.
Exactly. You quote, you give dots. Those
And
stay
you
on
stop.
What next?
Yeah.
What are we doing? What are we looking at?
Well, more honestly,
Eh.
more want to how this play out, but
What you
I'm
want to
saying,
play? Yeah. So what you want to see play out? You mentioned the CEO thing with the results of June, and I'm not sure where the connection there is either.
What you think is going to happen?
Tell me that. Give me the future.
I expect good results based on the tourism numbers that I see being posted in news.
So the CEO leaving up to do that.
That's a good question. That is what I'm thinking about. Is I don't own CPJ shares. It's just me. Hold on. He walked in June.
Yeah.
He just joined.
Yeah, man. 3 months into there.
So,
no, just joined, but he was in the role for thing that he was there before.
Drumline, you come back with this, don't do the research thing again.
Man, do the research and come back without the recite.
Yeah, I mean the CPJ CEO leaving. The natural question would be, well, when did he start? No?
And he even mentioned Mark Hart being a CEO for XYZ time, and what the time that he was looking at were 2020 coming to 2021, 2022, as Mark Hart at the helm, and the results he saw there. So I'm also wondering then, so why would you not look when he started if you know when Mark Hart was there as CEO, the results that came out of it? Why did you not look when Big Boss started?
Drumline, it's very hard to lie to us, because we actually know what we're talking about. There's no way you said every time Mark Hart takes over XYZ. And then you go as far as talking about Dr. David Lowe. Dr. David Lowe. But then all of a sudden, you never know when this guy just joined. He joined a couple months before. He was made CEO.
You're watching when Mark Hart, they know when him coming.
Yeah, he was made CEO June 1, and he has resigned September 5.
Mm-hmm. I thought you were making a point around that.
That's a quarter.
Like, Mark Hart walk out, him walk in. And I thought you were into the results weren't good, to be honest. Or at the June, not good. Maybe the 2 months before it were all right, but in June, not good. And they said everything between June and now, like you were trying to say, everything between June and now, not good. And push him out and send Mark back in to make it to fix things. I thought that's what you were saying.
No, because guess what? When I checked this guy's LinkedIn, I saw April 21st as his start date.
Not as CEO, he was there before. He never started at the company, I think, but he came in. What was the role again, Randy? What was the role he took when he just came in? He was a consultant or so. But or some training to become the for leadership. I remember when he came in. I remember what he came in as, but it was in the newspapers as well.
That is the only thing I went off his LinkedIn saying he started as CEO in April 2021.
All right, so talk to me. Carry the thing full circle. Make some bets. What are you saying? So you say whatever him start, April 2021 or not. So if it's April, is a year. If it's April and him,
which is funny because then if you're saying it's April, look at it. Mark Hart, the results we saw were 2021. It wasn't 2020 that you saw the results.
Yeah.
2021, you saw the great results for CPJ.
Mm-hmm.
June to now. Well, June to the June we're looking for now.
But let me hear what you're saying. No, Drumline, you can't just say this as stop. Like
you're not saying to say it, right? You're not saying this to tell us that these things happened. What do you think around the things that happened? What do you think going forward? What? Tell me, why are you looking at all this? Why are you getting here? I'm just not sure, honestly.
So the reason why I'm looking at this is just I'm still learning the market, right? So how these things play out
Beginner
is not.
excuse.
No. It's not a beginner excuse because if I wasn't listening to those earlier earning season thing, I wouldn't even jump onto this, right? But seeing how this play out, it now go be the first gonna happen. It's gonna happen again. So
What's gonna happen again?
As in CEOs leave.
I mean, people don't live forever. This one to me, this is 3 months in the role and
It's
he's
very
out.
short.
So it is very short. It raised my eyebrows. Yeah.
It raised my eyebrow because I'm saying the results. Because remember, I didn't know that he started in June, but I am saying if I'm expecting good results, right? So why is the CEO leaving?
Well,
if I knew that he people leave for different reasons. Probably me get a different job somewhere else. Probably my focus on his family. May not be nothing related to the company.
That's true.
If I hear focus on the family, I usually believe something related to the family still. Related to the thing, to the company.
But,
unless you find a family business and you might go run it and work a bag of money out there, something like that. But then to me, the short time, honestly, you just get confirmed in the role that you've been on watch and training for. That's it's a short time. If you said it, if you said to me that June, you think June mash up, I would say that sounds like something. That sounds like that's probably the case.
Yeah, but no one just
delay
tell me
and
say. No, me just I realized him start June, so that means
but
officially
we
start June.
Yeah.
So what does that mean for you? What does that mean for you? What does that mean for you?
Yeah.
You say so that means
the results that are going to come out for the quarter that we're actually in now.
The full year results.
Well, yeah.
No man.
No,
the Q1 results are the delayed full year results. Which one are you talking about?
The delayed full year results.
What about them?
Hold on. I don't know where them quarter stop or whatever. I don't.
Their year ends June.
June. Okay.
Yeah.
So means the first quarter then.
So this first quarter that we're in right now.
So when those numbers come out, then we would know if he left because of bad results.
I don't think
if bad results even come out, we still not going to know.
Yeah, and I don't think he left because of bad results.
Bad results.
He wouldn't have been there long enough to cause bad results, unless in T4.
Maybe walking and something good. Yeah, that'd be crazy. Like something.
Yeah. That like have
2
to be something
months.
major. Yeah, I don't think so.
Because that is what I'm thinking. He's in a good position now in terms of the rebound of the work. I've seen the numbers. I mean, I said, all right. Now make it too complicated. Supposed to have some good results.
A good year end and a good first quarter, possibly.
First quarter. And he's a very like that. I mean, the CEO not going to walk in and then say, "Here, well, like, you fire the whole distribution team." Like, what would you really do within that small? You get me? Like, and then again, he was there. You know he was there from April last year.
I'm not even going. I'm going off him being CEO effective June 1.
3 months.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Well, all in all, I still expect very good results from CPJ. Right?
For June, the delayed one.
The delayed one, the full year result.
Sorry.
Because there has been very good tourism numbers being reported. Things have been rebounding, so I don't expect bad results from them. But it was kind of weird because I thought he was in from last year, and because the results delayed, right?
But you sound
And
excited.
no, I don't know.
I think you sound excited that Mark Hart would walk back in.
Well,
until you found out that. So it to me only sounded like you thought it was weird when you just found out it was June. Everything sounded good from you. Like, boy, good results last year, and then Mark Hart walking back in, and I believe that you believe that every time Mark Hart walk in, things just bounce. So I think you were saying good results and then even better coming. I thought that's what you were trying to say.
No, but Mark Hart now would him walking in now wouldn't show until next year.
Sorry, Mark Hart is also, was he chairman?
Chairman, yeah.
Yeah, so he's
I think he's exec.
I think he's exec chairman, so he's very much involved in the company. Yeah. Okay. But you see, I don't know what to say because you haven't really said anything. Like I read the news, so you're not putting anything new to me.
Mm-hmm.
But you're not asking anything. You're not...
The things I'm hearing, the things I'm asking, the things that I was doing. All right, cool. Where is he going? Why did he leave? That's what I want to know.
Sorry about that, guys. You can tell I'm actually sick. It is an eyebrow raising moment. But I trust my board.
Might even be a good eyebrow raise.
Well,
I wonder if Chris wonder if them boot him. Anyways.
You wondering if what?
If what?
No man, never mind. Never mind that.
I trust. Here's what I'll tell you. As a shareholder, I trust the board.
Same.
Yeah, I trust the board. If I didn't trust the board, I'd sell my shares. And I'm agreeing with you that I think that I know for a fact that the tourism results are stronger. Like you're saying strong. That's in my view an understatement. I think by July July was the first month that we had exceeded 2019 numbers. We in Jamaica. Tourism stopover arrivals, and everything costs more now than it did 3 years ago. So I say that to say that even if we had lower numbers than 2019 now, we make more money from each tourist that touches the island now than we did then. So we can actually afford to have lower tourist numbers and still have higher numbers. As it is, if July is the first month that we exceeded 2019 numbers, then and we're getting more from each tourist, then there is a whole lot of potential in the space. I don't know what this is. I mean, 1 quarter is not enough for me to make any. I mean, if you know enough about corporate, if it says that the CEO resigned, if the person didn't want to be there, then you don't want them in your company if they don't want to be there. And if it's a resign where the board doesn't think that they're the best fit, then you also don't want them in there. That's the simple truth. So I trust the board. That's the simple truth. I don't know enough to say otherwise. It did make me raise my eyebrows, but I trust the board.
Well, looking out for those results.
I'm sure you are, sir. But here's my advice to you. When the results come out, actually read them, please. Don't just read the first line. Read the whole thing deeply. Please. The full year and the first quarter. Go through everything. Cause you miss something sometimes. Every time you come and tell you that, you miss something so they right in front of you. Because you get so excited about the first line, you miss the goal in line 3.
Okay.
So go deeply in there. And yeah, man, go ahead.
Yeah. So I just trying to clear up the thing that I talked about with the grower thing. I sent back the email to you, but during the session, told me that you had 2 persons that we were gonna choose to go on to the night. Right? I think I don't remember her name, but she came on the night before. That was in July. She got
so she was chosen. So were you chosen?
Yeah.
In fact, I don't think Randy knows you as I don't think Randy knows if you did grow up, does Randy know you as were you DJ drumline in the
Well, that's well, yeah, I guess that's it then.
Yeah, no, and if you tell me I gave somebody that was in the session the thing, then I gave somebody that's in the session the thing.
Oh, I send back the email, so you'll see my name there.
I see the email and I see your name and I see the girl email, but this email don't say that you are the person that I'm giving.
You are the person.
Yeah, I usually that email. There's no doubting it when I do it. Read this email.
Yeah.
Though. This email have a whole heap in there, including the link to Danai and a discount to Danai.
Discount link in there.
Yeah. So if you're booking with Danai, you want to use the link that's in this email because this is the discount link.
Okay.
So big up, sir, and I look forward to the results also, just like you.
Yeah, man. All right, cool.
All right, boss. Best up. Jerry, we'll push you back to the far.
Best for last, Sir Jerry. Walk on.
Can I hear me?
Yeah, man, we hear
you.
You.
Here, man. Walk on.
I'm on there. You know, actually, the thing, you know, actually, the whole one-on-one thing would actually, on comment on that whole point about.
I know you know it
well. J Trader, well, the JC having issues and it potentially contributing. I mean, as far as my thoughts go, I believe it kind of cushioned the fall somewhat. I mean,
that's a hell of a view. Tell us explain what you mean there.
All right, so you know, of course, the expectation is that on the day orders would be in the buy queue at the limit at that point of the day.
Correct.
There were only 28 orders at the top, 1.3 million shares.
On that day when the glitch was happening.
Yeah, man. Meaning the glitch never started yet. It was that pre-open.
So pre-open.
The glitch started little after trading start. So there were many orders, and I mean all the way down to about $2.50. Then they were merely 6 million units. Well,
so
all
that
the
was
orders
selling
down to $2.50. Yeah, 8 million units trying to buy it down to $2.50. But on the other hand, on the selling side, let me start from 250. Then since mentioned 250, there were 16 million units on offer.
At what price?
263 orders up to 250.
For sale?
Yeah, for sale. So the sell queue was way heavier than the buy queue.
Think about that too. Like you know that the second halt is often lighter than the first halt. I mean the amount of shares that go there. So the first halt, if even the halt on the first one then and clear 8, so 16 selling, 8 buying, then I expect less than 8 million coming in when after the halt done. And
yeah.
So to me, yeah, very likely.
No, they even complicate it that way because I know a lot of people. I know a lot of people lost. I know a lot of people lost with it. Here's the simple version. There were that many units being offered for sale below the breaker. That alone is enough. That alone is enough. Yeah.
It'll be able to trade
below
after
even 15%.
You know, usually it's halt and you can't trade after that. It would have halt and then free up and then trading actually. Trading a very likely side. That's like can't trade easily there.
No, but I mean offers for sale. There were offers for sale below the lower breaker on that date.
Yeah, man, and that's why it opened at 234. So it opened at 234 based on the queues. It opened at 234, and there are trades going through the same 234, 235. I think it went as high as 240 somewhere there about, but people are selling heavily. I mean, at pre-open, you mentioned the reserves, Randy, At pre-open, there were roughly 60 orders for about 28 million units.
Did I mention reserves?
Of big, meaning the bigger volume trades, the bigger volume orders.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah, man. So at pre-open, there were about 63 orders for 28.5 million units, up to $3. So I'm saying at that point where we stopped seeing the queues, because as you pointed out, trading was still happening. You could still place orders.
Correct.
And so while the issue was happening, and we just couldn't see the queues.
Yeah.
And I think that in and of itself actually slowed the fall. So
because people didn't realize what was on offer, because you are 100%, well, maybe 99% correct. In my view, I think you're 100% correct.
Yeah, man. And then you what? JTrader kept showing up the same queue that I would have seen at pre-open.
Mm-hmm.
That kept coming back. So people kept seeing buy orders in the $3 region when there really weren't any.
Yeah, I think yes, I hesitate to talk about it because I'm always say finance.
No, I said it earlier.
Finance carry feelings. And them don't want like people want to be angry with us for talking about this. But the simple truth, as I see it, is that your key investors is not a. It should not be a. Let me not say that. Key investors mean or should mean key what investors. It says. Key investors. If you, it is up to the people granting the key investors key investor rights, key investor access. It's up to them to ensure that they are key investors, or they won't act like key investors. They'll act like the kind of investors that they actually are. It's not accidental that I could have predicted this before the opening date. I knew it would have happened, because if you give people who do not think of your company as a key company in any way, if your company don't matter to me, and you give me 500,000 worth of a reserve, or you give me $1 million of a reserve, or you give me $2 million of a reserve, and your company don't matter to me, all I have is me get a link in an IPO. What does everybody who want a link in an IPO want it for? To flip. So if you give flippers, if you give loads of flippers huger stakes than you've given the public, what do you think they're gonna do?
Flip big. Flip big.
Exactly. And then you say as I shared with somebody, well, we're having a discussion, and person was kind of saying it, but not really saying it until we get it out of them. But I mean, if you look at all the previous IPOs, it kind of makes sense for people, for the buying energy for dry up around $3, because most of them get to just above that $3 mark. So those the people who would have bought that tree wouldn't have seen a whole heap of profit initially in the run-up. So I mean, people realize that people are going to pull back, and the queue showed it.
Exactly. Human beings will always act like human beings. It requires a specific thing for an IPO to give you over 300% gain so quickly after listing. There are specific things required. It's not accident. And not only were those things not present, to my view, obviously not present, at least up to this point, but there are also other factors to encourage the opposite of that.
Yep.
I mean, in my view, it's lucky that it went over 2. That's my view.
I agree. I mean, the only order I placed was at 175. And when I realized it wasn't going to be filled, but canceled before 11 o'clock today.
I thought there was going to be an interest that's very fine coming in and clearing the large key investor pool. So I'm gonna be willing to do the halts up So I know I have a bag of money and I'm gonna spend it into the house. I'm going to make sure the house happen. And whoever is selling there, I'll clean it. I'll take it. So that's why I say, if you go to house for 3, you can do it if you have enough money. You can make it happen.
Well,
but I tell you the same thing when you tell me all the while that sometimes we have a little bit too much faith in the people.
I was saying before.
You love telling me that.
You don't believe that, Stu. And here we are.
Yeah. Where was that? Without that, I don't know if you can pass 2.
It was the whole reason why I said it can go 3. So yo, I think somebody will come in. Do I have it? But I thought somebody will come and think that. There's somebody I think Sagicor has some nice funds. Sagicor been with this company for quite a while, quite a journey. So I thought, yeah man, so we do and then I checked the thing there, the pool. The Sagicor they have a conversion pool, and then I checked the thing there. The fact that the employees got a Sagicor investment. I said, oh, so Sagicor will come in the actual IPO, in the actual listing. It never happened. Or I don't know if it happened. It never happened to the level I would have said expected to happen. If it did.
I consider that thought that I when
the only thing
nah.
Damn,
be considered
tonight.
I mean, brother, we see it. We see it with select funds.
But that's
one investor stake now. Pretty easy to get.
That stuff is not that. What's wrong with this guy? Sorry, Jerry. Sorry, everybody. That thing is not an accidental thing that happens, IPOs are a process that require understanding and planning ahead of time. The millions in that thing that you said that have to be spent, nobody's gonna spend those kind of millions accidentally. It has to be understood that you want an X stake.
Exactly.
But then it requires people who understand the process to have those conversations ahead of time.
What is a key
and lay it out,
bro? If you get full of key
that is the name
to me, there was some talk. There was to me, key investor no, Sagicor no say are cool, and with so much people, then guess what? I figure a good amount of these people gonna sell, so I'm gonna be there.
I'm saying non-Sagicor employees. I big up the Sagicor employee class,
bro.
I mean, if I was working for John Shop, and one of John Shop customers have an IPO, and I get a stake in that IPO as a employee of John Shop, I don't even really give a damn about work. Much more work, client. I don't care what you're giving me.
You see it.
$1,000 out because of what? I don't know John Shop's client. I know the light at the end of the month.
Well, thanks to the boss, my boss.
Of course. And I can't blame the person who did that. I have to blame John Shop client for doing that.
Are you seeing again?
But this
honestly, I remember how often we used to say thing there. Remember it's just funny, so we stopped seeing it now. Where XYZ clients don't get that thing there. Like for Mayberry used to have a thing there. Mayberry client or Mayberry pool or whatever. A lot of people were doing it. And people used to say then, okay, when you say an NCB pool, and people used to wonder if I'm an NCB client, I get out of that pool. When I saw a Sagicor pool, must have a Sagicor employee for real? That was yeah.
So hold on. Tell me something. Hold on. Tell me something. One sec. If you sell insurance part-time for Sagicor in the evenings, did you qualify for that? Okay.
Yeah, man. That's what I was going to clarify, Randy.
You're frightened me, brother. So it's Sagicor investment employees.
Okay. If that was the case, I'm not laugh. Cause guess what? If you get 450k units and it's someone to be qualified, that's sad. But that was not the case. But
okay. But regardless,
I am a Sagicor investment employer. I'm gonna be a bro. I am good enough.
Yeah, sure.
Imagine my salary is 150 a month.
And it's not even paid.
I'm gonna get 450 on the thing.
Can you imagine your salary is 150 a month and you borrow a loan from work, a payday loan for 500,000 and put the whole light in and
Whole
get
light.
450 plus the liquor extra, and
Sweet.
and then you get to sell it. You get to sell it within 3 days, and if it's a work loan, then probably not have no interest on it.
No interest for 3 months.
Do it.
Nice. Okay, go.
It's a win-win situation. Everybody has one. Let's be serious. Everybody
Yep.
has one. And if I think the lesson from it is
That's the next thing too. You know? We're doing the same thing with the people do the same thing with the JFP. Never triple. It's a failure. No way you're saying that. In a month, you got 80% gain on your VEX. What you talking about, man?
Yeah, but something else.
But it was the usual. First, you vex about the allotment, then you vex triple likely you would put on the triple for yourself. Your expectations are not meeting what you don't know the thing you're looking for. You don't know how it works, and you vex at the level what don't make no sense.
Javon on YouTube say him talk to some key partners and boy, loan flippers. Not one of them I talk to buying more. Yo, you know the funny thing is the beauty of the market is this is a funny situation, and this is what future profit looks like.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's funny. Oh God, it never got 3 people disappointed. And then 8 months from now, 4 quarters from now, when they have some stellar results, the persons who bought it know when it was a air quotes failure.
We could flip
Yeah.
IPO.
Yeah, because I never bought in the IPO at all, and I haven't even put in a buy order to this day. But now if I wanted to, I could put in a much bigger order. And I mean, you couldn't. I couldn't borrow $1 million and get it in the IPO, but now I could borrow $1 million and I could get. How much would $1 million get me? Let's say I borrowed $1 million.
Like over 500K
units.
Yeah.
Boy. Whoa.
Bro. When I see yo.
So like a sign of strength, a lot of part of the day today, but still below $2.
Yeah.
My God.
I think you can go and beat. I think you can go and take a little more beat still. But strength was there yesterday. Strength was there today. So a strength coming in, but I'm not think it done.
It requires if you spend $10.2 million, you bring the share price, you bring the market price to $2. Wow.
Bless me.
Wow. Bought order 242, but the VU up would be 211.
Oh yeah.
Wow. And that's 243 orders that you'd have to clear. The buy is not even that. Wow.
No, but by Q has been getting smaller and smaller from the other day.
Here's the thing, right? If I have, let's say I missed all of this and I had a nice big reserve, 1 million shares, and I listen to Brick Talk over this weekend, and then I'm going to check it. I'm going to check My Money JA. Shares, 7.4 million shares. For them to get out, they get $12.3 million at an average of 167. No, you might think maybe I don't under that, but I think suppose me have that amount of shares and that I have to worry. I might not want to do that, but suppose Dan I did it before, because Dan I did it before me, those orders are no longer there. 67% profit is not a light profit. People invest for them for years and never make 67% profit yet. Damn. What's crazy to me is how many
float, yeah.
This float is heavy. This is a big float up front. Float need one of two things to move, you know. Well, three if you count fear, and fear is always there.
So the constant in the equation.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I maintain my point. I believe in one-on-one. I believe in the potential. But the company result is not the share.
Definitely.
Yeah.
One definitely.
Damn. There's a strategy to make money here, you know. There's a strategy to make money here. But it's not what you might think. Jerry, if JC brings shot in, you'd have shot this?
Well, looking at the queue is an easy yes. But you don't ever pay attention to other things. So
you have to.
It's kind of ticklish, but obviously looking at the queue is an easy yes.
More will come. That's the problem. I've seen orders appear more and more now.
Yeah, that's it, you know, because today Basilica Signs are live, and by the time Basilica Signs are live, about 3 million unit trade what got.
And
Like I see on both sides. The order, but I think I more trust orders appearing like that on the sales side.
Think about like people. These 4 orders here. So 5 orders here. This is one person. 200,000 units, 220, 210, 212, 90. It's almost 1 million units at 250. If Monday morning that person realizes at 250 the day and them just want their money. If they're happy with one set with 76 profit.
And that is what I think has been happening a lot, you know.
Yeah, the bubbling of the queue, the higher orders just moving themselves down. People tired of wait or decide say, yo, I'm gonna take 50% and go.
Yeah.
I love that this is listed though. This is what future profit look like. I love that this is listed.
One.
Who are Vex? No Vex. Do the thing. You know start anymore again.
Shani's tweet this evening or sometime today I say, well, I forget said today is no longer today, no, today is already tomorrow, no. Good time to start investing because next year is going to be crazy.
Yeah, next year is gonna be
crazy, but next year go crazy and nice. I'm saying 4 more IPO, 4 more IPO by the time you're done. Let them say.
I think that's what Dr. Street Forest say. We know about two. The medical company and the gas company.
We don't have reason.
Say that again, Jerry. You broke up a while ago. Say that again.
No. Saying it won't sound like the gas company look early next year, but I think them still have time. Them like will still do it. It's still likely to happen this year.
Why I think early next year? Why shift?
Just
top striker.
So here will be what I've been doing. Though I've been kind of timing the talks and kind of look on it in a practical way in terms of understanding the steps and of FSC, so it like to get pushed back. So just based on that, may I say, look more realistic to more early next year, closer to the end of this year. But whenever it come. I mean,
that's true.
That's for me IPOs right now.
Boy, you know the funny thing though is if an IPO drop next JSQ mash up because the people the flippers who haven't flipped yet flipped are gonna flip out to go to that IPO, or they're gonna be afraid that others are gonna flip, so I'm gonna flip first. Not move. The fear is the most powerful thing on this market still.
Yeah, it's funny. Everybody will cost to flip on them. I hope them buy. I hope.
Yeah.
Because you are. You can't sit down and beg everybody enough to sell. It's a hard.
Because me not see no evidence of the workers. I make moves like those. You know?
Into the beliefs. And say, buying is believing.
Yeah,
buying is believing.
It's a different thing if you're actually in there. People in the market are actually in the market investing.
Hey, you know me, pre. All what happened here so is a good example. Is a opportunity for the C increase in stake.
Do it? Yes.
I would be surprised.
23% of the company own, something like that.
No. That's a stake that needs to be increased.
Needs to be increased.
Yeah.
Exactly.
You never need that.
Him need to start by like crazy.
I never want to do. Oh God.
I am very.
You know, I'm running into my arm, and I said, "What are you doing?" I said in my head, and I hear you say, "I know, man."
Yeah. Is that stake the largest stake? I don't remember the stakes like that.
I think his stake is the largest.
Oh no! This is an exciting company now, brother. What do you mean?
Yes, sir.
This is an exciting company now.
Somebody said to crack top 10, you need 22 million shares. And I was going to say, I don't care what thing then. I don't care what being top 10. I say, no, I just might.
Yeah, you don't want to. You don't want to.
You know, the shareholders list up for the last 2 days. I'm gonna just close it. I don't care.
What the real layout of the thing is likely to be. After the IPO, 22%.
Yeah.
22.78. Listen, Ricardo, big up. Unsolicited advice from me.
Why?
Buy these shares. Buy fast. Yep. Don't worry about the flippers. Buy. You have a list. You're now in the game of being a listed company. You are now on the field. The game is the game.
Will almost never be cheaper.
Yeah, the game is the game.
Right, and your shares will never be cheaper.
And you have the biggest. You have, my God. You have the most to lose in terms of you have the most stake. It's your baby, it's your company. Buy. All right, I can't tell you officially. This don't count as advice. I'm not giving you advice from the perspective of I don't know. I don't know if that counts.
It's not investment though. I know what you mean.
Telling somebody to buy shares. You get me?
You want to own a lot more of this company.
Yeah, this 22% is a dangerous stake as a top stake. Nobody owns this company. Nobody owns this company.
Look at to me. I'm looking at the thing there. Well, we're on certain lines. You're looking at like weak top stakes, right? But they often have a nice complementing stake near them. Look at the rest. Who's stepping in? Look at the next.
And I don't know. It's such a week then. I mean, come on, Sigma probably could bet about.
Is it?
I did not realize that the shareholding. Nobody owns this company. This company can be taken.
I mean, if even just look at it from a share price problem too. You have a lot of people that can't sell.
Yeah, a lot. I mean,
so you have more problems than flippers, really.
Yes, that's true.
How many people can just walk? Cygnus.
Yo, we're at a stage in the market where
Right. Interesting. Oh God, I don't want to. I'm tired, very, very tired, and I can feel my mouth ready to misbehave, so I'm not good.
It's all right. You know, big up. Thank you very much for bringing up this interesting point, Jerry. We can talk more about it. Big up. Thank you everybody for joining us. You guys had wonderful, interesting things that you brought out. I enjoyed this Brick Talk. Thank you, Danai, for doing it with me. And thank you everybody for sticking through this. I hope you guys enjoyed it. And we'll see you next week for another Brick Talk. Have a good night, everybody.
Big up. Bless up, everybody.
Bless up. Big up again, Jerry. Thank you so much.
Jerry,
come on. Big up for myself, man. Bless up.
Jerry, said something earlier today, man. We hope you see it more.
Wow.
But I have to look back for that, you know.
You said the industry DJ, bro. Industry DJ.
Bye.